Chapter 346. A sacred beast. If it was an adult sacred beast, its strength would be comparable to the strength of Fangyuan realm or even stronger. And the Shura shrine was able to obtain so many sacred beast cores. Then, Su Yan stared at the 108 statues in the palace, dumbstruck. At the same time, Su Yan finally understood why Sword Sage did not tell him what the demon crystals were, because it was too shocking for Su Yan. Not only that, Su Yan also understood. Why did the little guy fire Qilin when the Shura shrine appeared, couldn't wait to rush in? It must have felt the existence of these demon crystals. Although Su Yan didn't know much about the little guy fire Qilin. But Su Yan knew about the little guy's love and greed for spirit stones. And these demon crystals were definitely a fatal temptation for the fire Qilin. But thinking of this, Su Yan had some doubts in his heart. If the fire Qilin was attracted by these demon crystals, then why wasn't the little guy here? Could it be that there was something more attractive in the Shura shrine than these demon crystals? Thinking of this, Su Yan's body suddenly froze. He really couldn't believe what the Shura shrine contained. For a while, Su Yan's view of the Shura shrine changed. At first, he was confused about the Shura shrine, and felt a sense of fear from the dense atmosphere, but now it became excitement. Because for Su Yan at this moment, the Shura shrine was simply a treasure trove. Such a large number of demon crystals was fatal to any martial artist. This was like discovering a spirit mine. No. These demon crystals were more attractive than a spirit mine. Because the power contained in each demon crystal was more than any spirit mine. To put it simply, a demon crystal was comparable to millions of spirit stones or even more. And there were so many demon crystals here. As Su Yan thought about it, he looked at the statues with a burning gaze. When Su Yan woke up these statues for the first time, Su Yan was wondering if he should carefully avoid these statues. Although the power released by these statues was not enough to threaten Su Yan's life, it was still not enough. However, it was still a problem. Su Yan had always been a person who was afraid of trouble. Of course, this was only for ordinary people. However, when these sculptures contained a huge treasure like the demon crystal, then everything else was different. All the troubles were no longer troubles. As Su Yan thought about it, his eyes suddenly narrowed and a blood-red light gushed out. He jumped up and grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand. Immediately, he activated the cultivation method in his body and slashed horizontally at a statue in front of him. When Su Yan unleashed this sword strike, the statue did not explode. Instead, it trembled and came back to life. It roared, "Who dares to break into my Shura shrine?" With this angry roar, it immediately raised the weapon in its hand and slashed at Su Yan. With the experience just now, Su Yan was not afraid. He knew that although these statues were extremely powerful, their speed was slightly clumsy. Speed had always been something Su Yan was proud of. Now that these statues were slow, it was destined to become a ghost under Su Yan's sword. Of course, these statues were originally dead. Thinking about the demon crystal in these statues, Su Yan did not have the slightest mercy and slashed horizontally. Suddenly, the statue exploded instantly, emitting a bright light. The glowing demon crystal floated in midair. Su Yan's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He reached out and grabbed the demon crystal in his hand and put it into his storage bag. Then Su Yan attacked another statue. Although these statues did not pose a threat to Su Yan, after continuously smashing more than a dozen statues, Su Yan consumed a lot of strength. Moreover, his progress was somewhat slow. Although Su Yan now thought that this Shura shrine was a treasure trove. But Su Yan was still clear that this Shura shrine was definitely not a good place. Su Yan had never forgotten this point from the beginning to the end. Here, wasting more time was equal to increasing the danger. Thinking about this, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank and a burst of bright light surged. A trace of a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He grabbed the ghost howl sword in his hand and suddenly swept it away. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of sounds burst out at the same time. The remaining statues around all woke up at this moment. Hundreds of statues roared at the same time, "Who dares to break into my Shura shrine?" These hundreds of statues roared at the same time. That sound was like a thunderclap, deafening. At the same time, hundreds of statues surrounded Su Yan. Their aura was majestic and they attacked at the same time. It was as if they had rolled up a huge shock. The power of their attacks had always exceeded one's imagination. If an ordinary celestial phenomenon stage expert were to enter, they would definitely not be able to come out. However, facing such a powerful attack, Su Yan's mouth revealed a trace of a devilish smile. Facing such a powerful attack, Su Yan was not the slightest bit afraid. Instead, he was somewhat excited. He liked this feeling. That's right, only this aura that was strong enough to make people feel danger was enough to make Su Yan's blood boil. Only then could Su Yan's blood boil. Su Yan looked at the statues that were constantly attacking him. Without the slightest bit of fear, feeling this powerful attack, the blood in his body slowly boiled, and his entire person became excited. Now's the time. Just as these statues were about to hit Su Yan, he suddenly shouted coldly. The blood dragon pupil rotated, and the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body was activated to the extreme. His body suddenly leaped up, and his whole body suddenly floated in mid-air. At the same time, the ghost howl sword in his hand was waved. The majestic spiritual energy in his body constantly surged, from his arm to the ghost howl sword. At this moment, the ghost howl sword burst out a burst of bright light, and the light condensed, forming countless sharp blades. Torrential storm of rose blossoms. Su Yan roared, clenching the ghost howl sword in his hand, and suddenly the countless blades fell down on the statues like a torrential storm. This was the real torrential storm of rose blossoms. Bang, bang, bang. Those statues were hit by the torrential storm pear flowers blade light, constantly letting out loud sounds and bursting open. Amidst the light, countless demon crystals floated in mid-air, emitting a powerful force. Looking at these demon crystals, Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his whole body fell from mid-air at the same time. His whole body went limp on the ground, and with the help of the ghost howl sword, he barely managed to stand up. Just now, Su Yan had used all his strength in order to erupt with the strongest torrential storm pear flower. This torrential storm pear flower was much stronger than when facing Dengyu, because this was not the third-order torrential storm pear flower, but the fourth order. At this moment, if there was anyone present, they would definitely be shocked. 9-star celestial phase realm. That's right, a mere 9-star celestial phase realm could actually erupt with the 4th order 10,000 elephant divine skill. This was a 4th order 10,000 elephant divine skill that even a spiritual sea realm cultivator could not easily erupt with, but Su Yan had done it with just the strength of a 9-star celestial phase realm. Su Yan looked at the demon crystals floating in mid-air, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. I still did it. Saying that, Su Yan took out a recovery pill from his storage pouch and swallowed it. Circulating his chi to digest it, he recovered some strength, stood up, and directly put all the demon crystals floating in mid-air into his storage pouch. The smile on his face became wider and wider, and it was difficult to hide the excitement in his heart. Demon crystals, these were all treasures. With these demon crystals, Su Yan was confident that as long as he broke through the spiritual sea realm, then the day of the perimeter realm would be just around the corner. Perimeter realm. Su Yan couldn't help but lick his lips as he thought about it. That was a godlike existence. Once he reached the perimeter realm, he could take back the monster palace. At that time, let's see who would dare to compete with him. Thinking about it, Su Yan felt a burst of excitement. Of course, Su Yan didn't forget his current situation, and the Shura magic essence. Su Yan had never forgotten the benefits of breaking through the bottleneck. Right now, Su Yan was at the peak of the sky realm. If he wanted to break through the spiritual sea realm, this was a bottleneck. Not to mention that Su Yan was at the sky realm, his bottleneck was even bigger and tighter than other warriors. Then this Shura magic essence was definitely a huge treasure for Su Yan. Su Yan was also determined to obtain the Shura magic essence. Of course, Su Yan didn't forget that he wasn't the only one who came today. While he was thirsting for these powers, Su Yan didn't forget about Dong Qinghao and the others. Right now I should find them first. The Shura magic essence is in the main shrine, and the Shura shrine is definitely not a good place. It will definitely not be easy to obtain the Shura magic essence. Finding them and going to the main shrine together will also be of some help. Su Yan thought in his heart. He looked at the throne in the center but didn't think too much about it. After all, in the palace, there was a statue on every chair except for the throne. Su Yan was now worried about the safety of Dong Qinghao and the others, so he didn't think too much about it. Instead, he looked around and continued to walk forward. At this moment, the battle outside the Azura temple slowly came to a stop. The flames that soared into the sky also stopped. But even so, the few people of the Earth realm sat on one side, looking at each other with swords drawn and lips bent, as if a great battle could break out at any time. The Heaven and Earth Organization was the strongest sect in the 5 counties. As the great elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Tian was the leader of the Earth realm experts. Looking at the other Earth realm experts who were arguing, Yun Tian said coldly, "What's the use of arguing? Now that the disciples of the various sects have entered the Shura shrine, we have to work together to suppress the Shura shrine." Work together? Who wants to work together with you? Hearing Yun Tian's words, the black demon monster from the Black Demon Cave scolded coldly. Chapter 347. Although the black demon was arrogant, he looked down on all of the area sphere realm experts here. After all, in terms of sect strength, his Black Demon Cave was ranked third in the entire 5 counties. No one would dare to claim to be second. And because of this, the black demon truly knew how powerful Shura Shrine was. When Yun Tian saw the black demon suffer a setback, he revealed a cold smile and said, "Black demon, since you can't fight against the Azura Divine Palace by yourself, then don't talk nonsense here." After saying that, Yun Tian ignored the black demon and directly said to the other area sphere realm experts, "Today I, Yun Tian, swear in the name of the Heaven and Earth Organization that no matter if you are hidden experts or sect experts, you must work together to fight against Shura Shrine. If anyone tries to interfere, then don't blame the Heaven and Earth Organization for not being polite." As he spoke, Yun Tian's slightly aged face suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. Although the surrounding experts were area sphere realm experts, after seeing Yun Tian's aura, they were all shocked. I didn't expect Yun Tian to actually enter the 3-star area sphere realm. Then what kind of strength does the sect master of the Heaven and Earth Organization have? No matter how one looked at it, area sphere realm was divided into different realms. Yun Tian was at the 3-star area sphere realm. As for the other area sphere realm experts, most of them were at the 1-star area sphere realm. Even the black demon, who had been arrogant, was only at the 2-star area sphere realm. When he saw Yun Tian erupt with the 3-star area sphere realm strength, his heart couldn't help but tremble. Every time the area sphere realm increased by 1 star, it would take at least 10 years and at most 100 years. Although the difference between the two was only 1 star, the difference in strength was thousands of miles. Yun Tian's eruption of strength immediately caused the surrounding area sphere realm experts to be in awe. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Yun Tian nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Since everyone is here today, I'm sure you all know how terrifying this Shura Shrine is. I won't talk about it anymore. Now, every expert has their own disciples that have entered the Shura Shrine. If you don't want them to die in there, then help me seal the Shura Shrine. If the Shura King reappears, then..." Yun Tian didn't finish his sentence. With a leap, he sat on a spot. The other area sphere cultivators also stood in different positions and began to channel their chi into the Azura Divine Palace to channel their power. Su Yin, who was in the Shura Shrine, naturally didn't know about these things. After recovering his spirit chi for a short period of time, Su Yin continued to walk forward. This time, Su Yin was no longer as aimless as when he first came in. This was because Su Yin now knew that this Shura Shrine definitely hid some kind of treasure. With every step he took, Su Yin carefully explored every inch of the ground. Unfortunately, in the next 2 hours, Su Yin didn't obtain anything from the Shura Shrine. He also didn't find out how to use the demon crystals to find the main shrine. He also couldn't use the Shura essence to search for other demon crystals in the Shura Shrine. Of course, Su Yin also didn't think about obtaining demon crystals. After all, 108 demon crystals represented 108 saint beasts. This was enough to shock people. Su Yin really couldn't imagine that there would be demon crystals in here. "Senior brother, where exactly is that thing?" At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the front. Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He looked around and quickly hid behind a pillar. When he raised his head, he saw a few figures walking into a palace. Surprisingly, it was that ugly bastard Yun Mu. The person beside him was Yun Qin, who had been defeated by Su Yin. The other person was surprisingly the young palace master of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Wanqing. I didn't expect that these people would also enter the Shura Shrine. I just don't know what they want to find in the Shura Shrine. Su Yin slightly narrowed his eyes and followed them stealthily. Su Yin knew that Sword Sage also knew about the mysteries of the Shura Shrine. However, Sword Sage didn't pay any attention to him and let Su Yin explore on his own. When he saw these people from the Heaven and Earth Organization, Su Yin immediately thought of a solution. These people were the disciples of the Heaven and Earth Organization, so they definitely knew more about the Shura Shrine than him. Following them was definitely the right choice. After thinking about it, Su Yin didn't hesitate. He completely restrained his presence and slowly followed behind them. "Junior sister Wanqing, what do you think is so formidable about the Shura Shrine? We have been here for a long time, but we haven't encountered any danger." Yun Mu didn't pay attention to Yun Chen's words and instead asked Yun Wanqing to curry favor with her. "Senior brother Yun Mu, you can't say it like that. This Shura Shrine is an ancient sect, so we should be more careful." Although Yun Wanqing was somewhat disgusted with Yun Mu, it didn't matter what. The two of them were both members of the Heaven and Earth organization. Now that they had entered the mysterious Shura Shrine, they could be considered to be advancing and retreating together. When Yunmu heard Yun Wanqing's words, he didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded and said, "Junior Sister Wanqing, do you think that we can really obtain the inheritance of Devil Venerable Shura?" Devil Venerable Shura's inheritance. When Su Yen heard those words, he was startled. Just a moment ago, Su Yen could still remember that the person on the black profound stone had called himself Devil Venerable Shura. Could it be that these people have come to find Devil Venerable Shura's inheritance? Su Yen mumbled inwardly, but after thinking about it, he found that it wasn't right. Just a moment ago he had seen Devil Venerable Shura, but he hadn't obtained the inheritance. While Su Yen was puzzled, Yun Wanqing's next words opened Su Yan's mind. Shura Shrine has 8 Devil Venerables, but only one of them can leave behind the inheritance. Today more than one person has come to Shura Shrine, so obtaining the inheritance is easier said than done. Yun Wanqing's words were reasonable, without the slightest bit of arrogance. But even so, Su Yen could still see the resplendent light emitted from his eyes. It had always been a thirst for the power of inheritance. And Yunmu nodded, then looked at Yun Wanqing and said with a proud expression, "Junior Sister Wanqing, don't worry. As long as we meet Devil Venerable Shura, I will definitely let you obtain the inheritance." Yun Wanqing didn't reply to Yunmu's words. Yunmu didn't get angry, but a hint of coldness flashed through his eyes as he looked at her. "Yun Wanqing, do you really think that I will obediently let you obtain Devil Venerable Shura's inheritance? Although you are the young palace master, your strength is inferior to mine. As long as you obtain Devil Venerable Shura, you will obediently listen to me." Yunmu sneered while saying that in his heart. A profound coldness flashed through his eyes. Su Yen saw everything and immediately understood Yunmu's meaning. He couldn't help but sneer. Seems like this Yunmu wants to make a move on Yun Wanqing. So the Heaven and Earth organization isn't as peaceful as we thought. When he thought about it and thought about the monster palace, a bitter smile appeared on Su Yan's face. But after thinking about it, he understood. After all, this was the world of the powerhouses. Regardless of where one was, there would always be disputes. Naturally, Su Yen didn't think too much about it. Right then he was more concerned about the matter of Devil Venerable Shura. From Yun Wanqing's words, Su Yen understood that there wasn't only one Devil Venerable Shura in the Shura Shrine. Instead, there were many of them. After thinking about it like that, Su Yen understood. Presumably, the Shura Devil Venerable he had encountered a moment ago wasn't the Shura Devil Venerable who had inherited the power. I wonder if I will be able to break through the bottleneck and enter the spiritual ocean realm if I obtain the power of this Shura Devil Venerable, Su Yen thought to himself. At the same time, a resplendent light flashed through his eyes. Su Yen didn't give up and continued to follow the three of them. For Su Yen, the three of them were the best guiding lights and the best guides. He followed them for more than half an hour, but nothing special happened. When they entered a palace, the Shura soul essence in Yun Wanqing's hand instantly erupted with a resplendent light. This is the place. Yun Wanqing's pretty face sank, and at the same time, the cultivation method in her body began to circulate. Yunmu also wrinkled his brows and cautiously looked around. As for Yunqin, he followed behind Yunmu. Su Yen sensed the sudden change and looked at the Shura soul essence in his hand, which was continuously flickering. At the same time he couldn't help but wrinkle his brows. Could it be that this is the use of the Shura soul essence? But senior brother Dong Qinghao and the others didn't obtain the Shura soul essence. The more Su Yen thought about it, the more puzzled he became. But when he looked at the three people in front of him, Su Yen quickly threw this thought to the back of his mind. His eyes shone with a sharp light as he stared at the three people in front of him. Bang! At that moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the palace, and a black shadow surged forward. At the same time, a formidable power surged forth. Who dares to barge into my Shura shrine? A powerful force was emitted. At the same time, the surging black shadow slowly condensed into a human figure. The three people immediately knelt down and respectfully said, "Mighty Devil Shura, we are disciples of Shura Shrine and have come to receive the inheritance of Devil Shura." "Disciples of Shura Shrine, have you brought the keepsake of my Shura Shrine?" the black shadow asked. Naturally. After saying that, Yun Wanqing offered the Shura soul essence in her hands. However, the black shadow didn't accept it and instead laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, a trifling soul essence can be used as a keepsake? Umph." Chapter 348. The three of them bowed at the same time, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. "Mighty Devil Shura, What kind of keepsake do we need to obtain your inheritance? Yun Wanqing asked respectfully. When Devil Shura heard Yun Wanqing's words, his complexion became slightly better, but he still maintained his arrogant appearance. Without even looking at the three of them, he said in an ice-cold voice, "If you are truly sincere, why don't you collect all the devil souls in Shura Shrine and gather them in Shura's soul essence? At that time you can come and find me." Devil souls. When the three of them heard Devil Shura's words, they couldn't help but be startled. Su Yin, who was hiding on the side, was also startled. After all, none of them knew what devil souls were. "Mighty Devil Shura, where exactly do we need to find devil souls?" Yun Wanqing asked again. "You will have to find them yourself," Devil Shura said in annoyance. Yun Wanqing wanted to ask again, but unfortunately, Devil Shura had already disappeared from the shrine. Everyone's brows couldn't help but crease. Yunmu raised his head to look at Yun Wanqing and asked, "Junior Sister Wanqing, what should we do now?" Yun Wanqing slightly creased her brows. "Since we want to obtain Devil Shura's inheritance, we need to find those devil souls." Yunmu nodded, then looked around with a frown. "Damn it, what kind of sect is this? How come they have so many strange things? I've never heard of them before." A hint of displeasure flashed across Yunmu's face. After all, they were completely clueless and it made everyone feel stifled in their hearts. But it was normal. After all, Shura Shrine was a sect from ancient times. It had been thousands of years since then, so it was normal for the current cultivators to not recognize the things from that time. Yun Wanqing was worthy of being the young master of heaven and earth organization. Although she had some doubts in her heart, she quickly made a decision after looking at the surroundings. She turned around and said to Yun Chen and Yun Mu, "Let's go. Since Devil Venerable Shura said that he found the devil's soul, it should be in the shrine of Shura. We can go and find it." Yun Wanqing loathed Yun Mu and Yun Chen. However, the three of them were still disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization. In addition, Yun Wanqing was very clear that if she wanted to receive the inheritance of Devil Venerable Shura's power, she would need the protection of Yun Mu and Yun Chen. At that moment, Yun Mu didn't have the slightest interest in Yun Wanqing's suggestion. However, as Yun Wanqing walked forward and looked at her arrogant appearance, a cold glint involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Devil soul. Su Yin muttered inwardly, but didn't think too much about it and quietly followed the three of them. Along the way, Su Yin held his breath and cautiously used the large pillars of the shrine of Shura. After following them for about an hour, they still hadn't been discovered. This allowed Su Yan's tense nerves to loosen up quite a bit. After all, Yun Mu, Yun Chen, and Yun Wanqing were all more powerful than him. In addition, there was hatred between him and Yun Mu. If he was discovered, Su Yin was certain that Yun Mu wouldn't let him off easily. "Who is it?" However, just when Su Yin relaxed and hid behind a pillar to rest, Yun Wanqing, who was walking in front, suddenly snorted and looked in Su Yan's direction with a guarded expression. "Could it be that we've been discovered?" Su Yin was startled by her shout. "Who exactly is it? Quickly come out." At this time Yun Mu also shouted in anger. Su Yin was certain that he had been discovered. While following the three of them, Su Yin had been prepared to be discovered by them. He couldn't fight against the three of them, but at least he could run away. Su Yin steeled his heart and was about to reveal himself. Bang! Suddenly a loud explosion echoed. Inside the shrine, a black fog surged forth. When Yun Wanqing, Yun Mu, and Yun Chen saw the black fog, they glanced at each other. Their eyes suddenly shone and they excitedly said, "Devil Soul, I didn't expect that Devil Soul would surprisingly be here." Devil Soul. When Su Yin heard their words, he couldn't help but be startled. He then stealthily stuck his head out and glanced at the three of them. Only then did he discover that they hadn't discovered him, but had instead discovered the Devil Soul. When Yun Wanqing, Yun Mu, and Yun Chen saw the Devil Soul, they looked at each other and simultaneously attacked it. Now that Su Yin knew that they hadn't discovered him, he felt relieved. Looking at the black shadow that was like a cloud of fog, the corner of his mouth rose into a smile. "So this is the Devil Soul." Devil Soul. Looking at the demonic soul, Su Yan's eyes couldn't help but flash with a bright light. Just a moment ago, Su Yin had also heard the words of Devil Ancestor Shura. As long as he collected the Devil Souls, he would be able to obtain the inheritance of Devil Ancestor Shura. Su Yin wasn't clear about how much power he would obtain after obtaining the inheritance of Devil Ancestor Shura. However, when he thought about how Yun Wanqing, the young master of the Heaven and Earth organization, had entered Shura's shrine to obtain the inheritance of Devil Ancestor Shura, the amount of power she would obtain was definitely not small. Actually, there was no need to think about Yun Wanqing. Just from the name of Shura's shrine and the gimmick of Shura's devil ancestor, Su Yen believed that if he obtained the inheritance of devil ancestor Shura's power, he would definitely be able to break through to the spiritual ocean realm. Then should I? As Su Yen thought about it, he looked at the devil's soul and a resplendent light flickered in his eyes. But when he saw the strength of the devil's soul, Su Yen immediately dispelled the thought in his heart. The devil's soul seemed weak, but unfortunately the strength it erupted with was astonishing. Yun Wanqing was at the 7th layer of spiritual ocean realm. Yun Mu was also at the 7th layer of spiritual ocean realm. Even with Yun Qin, who was at the 2nd layer of spiritual ocean realm, they could barely fight the devil's soul to a standstill. Because of this, Su Yen dispelled the thought of provoking the devil's soul. Even the three of them are no match for it, let alone me. Su Yen bitterly smiled and shook his head, dispelling the thought of obtaining the inheritance of devil ancestor Shura's power. Although he was somewhat unwilling in his heart, there was nothing he could do about it. I will first observe for a while and search for that Shura's devil essence. Su Yen laughed at himself and didn't think about it anymore. However, he didn't leave. After all, with the three of them here, Su Yen couldn't move forward. Su Yen also wanted to see how exactly Yun Wanqing would obtain the inheritance of Shura's devil ancestor. Naturally, the most important thing was that Su Yen wanted to see what exactly Yun Mu was plotting. Although the devil soul's strength was formidable, the three of them were elites of the Heaven and Earth organization. With the three of them joining hands, the devil soul still couldn't resist. Soon, under the pincer attack of the three of them, the devil soul was defeated and absorbed into the Shura's soul essence in Yun Wanqing's hand. But clearly one devil soul wasn't enough. Just as the three of them were about to move forward, another devil soul appeared. This saved the three of them a lot of trouble. One devil soul after another. After a total of 10 devil souls appeared, the Shura's soul essence in Yun Wanqing's hand turned dark green. It should be fine now, Yun Wanqing said with uncertainty. Yun Mu also wasn't sure. After all, the matter of the Shura's shrine was really too strange. It was so strange that Su Yen didn't know what the use of the Shura's soul essence was. The Shura's soul essence seemed to be omnipotent in the Shura's shrine, but sometimes it also seemed to be completely useless. Su Yen looked at the Shura's soul essence in his hand and frowned. But when he saw the three of them turn around, he didn't think too much about it and quietly hid behind the pillar. After the three of them passed by, he followed behind them. Because of the experience just now. Now, the three of them were quite familiar with the place and soon arrived at the place where Devil Shura had appeared. Mighty Devil Shura, I have brought you the Devil Soul, Yun Wanqing said respectfully after arriving at the place where they had just arrived. The moment she said those words, a loud bang rang out. With a loud bang, Devil Shura rose from the ground. Once Devil Shura appeared, he didn't pay any attention to Yun Wanqing's group of three. Instead, he snatched the Devil Soul in Yun Wanqing's hand and looked at the Devil Soul contained in the Shura's soul essence. He laughed loudly and said, Devil Soul, it's really a Devil Soul. Azura demon ancestor laughed heartily as he spoke. His excited appearance made the others frown involuntarily. This was because no one knew what the Azura demon venerable wanted the Devil Soul for. After all, Devil Shura had fallen several thousand years ago. Otherwise, with the strength of the Azura temple alone, the entire 5 counties would be under their control. No other sect would be able to resist them. Of course, not knowing was one thing. Yun Wanqing and the others stood in front of Devil Shura, but didn't dare to say anything. After all, no one knew what was going on with Devil Shura's temper. If the three of them wanted to obtain the inheritance of Devil Shura's power, they had to listen to him obediently. The three of them didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. Fortunately, after being excited for a while, Devil Shura quickly recovered. He looked at Yun Wanqing with a grave and stern expression and said, Since you have helped me find the Devil Soul, you can now begin to receive my Devil Shura's grand inheritance. When Yun Wanqing heard his words, an excited expression appeared on her face. She immediately knelt down and signaled to Yun Qin and Yun Mu with her eyes. Yun Mu and Yun Qin also suddenly realized what was going on. The two of them suddenly moved aside and took out several small flags, arranging them according to the heavenly stem 8 trigrams formation. When Su Yen saw their strange actions, he couldn't help but frown, but when he saw the formation they were arranging, he quickly understood. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Seems like this Heaven and Earth organization really does know some things about Shura Shrine. Su Yen smiled faintly but didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he was only here to watch the show. He didn't have much interest in the inheritance of power. Bang! Right at this moment, the Azura demon venerable leaped into the air as a powerful energy burst out from his body. Chapter 349. The waves of Yin wind quickly turned into a formidable force that spread out in all directions. Yun Wanqing stood at the center and looked at the Yin wind. Her previously calm expression instantly became excited, and a resplendent light shone in her eyes. Shura Devil Sage's figure also expanded. A loud bang echoed. The Azura Demon Venerable's entire body turned into a cloud of black mist and exploded in the air, fusing with the chilly wind. What exactly is going on? When Su Yin saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown, and his face was filled with astonishment. Yunmu, hurry up and arrange the spell formation. Yun Wanqing, who was standing in the middle of the spell formation, shouted at Yunmu in a stern voice. When Yunmu heard Yun Wanqing's words, he looked at the Yin wind that was continuously rotating in the air, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. When Yun Wanqing saw Yunmu standing there motionlessly, she shouted again, Yunmu, what are you doing? What am I doing? When Yunmu heard Yun Wanqing's words, the smile on his face became even wider. Yun Wanqing, what do you think I am doing? You? Yun Wanqing looked at Yunmu's sinister expression and quickly understood. Her pupils shrank and she shouted, Yunmu, are you trying to disobey my orders? Your orders, ha ha ha. When Yunmu heard Yun Wanqing's words, he suddenly burst into laughter. Yun Wanqing, such big words. If I remember correctly, I am your fiancé. When Yun Wanqing heard Yunmu's words, her expression turned gloomy, but she didn't reply. I hadn't expected that this Yunmu would surprisingly be Yun Wanqing's fiancé. Interesting. When Su Yin heard Yun Wanqing's words, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. He looked at Yun Wanqing's devastatingly beautiful face and then at Yunmu's incomparably ugly face. Su Yin felt pity for Yun Wanqing. Naturally, pity was pity. In any case, this matter didn't concern him, so Su Yin didn't care about it. When Yunmu saw that Yun Wanqing didn't reply, he raised his eyebrows and said, Yun Wanqing, do you really think that I came here willingly to help you obtain the inheritance of Devil Venerable Shura's power? You're too naive. The inheritance of Devil Shura's power can help me at least reach the peak of spiritual ocean realm. Do you think that I would let this opportunity? Yun Wanqing, to be honest, I've tolerated you for a long time. It's really been a long time. After saying that, Yunmu looked greedily at Yun Wanqing's enchanting body and clicked his tongue. Yun Wanqing, after so many years, I still haven't exercised my responsibility as a husband, so now. After saying that, Yunmu's pupils shrank and he reached out to grab Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing's reaction was extremely fast. She jumped up and dodged Yunmu's attack. Yun Wanqing's dodge startled Yunmu. How can you move? Of course I can move. A hint of a cold smile appeared at the corners of Yun Wanqing's mouth, and she looked at Yunmu with disdain. Yunmu, do you really think that I, Yun Wanqing, am so stupid as to trust you completely? The inheritance of Devil Shura's power must first be sealed in order to completely accept it. But don't forget that I am the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. My bloodline is the purest bloodline of spell formations, so how can a trifling seal trap me? When Yun Wanqing said those words, her delicate appearance completely disappeared, and a majestic aura spread out from between her brows. The aura of the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization was completely revealed. Yunmu was startled at first. Then, a cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Yun Wanqing, I hadn't expected that you would conceal yourself so deeply. But do you think that you can smoothly obtain the inheritance of Devil Shura's power like this? Devil Shura's power inheritance ceremony has already begun, and Devil Shura no longer determines who will receive the inheritance. Do you think that you have the opportunity to snatch it from my hands? He doesn't determine who will receive it. Su Yin originally had the attitude of watching a good show, but when he heard Yunmu's words he was startled. He looked at the power floating in the air, and a resplendent light suddenly flashed in Su Yan's eyes. He originally didn't have much interest in Devil Shura's power. After all, Su Yin had some self-awareness. Given his present strength, if he wanted to snatch food from the three spiritual ocean realm experts, Yun Wanqing, Yunmu, and Yunshin, he was still too weak. Naturally, the most important thing was that Su Yin felt that he had no way of obtaining the inheritance of Devil Shura's power. This was because he had thought that the Azura demon ancestor would only be able to accept the inheritance if he had chosen someone. When he heard Yunmu's words, Su Yin couldn't help but feel an impulse in his heart. Naturally, although he was impulsive, he didn't lose his reason. If Su Yin went out, he would certainly die. When Yun Wanqing heard Yunmu's words, a cold smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Yunmu, even if that's the case, so what? Don't tell me that you have the confidence to defeat me? Don't forget that I am the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. Young sect master. When Yunmu heard Yun Wanqing's words, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Yun Wanqing, do you really think that you are amazing just because you are the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization? Don't forget that I am the true #1 person of the Heaven and Earth organization. Bang! While speaking, the cultivation method in Yunmu's body began to revolve rapidly, and a majestic power rose from his body. 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm. When Yun Wanqing saw the power surging out of Yunmu's body, she couldn't help but be startled. But she quickly regained her calm and looked at Yunmu. Yunmu, I hadn't expected that you would have concealed your strength so deeply. You have surprisingly broken through to the 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm. That's only natural. Yunmu licked his lips and smiled. Yun Wanqing, do you know how long I have been waiting for this moment? For a full 20 years, ever since you were conferred the status of young sect master, I have been preparing for it. Originally, I had been thinking about how to obtain you. After all, with your status as young sect master and your good father, it would have been difficult for me to find an opportunity to make a move on you in the Heaven and Earth organization. But who would have thought that Shura Shrine would suddenly appear? Ha ha ha. After thinking about it, an arrogant smile appeared on Yunmu's face. When Shura Shrine appeared, I knew that my chance had come. My chance to obtain you has come, ha ha ha. The more Yunmu spoke, the more brilliant the smile on his face became, and the more complacent he became. When Yun Wanqing heard his smile, her complexion sank and she shouted, Yunmu, do you really think that your plan is so thorough? Do you really think that you are the #1 person in the Heaven and Earth organization? While speaking, a cold smile appeared on Yun Wanqing's face. With a loud bang, a majestic power surged out of her body. 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm, surprisingly they are also at the 8th rank. When Su Yin saw this scene he couldn't help but frown. He hadn't expected that the two of them, who were about the same age as him, would have already reached the 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm. Su Yin couldn't help but admire the strength of the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization, which was the #1 sect in the 5 provinces. Other sects couldn't compare to them. Naturally, Su Yin didn't believe that he was inferior to them. After all, Su Yin had wasted many years on the path of cultivation when he was in the Su family. Su Yin had only been cultivating for a few years. Just based on this, Su Yin had already defeated all of them. When Yunmu saw Yun Wanqing revealing the strength of the 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm, he couldn't help but be startled. Soon after, a smile appeared on his face. Yun Wanqing, I hadn't expected that you had concealed your strength so deeply. Surprisingly, you are also at the 8th rank Spirit Ocean Realm. But don't forget that I still have someone by my side. While Yunmu was sneering, Yun Qin, who hadn't said anything until now, suddenly walked over and stood beside Yunmu. If the two of them were to fight, Yun Wanqing wouldn't be afraid of Yunmu. Yunmu was the #1 disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization. However, Yun Wanqing was the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. Her status was much higher than Yunmu's. However, if there was an additional cloud of dust, then it would be a different story. Yun Qin, don't tell me that you also want to betray the Heaven and Earth organization? Yun Wanqing shouted at Yun Qin. Yun Qin smiled faintly. Young sect master, it isn't that Yun Qin wants to betray the Heaven and Earth organization, but rather that Yun Qin wants to make the Heaven and Earth organization even more powerful. Even more powerful. Yun Wanqing was startled. She didn't understand the meaning behind Yun Qin's words. Yun Qin continued. Young sect master, senior brother Yunmu has always been the #1 disciple of our sect, and you are his fiancé. If the two of you join hands, the Heaven and Earth organization will definitely become even more powerful. Therefore, today I want to help senior brother Yunmu obtain you so that our Heaven and Earth organization can reach the next level. Nonsense. When Yun Wanqing heard Yun Qin's words, anger instantly appeared on her beautiful face. With a shout, she slapped her storage pouch and took out her weapon. She took the initiative to attack Yun Qin. Yun Qin, since you want to be a traitor today, I will kill you first. Yun Wanqing, don't forget that your opponent is me. When Yunmu saw Yun Wanqing attacking Yun Qin, he quickly stepped forward to block Yun Wanqing. Bang! A loud sound echoed. The weapons of the two people collided, and at the same time, countless rays of light exploded. At the same time, Yun Wanqing and Yunmu couldn't help but retreat a few steps. This time, the two of them didn't speak any more nonsense. After retreating a few steps, they began to fight again. Both of them were well-known figures of the Heaven and Earth organization. Both of them were at the 8th layer of spiritual ocean realm, and the strength they erupted with was astonishing. The majestic power surging forth caused Su Yan, who was watching from the side, to be flabbergasted. 8th layer spiritual ocean realm is really powerful. Su Yan mumbled to himself. Although he was just here to watch the show, no matter what, there was still some hatred between Su Yan and Yunmu. Chapter 350. Although Su Yan didn't know Yun Wanqing, at least he didn't dislike Yun Wanqing. On the other hand, Su Yan hated Su Yan. Naturally, Su Yan hadn't forgotten the task entrusted to him by Ninth Uncle. He had asked him to take care of the Heaven and Earth organization. With Su Yan's current strength, taking care of the Heaven and Earth organization was a fantasy. However, Su Yan hadn't forgotten the task entrusted to him by Ninth Uncle. Although he didn't have the strength, it didn't mean that Su Yan wouldn't do it. This was a man's commitment to his word. After thinking about this, Su Yan no longer looked at the battle between the two of them with the attitude of watching a good show. Instead, he was thinking about which of the two of them would win, which would be beneficial to the Heaven and Earth organization. Actually, Su Yan already had some prejudiced thoughts in his heart. In addition, Yun Wanqing had the identity of the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan naturally wanted Yun Wanqing to win. Unfortunately, although Yun Wanqing and Yun Mu were both at the 8th layer of spiritual ocean realm, it could be said that the two of them were equally matched. However, Yun Qin was constantly obstructing them from the side. Yun Wanqing was always at a disadvantage. Cloudy mist technique, overlooking the heavens. Both Yun Mu and Yun Qin used the Heaven and Earth organization's unique 10,000 elephant divine skill at the same time. Suddenly, a berserk energy surged in the palace and rushed toward Yun Wanqing like a huge wave. Cloudy mist technique, divine healing. When Yun Wanqing saw this scene, she was startled in her heart. She was also a member of the Heaven and Earth organization, so she understood the cloudy mist technique very well. She was very clear about the formidability of overlooking the heavens. If it had been Yun Qin who had unleashed it, Yun Wanqing wouldn't have been afraid. However, it had been unleashed by Yun Mu, who was at the 8th layer of spiritual ocean realm. Whether it was in terms of speed or strength, he was much stronger than Yun Qin. Not to mention the fact that the two of them were using overlooking the heavens at the same time, their combined strength was much greater than Yun Mu's. Yun Wanqing didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. She directly used Yun Wusu's divine healing technique to resist this wave of powerful attacks. Unfortunately, even so, bang, when this powerful force collided with Yun Wanqing, there was a sudden explosion. Yun Wanqing cried out and her entire body flew backwards. Bang, he fell heavily to the ground. Yun Mu and Yun Qin arrived one after another. Yun Mu looked at Yun Wanqing, who was lying on the ground in a sorry state, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yun Wanqing, I told you long ago that you weren't my opponent. Humph, Yun Mu, you despicable and shameless person, Yun Wanqing angrily shouted. Am I despicable? I am indeed despicable. Yun Mu didn't feel any shame. Instead, he felt somewhat proud. He looked at the power of Devil Master Shura, which was still rotating in the center, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yun Wanqing, you wait here obediently for me. Wait until I obtain the inheritance of Devil Master Shura, then I will serve you. Yun Mu had another meaning when he said that. Although Yun Wanqing was inexperienced, she had lived for a long time after all, so she naturally understood what he meant. A hint of redness appeared on her face, and at the same time she angrily shouted, Yun Mu, do you really think that I will let you obtain the inheritance of Devil Master Shura's power? While speaking, Yun Wanqing suddenly jumped up, and as she waved her hands, a berserk power was formed. When Yun Mu and Yun Qin saw this scene, they were startled and quickly retreated a few steps. They looked at the power surging in Yun Wanqing's hands with astonishment and mumbled, Impossible this. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Yun Wanqing sneered and continuously waved her hands. The power in her hands surged faster and faster, and soon, an enormous energy ball was formed. Cloud mist technique, cloud overlooking the world, second layer secret technique, cloud crystallization. Yun Wanqing angrily shouted and suddenly waved her hands. The formidable energy ball surging in her hands was instantly pushed forward. Its speed was as fast as lightning. At the same time, the ball of light instantly condensed into the shape of a sharp sword. It emitted resplendent rays of light and attacked Yun Mu and Yun Qin. Quickly dodge. Yun Mu was startled and hurriedly shouted at Yun Qin. Unfortunately, the speed of the cloud crystallization was too fast. The two of them had no way to dodge. With a loud bang, the two of them were blasted apart. Puchi! A mouthful of blood gushed out from the corners of their mouths at the same time. Yun Chen was blown away by the explosion and fainted. Yun Mu's strength was slightly higher than Yun Chen's, but he wasn't much better off. He was blown several tens of meters away. Cloud Mist technique is indeed formidable. When Su Yan saw this formidable attack, he was also overwhelmed with shock. Su Yan had only grasped the 10,000 elephant divine skill of Dongqing clan, torrential storm of rose blossoms. Even though its power was extremely formidable, Su Yan still felt somewhat inferior when compared to the Cloud Mist technique in front of him. This caused Su Yan's thirst for the Cloud Mist technique to increase by a few notches. After Yun Wanqing unleashed this technique, her body fell from the sky and fell to the ground. Her complexion was pale, and she no longer had the majestic presence from before. Clearly, it was somewhat difficult for her to unleash such a powerful technique with her strength. Yun Mu fell far away and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Only then did he stand up with difficulty. He looked at Yun Wanqing, who had fallen to the ground, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Yun Wanqing, I truly hadn't expected that you would be able to grasp the cloud crystallization. It was truly my miscalculation. I hadn't expected that even the cloud crystallization wouldn't be able to stop him. Yun Wanqing looked at Yun Mu, who could still stand up, and a hint of a bitter smile appeared on her face. She had long since lost her previous arrogance. Looking at Yun Wanqing's appearance, Yun Mu laughed heartily and staggered toward the power of Shura Devil Master. Yun Wanqing, so what if you have grasped the cloud crystallization? So what? So what? The power of Shura Devil Master will always be mine. It's all mine. I, Yun Mu, am the most powerful expert of the Heaven and Earth organization. Yun Mu bellowed, and his figure shrank as he prepared to leap toward the power of Shura Devil Master. Upon seeing this, Yun Wanqing despaired. She was clear that if Yun Mu obtained the inheritance of the power of Shura Devil Master, what kind of fate would await her? This won't do. Even if I, Yun Wanqing, die, I won't be raped by this ugly person. As Yun Wanqing thought about it, she slowly raised the weapon in her hand. She wanted to end her life, but she also thought about the beauty of life. When she thought about the Heaven and Earth organization and her loved ones, Yun Wanqing's body trembled slightly. It was such a wonderful thing to be alive. How much courage did it take to end one's own life? She, Yun Wanqing, truly didn't want to die. At that moment she was hoping for a miracle. Unfortunately, since things had already developed to this point, she had no other choice. When she heard Yun Mu's complacent laughter, Yun Wanqing slowly raised the weapon in her hand. Just as she was about to cut her own throat, bang! Suddenly a loud sound rang out, startling Yun Wanqing. When she turned around, she saw the white robe fluttering in the wind. Yun Wanqing's eyes immediately lit up. It's him. Yun Mu was about to enter the power of Shura Devil Master to receive the inheritance when he was attacked by a sudden attack. He was startled by the sudden attack. Using the remaining spiritual force in his body, he dodged backwards. At the same time, anger surged in his eyes as he shouted, "Who is it?" When he saw Su Yan's figure in front of him, his entire body trembled with anger. "It's you, why are you here?" Su Yan didn't pay attention to his words. Instead, he looked at the power of Shura Devil Master, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "I wonder if I can break through to the spiritual ocean realm if I obtain the inheritance of this power of Shura Devil Master," he said inwardly. While he was speaking, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he jumped into the spell formation. Bang! 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 The moment Su Yan stepped in, the dazzling power of the Azura demon ancestor exploded with countless loud bangs. Like bolts of lightning, it struck Su Yan's body directly. Ah! The heart-wrenching pain caused Su Yan to involuntarily growl. However, at the same time, Su Yan could feel a powerful force surging through his various meridians, causing his blood vessels to suddenly swell up. No! No! When Yun Mu saw this scene, his scalp exploded and he furiously howled, "No, this power belongs to me, it belongs to me, Su Yan, I will kill you." Yun Mu furiously roared and rushed into the spell formation, but unfortunately, it had already been activated. If Yun Mu was still at the peak of the 8th layer, he could have broken the spell formation, but unfortunately he was just a crossbow and couldn't get close to it. He was bounced back. No, impossible. Yun Mu looked at Su Yan, who was receiving the inheritance of Shura Devil Master's power, and his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. A blood-red light flashed through them and he repeatedly howled, "No, Su Yan, I will kill you, kill you. This power belongs to me, it belongs to me. I have been waiting for this day for dozens of years. Impossible, impossible." While Yun Mu was mumbling, a sharp sword suddenly pierced through his back. His body stiffened, and when he turned around to look, he saw that it was surprisingly Yun Wanqing. His expression became even more furious. His face was filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do, so he slowly fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open and he was unwilling to die in peace. Su Yen was merely an ant in his eyes, while he, Yun Mu, was a divine dragon. But how could he have expected that the matter he had been preparing for would be destroyed by an ant? The thing he had been scheming for so long was about to enter his mouth, and it was snatched away by that ant. He was unwilling to die in peace. Chapter 351. Yun Wanqing looked at Yunmu's body on the ground. Although Yunmu was a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization and was very likely the future hope of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Wanqing didn't feel the slightest bit of emotion when she looked at his corpse. For Yun Wanqing, it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. After all, regardless of who Yunmu was, regardless of whether Yun Wanqing accepted him or not, he still had the identity of her fiancé. This identity had always entangled Yun Wanqing. Now that Yunmu had perished, the stone that had been pressing down on Yun Wanqing's heart was finally lifted. Ah! At that moment, Su Yen, who was receiving the inheritance of Devil Sage Shura's power in the spell formation, suddenly let out a mournful cry. Yun Wanqing's attention also fell on Su Yan's body. Looking at his handsome face and fluttering white robes, Yun Wanqing didn't know why, but she didn't feel the slightest bit of anger. The inheritance of Devil Sage Shura should have belonged to her. Now that it had been taken by Su Yen, Yun Wanqing should have been furious. But when she looked at Su Yen, Yun Wanqing didn't feel the slightest bit of anger. Her heart was as calm as still water. This made Yun Wanqing somewhat astonished. Moreover, Yun Wanqing couldn't understand why Su Yen had appeared here. She was the young master of the Heaven and Earth Organization, so she was naturally clear that Su Yen was currently being hunted down by the entire 5 counties. Betraying a sect was a major crime. Could be said that everyone had the right to punish them. After suffering the betrayal of Yun Qin and Yun Mu, Yun Wanqing felt even more hatred toward those who betrayed their sect. But when she looked at Su Yen, Yun Wanqing didn't feel the slightest bit of anger. In fact, when she looked at Su Yen, there was even a hint of approval in her eyes. Yun Wanqing also didn't know what this strange feeling was. Forget it. It's probably because this kid saved me. Yun Wanqing laughed self-deprecatingly. She originally wanted to leave, but she remembered that Su Yen was here to receive the power of inheritance from Shura. If someone came, it might be dangerous. In addition, Yun Wanqing was also seriously injured. After taking a glance at Su Yen, she simply sat down beside Su Yen. While protecting Su Yen, she also recovered her strength. Azura Demon Venerable's power of inheritance lasted for several hours. Only then did the dazzling power completely enter Su Yan's arms. Su Yen also opened his eyes the moment the power fell, and a scarlet light surged out of them. Seeing this, Yun Wanqing couldn't help but be startled. She hurriedly took a few steps back. What's going on? Ah! Under the surge of the scarlet light, Su Yen suddenly shouted and fainted on the ground. When Yun Wanqing saw this scene, she was even more stunned. After seeing Su Yen faint, she became even more anxious. She hurriedly went forward to check on Su Yan's injuries. If she didn't see it, she wouldn't know, but when she saw it, she was shocked. This power is so terrifying. Yun Wanqing checked the power contained in Su Yan's body. Even though she was the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth Organization, a powerhouse of the 8th stage of the Spirit Sea realm, she was still shocked. However, she soon discovered that Su Yen seemed to be only at the 9-star celestial phase realm. This made Yun Wanqing puzzled. This kid's pulse is clearly only at the 9-star celestial phase realm. Why does he have such powerful strength? Yun Wanqing frowned as she thought about it. After several hours of recovery, although she had yet to return to her peak, her strength had still recovered quite a bit. Looking at Su Yan's unconscious appearance, she hesitated for a moment. Yun Wanqing immediately used the cloudy mist technique to treat Su Yan. Under the treatment of the cloudy mist technique, Su Yan slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, the first thing Su Yan did was to check his own strength. Why is it still at the 9-star celestial phase realm? While Su Yan was feeling disappointed, he also noticed the boundless power contained in his body. He was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something and thought to himself, could it be that the inheritance of the Demon Lord Shura is still unable to allow me to break through the bottleneck of the 9-star celestial phase realm? When Su Yen received the inheritance of the Demon Lord Shura's power, he had sensed the power of the Shura Demon Lord. No matter what, it would have allowed him to break through to the celestial phase realm, but he was still stuck at the 9-star celestial phase realm. This made Su Yen a little suspicious, whether or not the Shura demon essence had any way to help him break through the bottleneck of the celestial phase realm. Why are you here? At this moment Yun Wanqing asked coldly from the side. This also made Su Yan suddenly realize that there was someone beside him. He hurriedly stood up, thinking that Yun Wanqing's identity was more sensitive, and that he was still carrying a crime. Su Yan hesitated for a moment, then casually said, I came in by accident. By accident. Yun Wanqing looked at Su Yan with obvious disdain. She definitely didn't believe his words, but she didn't ask any further. Instead she turned around and walked forward. When Su Yan saw this scene he couldn't help but frown. He didn't understand what Yun Wanqing meant by this. However, no matter what, he had snatched away the inheritance of the Shura demon Lord Yun Wanqing. In addition, he had promised Ninth Uncle that he would take care of the Heaven and Earth organization. Now, he had actually snatched away the inheritance of the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He chased after Yun Wanqing and asked, Where are you going now? Yun Wanqing glanced at Su Yan, ignored Su Yan's words and still walked straight forward. When Su Yan saw Yun Wanqing's cold face, he smiled helplessly and didn't ask much. Thinking that he didn't know where to find the main shrine now, he simply followed Yun Wanqing and continued to walk forward. It was still somewhat interesting. From the beginning, Su Yan had been following them. Now he was following them openly. In fact, Yun Wanqing didn't know why she didn't answer Su Yan's question. It was because Yun Wanqing didn't know where to go. Because she came to the Shura shrine today to get the inheritance of the Shura demon lord. Who knew that in the end it would actually benefit Su Yan. Coupled with the strangeness of the Shura shrine, even if the Heaven and Earth organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties, they still couldn't really understand the secrets of the Shura shrine, at least before the Shura shrine opened. Yun Wanqing also didn't know how to get out. Now Yun Wanqing was in the Shura shrine just to try her luck. She wanted to see if there were any treasures in the Shura shrine. The two walked all the way. After a few hours, the two felt that they had almost walked through the entire Shura shrine. Unfortunately, when they looked ahead, they still couldn't see the end. This made the two couldn't help but wonder how big the Shura shrine was. Perhaps this tranquility made the two of them feel bored. Yun Wanqing, who had been silent all this time, also turned her head to Su Yan and asked, Did you come to the Shura shrine to look for something? Yes. Su Yan nodded. This time he didn't hide it from Yun Wanqing and said, I know that there is a Shura demon essence in the Shura shrine. I want to find the Shura demon essence. What? You want to get the Shura demon essence? Yun Wanqing's face suddenly became serious when she heard Su Yan's words. When Su Yan saw Yun Wanqing's expression, he couldn't help but be startled. He stared blankly for a moment before saying, I came for the Azura Devil essence. Nonsense. Yun Wanqing suddenly shouted, Do you know what the Shura demon essence is? Of course I know. Although Yun Wanqing's strength was much stronger than Su Yan's, Yun Wanqing was still a woman after all. Being scolded by a woman like this made Su Yan a little angry. You know. Yun Wanqing ignored Su Yan's anger and said coldly, Su Yan, I'm telling you, if you take away the Shura demon essence, I'm afraid that you will harm the people of the 5 counties. What? Su Yan was stunned when he heard Yun Wanqing's words. Then he looked at Yun Wanqing's serious expression. She wasn't exaggerating. He also became serious and asked, What's going on? Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan's expression and understood that Su Yan knew nothing about the Shura Demon Palace. Looking ahead, it was dark and she didn't know where to go. She simply explained the Shura Demon Palace to Su Yan. The Shura Demon Palace is a sect from ancient times. I think you know this. Yun Wanqing looked at Su Yan and said, Yes. Seeing Su Yan nod, Yun Wanqing continued, The reason why the Shura Demon Palace could dominate the 5 counties at that time was because the Shura Demon Palace had the 8 Shura Demon Masters. The 8 Shura Demon Masters were different. They were the Heaven, Earth, Xian and Huang Demon Masters, and the Kindness, Beauty and Ugliness Demon Masters. The Heaven, Earth, Xian and Huang Demon Masters were undoubtedly the strongest among the 8 Demon Masters. However, because it was too long ago, no one knew how terrifying their strength was at that time. However, I remember that the 8 Demon Masters seemed to want to dominate the entire Qian realm. Yes, the entire Qian realm, not the 5 counties. As for what happened after that and why the Azura Divine Palace fell, I don't know. Su Yan was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect the Shura Demon Palace to be so powerful. Not only did they dominate the 5 counties, but they even wanted to dominate the entire Qian realm. Although the 5 counties were powerful, the Jiuzhou continent was the real world of martial artists. Su Yan couldn't believe what the Jiuzhou continent was like. However, the Shura Demon Palace had the strength to control 2 continents. How powerful were the 4 demon masters? How powerful was the Shura Demon Palace? Yun Wanqing didn't care about Su Yan's shock. After all, when she first learned about the Shura Demon Palace's power, her expression wasn't any better than Su Yan's. After Su Yan digested the information, Yun Wanqing continued, the Heaven, Earth, Xian and Huang Demon Masters are missing. However, we can confirm that the Kindness, Beauty and Ugliness Demon Masters are in the Shura Demon Palace. It's the Azura Demon Venerable's power inheritance that we just obtained. It's precisely because of his amiable nature that Demon Venerable left behind his power for his descendants to inherit. Chapter 352. The reason why Su Yan felt guilty about snatching away Yun Wanqing's power inheritance was that Su Yan had promised Uncle Jiao that he would take care of the Heaven and Earth organization. More importantly, Yun Wanqing had never mentioned this matter. Fortunately, Yun Wanqing did not dwell on this matter. Soon she said, in addition to the Shura Overlord, the other 3 overlords also have their own duties. The good Shura Overlord is mainly responsible for the internal and external affairs of the Shura Shrine. The beautiful Shura Overlord is responsible for the layout of the entire Shura Shrine. After saying that, Yun Wanqing glanced at the surrounding Shura Shrine and smiled slightly. If I'm not mistaken, the Shura Shrine you see now is all the work of the beautiful Shura Overlord. One person can build such a large shrine. As expected of one of the 8 overlords of the Shura Shrine. Yun Wanqing looked at the huge Shura Shrine and couldn't help but sigh. Su Yan also couldn't help but take another look at the layout of the Shura Shrine. If Yun Wanqing hadn't said this, Su Yan might not have cared about this. In his heart, he always believed that such a large shrine must have been built by the power of many people. He never expected that this would be the work of one person. In his heart, he admired the beautiful Shura Overlord even more. Of course, Su Yan was more concerned about these Shura Overlords and what they had to do with him obtaining the Shura Demon Essence. Su Yan thought for a moment and realized that other than the 8 overlords, Yun Wanqing didn't mention what the ugly Shura Overlord was all about. This made Su Yan puzzled. He asked, Senior Sister Yun, you said the 7 overlords, but you didn't say what the ugly overlord is in charge of. Yun Wanqing didn't care about Su Yan's name. However, when she heard Su Yan's last words, her pretty face sank and became abnormally serious. She even looked at Su Yan with some anger in her eyes. Yun Wanqing was clearly angry at the ugly Shura Overlord. She couldn't help but snort. The ugly Shura Overlord can be said to be the most despicable Shura Overlord in the Shura Shrine. Moreover, he is also the strongest Azura Demon Venerable among the last good-natured, beautiful, and ugly ones. Several thousand years have passed. Only this ugly Azura Demon Venerable has yet to perish. He has also been looking for a chance to revive. Resurrection. Su Yan was stunned. He looked at Yun Wanqing in surprise and asked, Senior Sister Yun, the Shura Shrine sect has disappeared from this world for so long. Does the ugly Shura Overlord still have a chance to be resurrected? Yun Wanqing looked at Su Yan in disdain when she heard Su Yan's question. Su Yan, don't underestimate the power of the Shura Shrine. Since the Shura Shrine can start a war in the 5 counties thousands of years ago, it means that they have the power of the Shura Shrine. If it wasn't for the Buddha Sword sect back then, who knows what the situation in the Gan territory would be like now. The Buddha Sword sect. Su Yan's eyes lit up when he heard Yun Wanqing mention the Buddha Sword sect. Senior Sister Yun, what's going on with the Buddha Sword sect? Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan's shocked expression and realized that she had said too much. She shook her head and said, It's nothing. There are some things that you don't have the right to know. Su Yan smiled bitterly when he heard Yun Wanqing's words. At the same time he had a thought. What would happen if he told Yun Wanqing that he was the successor of the Buddha Sword sect? Of course, this was a secret in Su Yan's heart. Su Yan had kept it from even Dong Qinghao and the others, let alone Yun Wanqing. Of course he wouldn't tell her. Judging from Yun Wanqing's expression, she definitely knew something about the Buddha Sword sect. Thinking about this, Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. As the successor of the Buddha Sword sect, he knew even less about the sect than an outsider. Of course, this wasn't Su Yan's fault. After all, the Buddha Sword sect was as mysterious as the Shura Shrine. They were both sects that had existed since ancient times, so there were too few things that had been passed down. Su Yan saw that Yun Wanqing didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't ask and pretended not to know. Yun Wanqing saw that Su Yan didn't ask any more questions, so she continued to talk about the ugly Shura Demon King. Because the ugly Shura Demon King has always given up the chance to be resurrected, so you can't take the Shura Demon Essence. Why? Su Yin asked suspiciously. If Su Yin had already entered the spiritual sea realm, then it wouldn't matter. However, Su Yin hadn't yet, so he still wanted to use the Shura demon essence to break through his bottleneck. Enter the spiritual sea realm. After all, Su Yin was an expert in the Ritian realm, so his bottleneck was much stronger than that of ordinary warriors. Other than the Shura demon essence, Su Yin really didn't know how to break through this bottleneck. No reason, Yun Wanqing said with a serious face. I won't let you get the Shura demon essence. Yun Wanqing said in a serious tone, not giving Su Yin any reason to refuse. This made Su Yin feel melancholy. At the same time he became even more confused. Yun Wanqing looked into the distance and said tiredly, well, I've said so much to you today and you saved me today. From now on we'll go our separate ways. After saying that, Yun Wanqing didn't wait for Su Yin to react and walked away. Oh. Su Yin responded in a low voice. Looking at Yun Wanqing's back, he didn't know why, but he felt a little disappointed. After Yun Wanqing walked away, Su Yin couldn't help but smile bitterly. If I can't get the Shura demon essence, then how can I break through this bottleneck? Forget it, let's go find senior brother Dong Qinghao and the others first. Su Yin shook his head helplessly and didn't think about these things anymore. He looked ahead and no longer hesitated and walked forward. After all, it was too big of a burden to fight the entire 5 counties. Even Su Yin couldn't bear it. The size of the Shura shrine was always beyond imagination. The more Su Yin walked, the more he admired the power of the beautiful Shura demon master. He even had an impulse to see what the beautiful Shura demon master looked like. Of course, impulse was impulse. After all, so much time had passed. Where could he find the beautiful Shura demon master? Shaking his head, Su Yin didn't think about it. What he cared about most now was where Dong Qinghao and the others went. After all, the Shura shrine was too strange. It was so strange that Su Yin couldn't understand whether the Shura shrine was good or evil. Now that he hadn't seen Dong Qinghao and the others for so long, Su Yin was really worried about their safety. Su Yin didn't hesitate anymore. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body quickly ran and rushed forward. Unfortunately, he searched for more than half an hour. Still, he couldn't find any trace of them. This made Su Yin even more worried. After all, before entering the Shura shrine, Heaven Sword spiritual master once said that if he wanted to enter the Shura shrine, he must have the Shura soul essence. But after entering the Shura shrine he was separated from them. Could it be because they don't have the Shura soul essence? Su Yin thought and frowned. He naturally didn't know that in fact to enter the Shura shrine, one indeed needed the Shura soul essence. But it was only to open the passage to the Shura shrine. After entering, the Shura soul essence was not so important. So Dong Qinghao and the others could still walk in the Shura shrine without the Shura soul essence. Bang! Just when Su Yin was worried, a loud explosion suddenly sounded. A sound was heard. This is... Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank and he hurriedly rushed forward. When he saw the scene in front of him, Su Yan's eyes suddenly widened. What the hell is this? Su Yan was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. The scene in front of him had completely changed. Countless stone pillars stood up, forming a huge pillar, and countless lights were faintly surging. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help. At this moment, a voice came from behind the pillar of light. Su Yin was startled, and only then did he discover that behind the pillar of light, Yun Wanqing's body was actually imprisoned. Hearing Yun Wanqing's words, he suddenly woke up, raised the ghost howl sword in his hand and jumped up. Without any hesitation, he slashed horizontally at the shackles around Yun Wanqing. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and the pillar of light that bound Yun Wanqing suddenly disappeared. Yun Wanqing also landed on the ground. Senior Sister Yun, what the hell is this? Su Yin saw Yun Wanqing land and opened his mouth to ask her. I don't know what it is. Yun Wanqing shook her head, tightly grasping her sword, and looked around cautiously. At this moment, with a loud bang, the surrounding stone pillars suddenly rotated, and countless rays of light flew out from the stone pillars. Whoosh, whoosh, countless crisp sounds were heard as they passed through the air. At the same time, powerful energy surged out from the pillar of light. Feeling this powerful energy, Yun Wanqing and Su Yin couldn't help but be shocked. The two of them didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent, and hurriedly retreated. Although the power of the pillar of light was powerful, the two of them were not weak. They narrowly avoided the attack of the pillar of light. However, before the two of them could breathe a sigh of relief, there was a loud bang, and the pillar of light once again surged with resplendent rays of light. This time, the pillar of light didn't attack the two of them but surrounded them. The countless rays of light surged and a powerful force erupted. Seeing this, Yun Wanqing frowned and suddenly cried out, "I know where this is." Su Yin couldn't help but be startled when he heard Yun Wanqing's words and asked, "Where is this?" "The passage to the main shrine." "What?" Chapter 353. Main Shrine Passage. When Su Yin heard Yun Wanqing's words, a bright light immediately surged in his eyes. Yun Wanqing had warned the Shura Devil Essence not to be taken. However, the Shura Devil Essence was related to whether Su Yin could break through the bottleneck of the spiritual sea realm. Now that it was right in front of him, how could Su Yin not be tempted? "Senior Sister Yun, can we reach the main shrine through this passage?" Su Yin asked in a low voice. Even so, he still couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. "It's not that simple. The Shura Shrine was built by the beautiful Shura Demon Lord. I only know that this is the passage to the main shrine. But I don't know how many passages there are to the main shrine. You should know that the main shrine is the cultivation place of the Shura King of the Shura Shrine. How can it be so easy to enter?" Yun Wanqing didn't notice Su Yan's excitement and explained the mystery of the main shrine passage to Su Yan. Su Yan originally wanted to enter the main shrine through this passage and get the Shura Devil Essence. Now that he heard Yun Wanqing's words, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. "Okay, don't just stand there. This main shrine passage is not as simple as you think. If we can't get out of here, I'm afraid you and I will have to stay here today." Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan standing there in a daze and shouted in a low voice. Su Yin responded weakly. After all, Yun Wanqing's words made Su Yin feel very disappointed. However, Su Yin quickly cheered up. While he was in a daze, the surrounding stone pillars quickly rotated and countless rays of light swirled up. At the same time, countless rays of light surged up. These bursts of light surged out and instantly turned into countless little spirits that surrounded Yun Wanqing and Su Yin. "What the hell is going on?" Su Yin frowned and asked Yun Wanqing. "I don't know." Yun Wanqing responded in annoyance. She was quite upset. This brat really thought that she knew everything. If only she knew everything. Then she wouldn't be trapped here with him. Yun Wanqing looked at the little fairy that was pouncing towards her. She leaped and took the initiative to attack the little fairy. That enchanting figure leaped up, moving gracefully. It was very moving. Su Yin was stunned when he saw this. "Why aren't you helping?" Yun Wanqing shouted when she saw that Su Yin was still in a daze. "Su Yin, what are you thinking?" Su Yin smiled awkwardly. Then he looked at those little fairies and frowned slightly. He didn't dare to be negligent. Raising his sword, he swung it horizontally towards the little fairies. Unfortunately, those little fairies were formed by a ray of light. The sword immediately passed through their bodies and didn't cause any harm to them. Awoo! At the same time, those little fairies let out a low roar and pounced on the two of them. The two of them were shocked. What the hell is going on? The two of them wanted to retreat and resist. Unfortunately, as the light pillars flashed around them, countless small fairies rushed out and surrounded the two of them. There was no way for them to retreat. Those little fairies quickly wrapped around the two of them. The two of them couldn't help but be shocked. They wanted to use their chi to resist, but the little fairies were like psoriasis that couldn't be shaken off and stuck to the two of them. At the same time, the two of them operated their chi. Those little fairies directly drilled into their bodies. The two of them were shocked. After all, everything in the Shrine of Shura was too strange. The two of them didn't know what these little fairies were. How could they not be afraid when they were suddenly wrapped around by these little fairies? However, even so, the two of them couldn't do anything. Because facing these little fairies, the two of them had no chance to fight back. They could only watch helplessly as more and more little fairies poured into their bodies. Soon, the two of them went from being shocked to being surprised. Because the moment the little fairies entered their bodies, they didn't feel any discomfort or pain. Instead, they felt a sense of comfort. That burst of warmth poured into the two of them. The two of them let out a proud snort at the same time. Su Yin was a little better, but Yun Wanqing's proud snort was so moving. Coupled with the surging expression on her face, it was also extremely alluring. Su Yin couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, under the warm current, his body couldn't help but heat up. Yun Wanqing also realized something. Her pretty face turned red and she shyly turned her head away. She wanted to stop herself from crying out. Unfortunately, as the little fairies continued to pour into her body, the burst of warm current gushed out from her blood vessels. Yun Wanqing simply couldn't bear it. No matter how she operated her cultivation method or how she resisted, it was useless. On the contrary, when she operated her cultivation method, the burst of warm current became even stronger. The moment she turned her head and looked at Su Yan's handsome face, Yun Wanqing was stunned. Looking at his body that was wrapped around by the little fairies, it was so moving. Yun Wanqing couldn't help but be stunned. The little fairies still didn't stop drilling into her body. Driven by the burst of warm current, Yun Wanqing actually slowly approached Su Yan. Su Yan looked at Yun Wanqing's seductive body and her blushing face. Driven by the warm current in his body, a burst of fanaticism erupted in his heart. He couldn't help but lean towards Yun Wanqing. The two of them were lost in this light and the two of them hugged each other. As they hugged each other, countless little fairies surged, and the two of them once again let out an arrogant snort. They looked at each other and their eyes emitted a strong desire. In particular, Su Yan looked at Yun Wanqing's red lips that were as thin as cicada's wings and hugged her enchanting body. His whole body felt as if it was about to explode. He slowly leaned down and kissed her. Although Yun Wanqing was shy, she couldn't stop all this. She could only let Su Yan kiss her. She wanted to refuse, but her heart was filled with anticipation. The moment Su Yan kissed her, her whole body trembled as if it had been struck by lightning. She hugged Su Yan tightly. With this kiss, the warm current from the two of them spread throughout their bodies. Every blood vessel and every joint made the two of them unable to extricate themselves and lost themselves in it. Su Yan kept demanding from the other party. He even began to rudely remove Yun Wanqing's clothes. "What are the two of you doing?" At this moment, a stern shout suddenly sounded. The two of them trembled and separated as if they had been electrocuted. Yun Wanqing blushed and lowered her head slightly. She didn't even pay attention to the person who had yelled out those words. Su Yan was also extremely embarrassed. However, he was a man after all. Most importantly, it wasn't his first time experiencing such things. Naturally, his skin was thicker. He glanced at Yun Wanqing's enchanting body and even felt a little angry. Who was ruining things? However, the moment he turned to look at that person, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Senior Sister Lin. Su Yan looked at the floating figure in red. That enchanting body that appeared in his mind more or less. That face that made him yearn for her. At this moment she was standing right in front of him. Humph. Lin Hualu bit her lips lightly and snorted slightly. She didn't pay attention to Su Yan at all. Instead she looked at the floating little fairies. Her eyes turned and with a stern shout she pulled out her sword and attacked the little fairies. Just now Yun Wanqing and Su Yan's attacks on these little fairies were useless. However, with Lin Hualu's attack, those little fairies immediately turned into dust and disappeared. This made Su Yan very confused. Lin Hualu didn't care about this at all. Her figure fluttered and she swept her sword horizontally. The little fairies that caught Yun Wanqing and Su Yan off guard were all destroyed by Lin Hualu. Yun Wanqing and Su Yan recovered from their shyness and awkwardness just now. Looking at Lin Hualu's methods, they were both surprised. Just now both of them were caught by Yun Wanqing hugging and kissing. Originally, the two of them were still wondering if these little fairies were the culprit. Now that they saw Lin Hualu destroying one of them with a swing of her sword, they immediately dispelled the thought in their hearts. Su Yan originally wanted to explain to Lin Hualu. However, seeing Lin Hualu's methods, he immediately stopped thinking. Looking at Lin Hualu's frosty face, his heart was like dead ashes. Why do I always give Senior Sister Lin such a bad impression every time? Su Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry in his heart. Could it be that I'm destined to have no fate with Senior Sister Lin in this life? No fate. Su Yan thought bitterly. Not only did he have Chu Linger, but he also had Lu Lan. Now he also had this. Yun Wanqing, that Lin Hualu. Thinking of this, Su Yan really wanted to give himself 2 tight slaps. Bang! Right at this moment, Lin Hualu finished attacking those little fairies. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded. Countless rays of light exploded. Whoosh, whoosh. After a few sounds, a few people appeared out of thin air in this palace. Su Yan and the rest couldn't help but be stunned. Especially when Su Yan saw these people, his face immediately surged with excitement. This was because these people who appeared weren't just anyone. They were Dong Qinghao, Macariu Ice, Buttface, Fatty Lu, and Rat Li. Su Yan. The 5 of them also saw Su Yan at the same time. When they saw him, a burst of excitement surged on their faces and they all walked towards him. Are you all okay? When Su Yan asked this question, he realized how unnecessary his question was. This was because these people were all alive and kicking and nothing happened to them at all. We're fine, we're fine. However, even though these were unnecessary words, Lu Fei still waved his hand and said with a smug face, "Your junior brother Su is fine. As your senior brothers, how could anything happen to us?" Yes. When Su Yan saw that these people were safe and sound, he was relieved. However, he looked around and couldn't help but frown. He asked, "Why did you guys suddenly appear here?" Chapter 354. While they were still in a daze, Makaryu I stepped forward and said, "We don't know what's going on either. Ever since we entered the Shura Shrine we have been looking for you." "Yes, but we kept moving forward and didn't see you. We also encountered some dangers along the way." Dong Qinghao continued. One by one they recounted everything that had happened in the Shura temple. Although they only briefly described the risks and dangers that they had encountered, they were still able to see through the Shura temple. Su Yin could imagine the dangers they encountered. After all, this was the Shura Shrine and not some other place. Of course, even so, at least everyone was able to stand here safely. This made Su Yin feel very gratified. Now, Su Yin was even more puzzled as to why these people would suddenly appear here. Thinking about what they said, they were looking for him. Suddenly they saw a flash of light in front of them. When they ran over, they mysteriously appeared here. Mysteriously appeared here. Su Yin was slightly stunned. He looked at the light pillars that were destroyed by Lin Huatu. His brows were tightly knitted together. He thought about what Yun Wanqing said before. Everything here was built by the demon lord of the Shura. Could a person have the ability to build such a big palace? Furthermore, although the Azura Divine Palace was huge, he had only appeared in a small area. Then where exactly was he spread out? Su Yin thought of this and his eyes suddenly shrank. Could it be that here, just when Su Yin seemed to have thought of something? Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred in the middle of the light pillars. A deep voice followed, "Innate illusory body." I didn't expect it to be an innate illusory body. Innate illusory body. Everyone was taken aback when they heard this voice. Bang! Before the crowd could react, a loud explosion rang out. Lin Huato's delicate cry was heard. Her body suddenly floated up and directly entered the middle of the light pillar. Senior Sister Lin. When Su Yin saw Lin Huatu disappear, his heart couldn't help but tighten. He hurriedly chased after him, but he couldn't see Lin Huatu anywhere. What is going on? Su Yin couldn't help but let out a roar. He smashed the ground with his sword, and a huge energy fluctuation spread out. Unfortunately, Lin Huatu was still nowhere to be seen. In his anger, Su Yin comforted himself. "No, I have to calm down. Calm down." Su Yin kept muttering. Soon, he thought of something and muttered to himself, "Could it be that this is an illusion? Everything is an illusion." Illusion. Although Su Yan's voice wasn't loud, the people standing next to him clearly heard him. Hearing his words, they couldn't help but be startled. Illusion? What the hell is going on? Dong Qinghao's pupils shrank as he asked Su Yan. After entering the Shura Shrine, Dong Qinghao also realized the strangeness of the Shura Shrine. He had already put away his usual frivolous smile. At this moment he asked Su Yan with a serious face. The others also looked at Su Yan at the same time. Even Yun Wanqing was looking at Su Yan. Su Yan saw their gazes and shook his head. "I'm not sure whether this is an illusion or not, but I guess it's all an illusion of the beautiful Shura Overlord." Beautiful Shura Overlord. These people obviously didn't know about the Shura Overlord. Su Yan looked at him and explained to him about the Shura Overlord. This caused them to be extremely astonished. "Su Yan, you said that such a big palace was built by the beautiful Shura Overlord? How is this possible?" Lu Fei looked at Su Yan in surprise. "Yes." Su Yan nodded and said, "It's because it's impossible that I guess all this is just an illusion. What we see is just an illusion of the beautiful Shura Overlord." Illusion. Hearing Su Yan's explanation, these people opened their mouths and said, "How is this possible? Even if it's an illusion, how can there be such a powerful illusion?" Su Yan knew that these people definitely didn't believe it. After all this was too unbelievable. Even he didn't dare to believe it. For a moment he didn't know how to explain it to them. At this moment Yun Wanqing suddenly said, "Nothing is impossible. Don't forget that this is the Shura Shrine. The power here is completely beyond imagination." Just now, the few of them had only paid attention to Su Yan. Seeing Yun Wanqing, Dong Qinghao and the others still didn't forget the veiled young master in the Heaven and Earth organization. Although Yun Wanqing still took off her veil at this moment, these people still didn't have a good impression of her. After all, if it weren't for Su Yan in the Heaven and Earth organization, Dong Qinghao and the others would still be imprisoned in the Heaven and Earth organization. They might even have died in the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan looked at the hateful eyes of these people, smiled bitterly and hurriedly said, "Okay, let's not care about the past now. Let's think about how to save Senior Sister Lin." When these people heard Su Yan's words, they couldn't help but look at Su Yan and then at Yun Wanqing. The two of them couldn't help but recall the kiss just now, and their faces turned red. These people were all experienced, so they immediately understood. They smiled meaningfully and didn't say anything. Instead, they looked at Su Yan with appreciation. The hatred in their hearts for Yun Wanqing also disappeared. Although they were in the Heaven and Earth Organization at that time, because of Yun Wanqing, they almost died in the Heaven and Earth Organization. But after all, these people were in different positions at that time. In addition, they weren't standing still, so they didn't feel anything. The few of them didn't say anything, but that Lu Fei, Fatty Lu, couldn't hold himself back. Looking at the two's blushing faces, he laughed and said, "There's adultery, there's definitely adultery." Su Yan and Yun Wanqing were embarrassed by these words. In particular, Yun Wanqing's face was red, and at the same time she faintly clenched the sword in her hand. Su Yan was shocked by this and hurriedly stopped Lu Fei's words and shouted, "Fatty Lu, what nonsense are you talking about? The key now is to find a way to save Senior Sister Lin." Senior Sister Lin. Su Yan thought of Lin Hualu, and his face couldn't help but fill with sadness. Seeing Su Yan like this, everyone put away their thoughts. When Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan like this, she didn't know why, but her heart ached and she even felt a little angry. Of course, Su Yan didn't notice this, but looked at the place where Lin Hualu just disappeared and muttered to himself, "If all of this is an illusion, there must be a way to break through it. There must be a way." Su Yan's mind was constantly spinning, trying to find a way to break through. At this moment he heard Yun Wanqing say coldly, "Su Yan, don't be too naive. Even if the Shura shrine is made of illusion, don't forget that this is the passage to the main shrine." How can the main shrine of the Shura shrine be an illusion? Although Yun Wanqing didn't want to remind Su Yan, she didn't know why, but when she saw Su Yan's deep frown, she couldn't bear to remind Su Yan. Hearing Yun Wanqing's words, Su Yan suddenly realized, yes, even if the whole Shura shrine is the illusion of the beautiful Shura demon lord, how can the main shrine also be an illusion? Main shrine, main shrine. Su Yan kept muttering, and suddenly thought of the Shura demon lord he met when he just entered the Shura shrine. His eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, how could I forget about this? Monster crystals. Su Yan was worried about Lin Hualo's safety, so he didn't care about the Shura demon essence anymore, and immediately took out the monster crystals he obtained. As soon as the 108 monster crystals were taken out, they immediately burst into a burst of bright light, and at the same time, a strong wave of spiritual power spread out. This is. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this. When Yun Wanqing saw so many monster crystals, she suddenly opened her mouth in surprise and said, These are monster crystals." Su Yan nodded. It wasn't strange that Yun Wanqing knew about monster crystals. After all, Yun Wanqing was the young sect master of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Where did you get so many monster crystals? Yun Wanqing was on the verge of going crazy. So many demonic crystals represented so many saint beasts. Su Yan was only at the 9-star celestial phase realm. Where did he get so many monster crystals? I got them in the Shura shrine. Su Yan gave a simple explanation. Because he was worried about Lin Hualo's safety, he didn't explain the source of the monster crystals. Now Su Yan concluded that if all of this was an illusion, then only the main shrine was real. Lin Hualu was probably also brought to the main shrine of the Shura shrine. If she was brought to the main shrine, and this was the main shrine's passage, then if the Shura demon venerable wasn't lying, he could use these monster crystals to open the main shrine. Thinking about this, Su Yan no longer hesitated and threw the monster crystals in his hand towards the light pillar. The others didn't know about these monster crystals and didn't realize the value of these monster crystals. But Yun Wanqing was clear about it. The moment she saw Su Yan throw out so many monster crystals without hesitation, she suddenly felt a burst of anger. However, thinking that Su Yan was probably doing this for that senior sister Lin, Yun Wanqing was a little angry but also a little sad. There was a man in the world who did this for me, I have no regrets in this life. Of course, Su Yan didn't know what Yun Wanqing was thinking. What he was most concerned about now was how to open the main shrine and find Lin Hualu. The moment he threw out the monster crystals, he stared at the circle of light without blinking, waiting for a response. Unfortunately, after waiting for a few breaths, he still didn't see any reaction. The monster crystals were suspended in the middle, and there was no reaction at all. Chapter 355. Just as Su Yan was puzzled, Lu Fei suddenly looked at those demon crystals and said, "Junior brother Su, what are these things? I seem to have one here too." After Lu Fei finished speaking, he slapped his storage pouch and a demon crystal flew out from it. Bang! The moment that demon crystal flew out, a loud sound suddenly rang out. That demon crystal suddenly flew over and fused with the other 108 demon crystals. The moment those demon crystals fused together, countless rays of light shot up into the sky. A series of loud noises rang out. Everything in the surroundings also began to shake. What the hell is going on? Everyone's heart couldn't help but tremble. Only Su Yan's face was filled with excitement. So it's because there aren't enough demon crystals. So that's why. Rumble, the entire palace was filled with thunderous noises. The entire ground also began to tremble. Everything in the surroundings seemed to be fading away. This made Su Yan happy. My guess was right. All of this is really just Nami Shura's illusion. Even so, Su Yan was still shocked by the strength of Nami Shura's demon lord. What kind of illusion could create such a large space? To create such a large palace. Moreover, it was able to make everyone feel that it was real. It made everything not collide. Of course, with Su Yan's current strength, he naturally couldn't understand how powerful this illusion was. Su Yan didn't think too much about this. Right now, he was only worried about Lin Huato's safety. Bang bang. As the palace continued to tremble, there was also a strange movement outside of Shura's shrine. Yun Tian, Black Demon, and a few other Yuan-Chi realm experts were working together to seal Shura's shrine. Suddenly, a pillar of fire surged up into the sky, illuminating everything in the surroundings. At the same time, a huge amount of energy surged up. What the hell is going on? Yun Tian was startled. Looking at the light that shot into the sky, his face was filled with shock. Could it be that King Shura is coming out? Thinking about this, Yun Tian was even more shocked. He hurriedly shouted, "Everyone use all your strength to seal it. Someone inside must have opened the main shrine. If we can't seal it, I'm afraid the Shura shrine will become a catastrophe for our 5 counties." Everyone in the surrounding realms knew very well how terrifying this Shura shrine was. Not daring to be the slightest bit careless, they hurriedly used their chi to seal the Shura shrine. Unfortunately, even though they were powerful experts, they were still unable to do anything. In the face of the great power that leaped up from the Shura shrine, it was useless. Bang, a loud boom rang out, and the entire mountain began to tremble. Everyone in the 5 counties could see the fiery light that soared into the sky. Many warriors rushed over, but before they could get close, they were suppressed by the huge force and were unable to get close. Heaven Twin City Su family could be said to be the closest to this mountain. Ever since Su Yan had displayed his strength in Heaven Twin City, the Su family had become the #1 family in Heaven Twin City. Su Qintu also noticed this change. He instantly mobilized all the people in Heaven Twin City to rush over. Unfortunately, they couldn't get close. They could only watch from the foot of the mountain as the surrounding realms worked hard to seal the Shura shrine. Unfortunately, although the surrounding realms were powerful enough, they couldn't do anything. In the face of the great power surging from the Shura shrine, they still couldn't stop it. Bang, with a loud bang, several people in the area were hit by a powerful backlash, and they were all sent flying away. Rumble, at this time a loud boom rang out. The Shura shrine that was originally at the foot of the mountain drilled out from the ground and emitted a dazzling light. Countless rays of light surged up. Waves of powerful energy surged up, and the few powerful cultivators in the area could not stop it at all. They could only watch as the palace slowly rose up. It's over, it's all over now. Yun Tian looked at the surging Shura shrine and said with a gloomy face. It was as if he had aged many years in an instant. The boundless power erupted from the Shura shrine. It spread across the sky in the entire 9 provinces. At this moment, in the mountains of the 9 provinces, several figures suddenly opened their eyes. A ray of bright light surged out of their eyes. The aura of the Shura shrine. The 5 counties. I didn't expect the Shura shrine to reappear in the 5 counties. Interesting. A faint smile appeared on the faces of several experts. All the major sects in the 9 provinces also mobilized their forces and rushed to the 5 counties. Of course, Su Yan and the others who were inside the Azura Divine Palace could feel the changes in the heavens and earth, but they didn't know what was happening outside. They could only see the ground trembling constantly inside the Azura Divine Palace, and the illusion that was constantly shrinking. While they were surprised, they were also a little excited. Main shrine. After all the surrounding phantoms disappeared, they stood in front of a shrine. In the middle of the shrine, the words Shura Shrine were hanging. Yun Wanqing couldn't help but shout, "Main shrine, this is the main shrine of the Shura shrine." Main shrine. Su Yan looked at the shrine that was emitting a majestic aura. He was startled for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he leaped inside without hesitation. Dong Qinghao and the others followed closely behind. They were going to save Lin Hualu. Yun Wanqing was a little reluctant to save Lin Hualu. However, after a moment of hesitation, she followed them. When they entered the main shrine, everything in front of them changed. The towering pillars stood tall and emitted a majestic aura. Shura Shrine. At this moment they truly understood the power of the Shura Shrine. Senior Sister Lin. Su Yan didn't care about all this. He shouted as soon as he entered the main shrine. Unfortunately, he didn't hear any response. Only the echoes of his shout drifted in the main shrine. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. Where is it? Right at this moment, an aura suddenly surged over, attracting Su Yan. This is. Su Yan couldn't help but be startled again. At this moment, the long-lost voice of Sword Sage sounded in Su Yan's mind. Boy, follow this feeling. Su Yan was stunned. Sword Sage shouted again. Hurry up, you must hurry. When Su Yan heard Hidden Sword Sage's voice, he suddenly realized what was going on. He quickly followed the feeling that surged in his mind. When the few of them saw Su Yan dashing up, they also followed closely behind and caught up with him. Just as they were about to move forward, Su Yan stopped. Everyone was stunned. When they followed Su Yan's gaze, they were all stunned. In the middle of the shrine, there was a huge mysterious stone. It emitted a soft light. As soon as they got close, they felt a warm current surge through their body. Ping! While these people were still in a daze, a loud noise rang out. The black, profound, heavy stone that Su Yan had encountered when he first entered the Azura Temple fell down, directly hitting the Devil Essence Stone. All of a sudden, a powerful ray of light surged out. Su Yan, quickly go and take that mysterious stone. Sword Sage's voice sounded again. What? Su Yan was stunned again. He didn't forget what Yun Wanqing said to him. If he took the Shura magic essence, it would cause a catastrophe for the entire 5 counties. Sword Sage had been paying attention to the whole process since he came in. Naturally, he also knew what Yun Wanqing said to Su Yan. Seeing Su Yan in a daze, he immediately let out a disdainful sneer. Su Yan, do you really believe what that little girl said? If you really don't want to cause a catastrophe for the entire 5 counties, quickly take the Shura magic essence. Hearing Sword Sage's words, Su Yan was stunned again. He looked at Yun Wanqing, but in the end he chose to believe in Sword Sage's words. He reached out and leaped towards the Shura magic essence. You can't? Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan going to take the Shura magic essence and was shocked. She hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Su Yan had already leaped towards the Shura magic essence. The moment Su Yan leaped, a mocking laugh suddenly rang out from the black, mysterious, heavy rock. Haha, stinky brat. Do you really want to obtain the Azura demon essence now that you're here? Not a chance. A low growl came from the black arcane heavy rock. Suddenly, a powerful force attacked. This is... Su Yan was startled and his entire body was sent flying backwards. Ugly demon lord, don't tell me you still want to revive? At this moment, Sword Sage's majestic voice suddenly surged in Su Yan's mind. When the ugly Shura demon lord heard Sword Sage's voice, his entire body trembled. You are Hidden Sword. Haha, I didn't expect you to still remember me. Sword Sage laughed loudly. Waves of majestic aura surged out. This caused Su Yan's entire body to tremble. What is going on? The others couldn't hear Sword Sage's voice. They could only hear Shura Demon Lord's voice coming from the mysterious black stone. They were even more surprised than Su Yan. When the ugly Demon Lord heard Sword Sage's voice, he was also surprised. I didn't expect Hidden Sword to still be alive. Good. But Hidden Sword, you are just a remnant soul. I'd like to see how you are going to stop me. As the ugly Shura Demon Lord spoke, the mysterious black stone started to shake. Seeing this, Sword Sage frowned. He shouted to Su Yan, Su Yan, stop him. Yes. Chapter 356. Bang! Just as Su Yan attacked, a powerful force suddenly erupted and tried to devour Su Yan. Su Yan was shocked and his whole body was blown away. Poochie. Immediately, Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yan. Dong Qinghao and the others were shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't have time to react and they didn't expect this black stone to be so powerful. Haha, Hidden Sword, do you think this kid can stop me? Shura, who was inside the black stone, suddenly laughed when he saw Su Yan being blown away by his own power. Hidden Sword, if you want to find someone to take over your position, you have to find someone stronger. A mere 9-star celestial phenomenon stage wants to stop me? Wishful thinking. Sword Sage didn't care about Shura's words at all. Instead, he asked Su Yan in Su Yan's mind, Su Yan, are you okay? I'm fine. Su Yin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Hearing Shura's words, his eyes suddenly surged with a blood-red light, and the corner of his mouth slightly rose into an evil smile. At the same time, the hot blood in his heart boiled. 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. Humph! Today I will let you see the power of a 9-star celestial phenomenon stage. Su Yin shouted angrily, and the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in his body quickly circulated. The ghost howl sword in his hand immediately let out a roar, and at the same time, a powerful force surged. Shura, who was inside the black stone, saw Su Yan's surging power and couldn't help but frown. Obviously, he did not expect that a mere 9-star celestial phenomenon stage cultivator would have such powerful strength. However, that surprise only lasted for a moment before disdainfully laughing, "Brat, it's useless. I advise you to surrender obediently and wait for my rebirth. Then you can follow me." Shura Overlord sneered. He didn't put Su Yan in his eyes at all. Just now, he might have wanted to use Su Yan to gather those demon crystals to open the door to the main shrine. Now that the gate of the main shrine was open, and he had landed beside the Shura Mojo, there was no need to use Su Yan. Therefore, he didn't care if Su Yan was angry or not. Surrender. Hearing his words, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Following which, Su Yan leaped up and immediately attacked with his sword. With the previous experience, Su Yan did not directly attack the black arcane heavy rock this time. Instead, he waited until the ghost howl sword pierced out. Suddenly he activated his chi. With a loud bang, a sharp light was emitted from the ghost howl sword, instantly turning into a sword light that directly pierced towards the black arcane heavy rock. "Good boy, I didn't expect that you could see that I am mainly relying on the rebound power of the black arcane heavy rock. To be able to catch the attention of the hidden sword old man, you really have some skills. But do you think this will work?" Shura Overlord laughed, not putting Su Yan in his eyes at all. Instead, he was constantly absorbing the energy from Shura Mojo. If one sword is not enough, then two. Su Yan did not lose his mind because of Shura Overlord's words. Instead, he became more determined. His eyes flashed as he attacked again. Help! At this moment, although Dong Qinghao and the others did not know what was going on, they still shouted. They looked at each other and came back to their senses, raising their swords and attacking. Shura Overlord's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw them attacking together, and a burst of anger burst out from his nose. "Humph, a few people attacking together, interesting. But do you think this will work?" They did not care about Shura Overlord's words at all. At the same time, they waved their long swords and attacked the black arcane heavy rock. The power of their joint attack was naturally not something that Su Yan alone could compare with. Several great forces attacked together. Bang! The entire black arcane heavy rock suddenly trembled. Shura Overlord was suddenly furious and shouted, "I didn't expect there to be two more boys. Then I will let you see my power." The moment Shura Overlord finished his words, the black arcane heavy rock suddenly emitted a dazzling light. "Su Yan, be careful. This is the power of Shura's demon essence. Quickly retreat." Sword Sage hurriedly reminded Su Yan when he saw the light surging. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. The light overflowed and swept over like a huge storm. Su Yan, Dong Qinghao and the others were the best in the 5 counties, but they could not withstand such a powerful attack. When the light surged over, they suddenly felt their bodies tremble and they were all sent flying backwards at the same time. At the same time, they spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Damn it. Yun Wanqing did not go forward to help just now. When she saw this scene, she frowned slightly. She looked at the injured people on the ground and looked at the black arcane heavy rock. She did not think about the Shura's demon essence anymore. With a shout, she immediately floated up. Her enchanting body rotated in the void. The cultivation technique in her body was quickly activated and condensed in her hands, emitting a dazzling light. 10,000 Elephant Divine Skill, Fog Cloud Technique, Holy Healing. Yun Wanqing shouted and opened her hands. The light in her hands immediately turned into several warm currents and drilled into Su Yan and the others. Shura Overlord saw Yun Wanqing's Fog Cloud Technique and was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed coldly. "Hee, I didn't expect that even the successor of that old fellow Yunjiu is here. Not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, do you think it's useful? The strongest person here is only the successor of Yunjiu. But so what? A mere level 8 spiritual sea cultivator is not worthy of carrying my shoes." Shura Overlord said arrogantly. He did not take Su Yan and the others seriously at all. Yun Wanqing did not care about this. after healing Su Yan and the others. Suddenly, she waved the long sword in her hand, and a powerful energy condensed in an instant. She slashed down with the sword and countless rays of light energy burst out. It was the attack skill of the fog cloud technique, overlooking the world. The domineering light shrouded down and turned into countless rays of energy that directly exploded on the black arcane heavy rock. Shura Overlord saw this scene from inside the black arcane heavy rock and could not help but chuckle. Not bad indeed. A mere level 8 spiritual sea cultivator can use Yunjio's fog cloud technique to such perfection. What a rare talent. What a pity, Shura Overlord could not help but sigh softly and shake his head. What a pity, you should not have gone against me. At this point, Shura Overlord's eyes suddenly darkened. His body that appeared in the black arcane heavy rock suddenly waved his hand, and a huge amount of energy suddenly poured out. Bang! It collided with Yun Wanqing's overlooking the world, and a loud sound surged out. However, the power Shura Overlord obtained from Shura's demonic essence was too strong. When his power surged, it instantly swallowed up the world and directly hit Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing could not dodge in time, and her delicate body was directly knocked out. With a thud, he fell heavily to the ground. Senior Yun. Su Yan saw that Yun Wanqing was injured and his heart ached. He hurried forward to check on Yun Wanqing's injuries. I'm fine, hurry up and attack. Yun Wanqing did not allow Su Yan to come closer and shouted at Su Yan. Although she did not know why Su Yan wanted to attack the black arcane heavy rock, Yun Wanqing could not help but feel angry when she heard the arrogant voice of Shura Overlord. One must know that they were the proud sons of heaven of their respective sections. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? This battle was no longer Su Yan's battle alone. Instead, it had turned into a battle for them. The moment Su Yan went forward, Dong Qinghao and the others did not hesitate and raised their swords together. Unfortunately, even so, they were still not a match for Shura Overlord. Before they could get close to the black arcane heavy rock. Then, a powerful force surged out and he was sent flying. The disparity in strength made it impossible for them to resist. Su Yan, can you still hold on? The moment Su Yan landed, Sword Sage's voice rang in his head once more. Yes. Su Yan's body was about to be shattered into pieces. However, when he heard Sword Sage's words, he still nodded without hesitation. Sword Sage could feel Su Yan's difficult footsteps, and his heart could not bear to see him like this. He said, Su Yan, why don't you give up and leave this place? No. Su Yan did not wait for Sword Sage to finish his words. He shook his head and said, Master, no matter what, I must get Shura's demon essence today. I must save senior sister Lin and find the little guy. Sword Sage looked at the determined Su Yan. He did not have the heart to tell Su Yan that even if Su Yan obtained the Shura's demon essence, he would still not be able to find Lin Hualu. However, Su Yan did not care about this at all. He raised his sword again. After one defeat, he stood up again. At this time, the others were also physically and mentally exhausted, but seeing Su Yan's perseverance, they also persevered with Su Yan. Unfortunately, the strength of the Azura demon was too strong, so strong that it was simply not something they could withstand. They stood up, fell down, stood up, fell down, stood up, fell down again. In the end, only Su Yan was still holding on. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not give up. Even though his legs had no strength left, he still persevered. Seeing this, Sword Sage's heart ached. Damn it. What can I do? What can I do? Sword Sage might have saved Su Yan a few times, but it was a pity that after he fainted last time, Su Yan did not receive any help. It was only because Yun Tian had saved Su Yan that he had obtained a bit of power that he was able to wake up. Chapter 357. Power. Right now, Sword Sage desperately wanted to obtain some power so that he could help Su Yan break through Shura's black arcane heavy rock. However, Sword Sage was just a remnant soul that was placed in Su Yan's soul. Ordinary power was completely useless against him. Not to mention at this critical moment, even if Su Yan wanted to find the power he needed, it would be very difficult. Just as Sword Sage was thinking about how to obtain power, Su Yan stood up again. Su Yan stood up once again. Although Su Yan had exhausted all the energy in his body, he still slowly approached the black mysterious heavy rock. Kid, are you really not afraid of death? The Azura demon ancestor had never expected Su Yan to have such firm conviction. Die. Su Yan's lips curled into a smile. He was afraid of death. Especially after experiencing death once, Su Yan could be said to be more afraid of death than anyone else. However, there were some things in this world that could not be avoided just because one was afraid. Just like now, Su Yan's pupils shrank as he thought about it. He took a step forward and attacked the black arcane heavy rock with his sword. All right, kid. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being impolite. Shura coldly snorted. Suddenly, a powerful force burst out from the black arcane heavy rock. Bang! Su Yan was sent flying again. Su Yan. Sword Sage's heart was filled with hatred. He roared at Shura, "Ugly lord, you and I cannot live under the same sky." Haha, cannot live under the same sky. Azura didn't care about Hidden Sword Sage's words. He laughed and said, "Hidden Sword, you and I are irreconcilable enemies." Why are you talking about irreconcilable enemies? If you have the ability, would you still allow me to do this? Shura laughed loudly. He did not put Sword Sage in his eyes at all. Su Yan, who was on the verge of fainting, once again gritted his teeth and stood up. Su Yan. Sword Sage saw Su Yan like this. Even with his experience, he could not help but be moved. Looking at Su Yan, who was on the verge of collapsing, Sword Sage's heart was filled with anger. However, he had nowhere to vent it. Power, power. Sword Sage roared. Bang. Su Yan was sent flying again. This time, when Su Yan was sent flying, Sword Sage suddenly felt a power fluctuation in Su Yan's body. Sword Sage was stunned. This is the power inheritance of the Paragon. Yes, it's the inheritance. Damn it, how could I forget such an important thing? The inheritance died thousands of years ago. The power he left behind now is also the power of his remnant soul. Sword Sage's eyes suddenly shrank. He turned his body and began to absorb the power left behind by the inheritance in Su Yan's body. Boy, I advise you to obediently surrender to me. When this lord is born, I will definitely bring you to conquer the world. Shura saw Su Yan stand up again. He could not help but admire Su Yan's willpower. He once again threw an olive branch to Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not pay attention to his words. He coldly shouted, "You want me to surrender? No way." While speaking, Su Yan once again grasped the Ghost Howl sword in his hand. Unfortunately, his injuries were too heavy. Just as he took a step forward, he felt his legs go soft and his whole body fell to the ground. Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan heard Sword Sage's voice. Su Yan's heart sank. He used a voice that only he could hear and said, "Master, I've tried my best." Sword Sage nodded. If he was not in the form of a remnant soul, he would have already cried. Looking at Su Yan's injuries, Sword Sage slowly said, "Su Yan, you've tried your best. Leave the rest to me." While speaking, Sword Sage suddenly surged up. That majestic power suddenly exploded. Su Yan, who was about to fall to the ground, suddenly jumped up. This is, when the Azura demon ancestor saw this sudden change, he couldn't help but be stunned. Ugly lord, do you really think that your wishful thinking can come true? Su Yan looked at Shura in the black mysterious heavy rock and said coldly. The moment this voice came out, Shura was stunned once again. Then a look of shock appeared on his face. You're really Hidden Sword. That's me. Borrowing Su Yan's body, Sword Sage suddenly surged with a majestic aura and shouted at Shura. How is this possible? Shura was shocked by the majestic aura that erupted from Su Yan's body. He was no longer as arrogant as before. Impossible, I'll show you what impossible means. Sword Sage laughed coldly. He immediately kept the Ghost Howl sword and patted Su Yan's storage pouch. Immediately, a bright light surged out. That golden light spread out in all directions, emitting a strong power. Pagoda Holy Sword, Pagoda Holy Sword. How is this possible? Why is the Pagoda Holy Sword here? Shura was even more shocked when he saw the Pagoda Holy Sword in Su Yan's hand. Ugly lord, I've already told you. Nothing is impossible. Sword Sage laughed coldly. Immediately, a strong power erupted from the Pagoda Holy Sword. The Pagoda Holy Sword instantly emitted a golden light. The light spread out in all directions, followed by countless sword cries. Die, ugly lord. Sword Sage had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Now that he had gained strength, he immediately leaped up and swung the Pagoda Holy Sword at the black mysterious heavy rock. At this moment, the Azura Demon Master finally reacted. He coldly shouted, "Hidden Sword, even so, do you really think you can unleash the power to fight against the Azura Demon Essence?" Shura's Demon Essence. Sword Sage sneered at his words. Ugly lord, with my current strength, of course not. But can you fully utilize the power of Shura's Demon Essence? Shura was at a loss for words. Sword Sage did not care about him. He raised his sword and swung it down horizontally. As the sword swung down, a huge amount of energy erupted. It was as if scorching hot magma had surged out from the pagoda holy sword like a pillar of fire. At that moment, the entire main shrine seemed to be in an uproar. The pagoda holy sword let out a sword cry. It was as if it was excited and pierced through the sky. It then swung down on the black mysterious heavy rock. Uproar. Suddenly a huge explosion sounded. The black mysterious heavy rock was blown apart by the huge force. It turned into countless pieces of rock and scattered everywhere. Azura demon venerable, who was in the black mysterious heavy rock, disappeared without a trace under such a powerful force. Sword Sage looked at the black mysterious heavy rock that had disappeared. He who was riding Su Yen could not help but fall to the ground. Su Yen, with my strength, this is all I can do. You will have to walk the rest of the way by yourself. After saying that, Sword Sage fell into a coma again. He went into the deepest part of Su Yan's soul. While he was unconscious, Su Yen slowly woke up. Su Yen opened his eyes. When he saw everything in front of him, he was stunned. Then Sword Sage's voice sounded. Su Yen, Shura has disappeared. You will have to rely on yourself from now on. Absorb the power of Shura's demon essence and you will be able to break through to the spiritual sea realm. Master. When Su Yen heard this voice, he quickly shouted in his mind. Unfortunately, there was no response. He frowned and realized that everything was just a memory left in his mind by Sword Sage. From the memory, Su Yen also obtained some information about what had just happened. When he thought that Sword Sage was going to faint again, Su Yen could not help but feel sad. Of course, apart from that, Sword Sage also left some information about Shura's demon essence. Shura's demon essence was a treasure left behind by Shura King. It also contained the power of Shura King. If he swallowed the Shura's demon essence, not only would he be able to break through his bottleneck, he would also be able to increase his strength by a large margin. Although Su Yen still had a lot of doubts in his heart. But now that he had no one to ask, he could only give up. Looking at the Shura's demon essence in front of him, Su Yan's eyes turned slightly and he immediately stepped forward. Just now he was blocked by the black mysterious heavy stone, so Su Yen did not feel what was so special about this Shura's demon essence. Now that he was closer, Su Yen truly felt that the Shura's demon essence contained a lot of energy. Thinking that he was about to break through to the spiritual sea realm, Su Yen could not help but feel excited. He did not care so much and directly pounced on the Shura's demon essence. As he operated his cultivation method, a powerful force suddenly came from the Shura's demon essence and entered Su Yan's body. At this moment, outside the Shura shrine, several realms had been staring at the Shura shrine that suddenly appeared. They were all at a loss. Yun Tian furrowed his brows. What the hell is going on? Why did this happen so suddenly? Yun Tian looked at the Shura shrine and muttered to himself. Right now he was worried that something would appear in the Shura shrine. If that was the case, the catastrophe of the 5 counties would really descend. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound suddenly exploded in the sky. Countless dark clouds covered the sky and lightning constantly flashed in the horizon. Such a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky, causing everyone to be stunned. Bolts of lightning slithered through the dark clouds like silver snakes. In an instant, waves of violent energy surged. Several realms hovered in the air. However, under the power of heaven and earth, even they faintly felt a trace of fear and frowned. Bang. Chapter 358. What's going on here? Yun Tian looked at the teardrops that were about to explode within the Shura Divine Hall. He was immediately shocked. Is the calamity of the 5 counties about to arrive? Thinking up to there, Yun Tian immediately froze. Experts, this lightning is probably summoned by the demonic being within the Shura Divine Hall. Everyone quickly work together to stop it. We can't let the demonic being devour the lightning. The thick, dark clouds in the sky had practically enveloped the entire mountain. Seeing this, Yun Tian called out sternly. He was afraid that some demon sovereign was about to appear within the Shura Divine Hall, triggering a lightning tribulation. He knew very well that when one's cultivation reached a certain level, it would trigger a lightning tribulation. If one survived the tribulation, it would be equivalent to being reborn, and one would become more and more powerful. Yun Tian did not understand this at all, so he could only try to stop the lightning right now. He wanted to see if he could stop the so-called demonic being from being reborn. Yes. The surrounding experts were all shocked by what had just happened. Now that they had seen such a strange phenomenon, who would dare to not listen to orders? The numerous area origin realm experts did not dare to be negligent. They responded in unison and then flashed down. Finally, they scattered to every corner of the Azura Divine Palace. Powerful energy surged out from their bodies and soon after they responded to each other from a distance. Yun Tian's face became even more stern. He raised his head and looked at the rumbling clouds. He frowned at a loss as to what to do. Yun Tian, do you think this is caused by the demonic being within the Shura Divine Hall? The black demon asked Yun Tian as he looked at the flickering lightning. In his eyes he was blaming Yun Tian. After all, everyone had listened to Yun Tian in the beginning. However, the matter of the Shura Divine Hall being unearthed still happened in the end. Yun Tian hesitated slightly when he heard the black demon's words. Soon after, he shook his head with a bitter smile. He no longer had the heart to argue with the black demon. He said, I'm not too sure either. After all, the Shura Divine Hall is just too strange. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker and thicker. Looking from afar, it was as if they were going to press down on the ground, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. From the point of view of the crowd below, the layers of dark clouds were about to press on top of their heads. Silver lightning swam in all directions within the dark clouds. Occasionally they would collide together and erupt into a loud thunderous sound. That heavenly might caused one's heart to tremble. Although all of them were powerful beings of the radius realm, they couldn't help but feel a little worried when facing such a powerful formation. Whoosh! Suddenly, a silver glow that was as thick as an arm shot out from the dark clouds. The glaring light caused the dark sky to brighten up. Yun Tian was shocked. He called out to everyone, "Quick, stop this lightning from entering Shura Shrine." Even though the other powerful area perimeters did not know what was going on, they still obeyed Yun Tian's orders and attacked together. All of a sudden their cultivation techniques began to circulate. Several bursts of power erupted from the hands of several powerhouses and rose up one after another. Bang! With a loud bang, the silver lightning fell directly, exploding into Shura Shrine. Even with the combined efforts of several area perimeters, a hole was still opened. At this moment Su Yen, who was in Shura Shrine, was shocked. What is this? Uproar. While Su Yen was hesitating, a silver lightning suddenly exploded at his feet, leaving behind a huge crater. Su Yen was shocked. Lightning tribulation, this is lightning tribulation. Su Yen immediately understood. This was lightning tribulation for cultivation. When a cultivator's cultivation reached a certain level, they would attract lightning tribulation. However, some cultivators would never be able to attract lightning tribulation in their lifetime. After all, to attract lightning tribulation, one's cultivation had to be above area perimeters. As for what realm it was, even Su Yen didn't know. However, Su Yen had attracted lightning tribulation. While Su Yen was happy, he also felt a little helpless. After all, when Su Yen had broken through to the Saint Vein realm, he had attracted lightning tribulation. However, at that time, because of Ugly Uncle, Su Yen had withstood the lightning tribulation. I don't know if I can withstand the lightning tribulation this time. Looking at the crater in front of him caused by the silver lightning, Su Yen's black eyes flickered. Su Yen frowned and muttered in a low voice. Boom. The silver lightning in the dark clouds became more and more intense. In the end, the atmosphere in the sky became extremely oppressive. Around 10 seconds later, a crack line suddenly appeared in the dark clouds. Immediately, a silver lightning bolt that was half a foot long shot out from the dark clouds like an enormous silver python while carrying a loud sound that resounded through the sky. Seeing this, several realms were unable to resist, but they still tried their best. Unfortunately, some of the lightning still fell in the Shura Divine Palace and directly struck Su Yen. There was a loud bang. A powerful force suddenly burst out from Su Yen's body. Su Yen was secretly surprised, but he didn't dare to hesitate. Torrential Pear Blossom. With a low roar, a powerful force burst out from his hand in an instant. It was the secret technique of the Dongqing clan. Countless swords appeared densely, and within a few breaths, they turned into countless sword shadows, directly colliding with those leaping thunderbolts. Bang! The silver lightning came with a loud bang. When it passed through the space of the Shura Divine Palace, it directly collided with the torrential pear blossom that burst out from Su Yen. Countless rays of light swirled up. A huge force poured out at the same time. Suddenly, a loud sound resounded through the world. Su Yen couldn't help but be surprised. The lightning punishment this time is probably much stronger than the previous one. Of course, Su Yen didn't know that the lightning punishment had already been weakened by Yun Tian. Otherwise, the lightning of heaven and earth would be much more majestic. Looking at the lightning that was still falling from the Shura Divine Palace, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. No, even if I resist again, it's useless. The most important thing now is to break through the spiritual sea realm. Only then can I stop this lightning punishment. Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes immediately surged with a bright light. At the same time he shouted, "The second layer of the mysterious ice shield, open." With a bang, Su Yan's body suddenly surged with a bright light, wrapping Su Yan's entire body. Not only that. Bang! The lightning fell and directly exploded on the mysterious ice shield. Countless tongues of fire surged, and the huge force swept out. Dong Qinghao and the others who were still unconscious at the side were also instantly awakened. Looking at this powerful force, they were all dumbfounded. For a moment they were stunned on the spot. At this moment Su Yan didn't care so much. He directly operated his cultivation method and began to consume the power of the Shura demon essence. At the moment when Su Yan consumed the power of the Shura demon essence, the dark clouds on the horizon were getting thicker and thicker. Countless lightning bolts fell, and the several large realms outside were already sweating profusely. Su Yan was also shocked, especially when he saw the lightning constantly exploding. He was afraid that it would hurt Yun Wanqing and the others. Breakthrough, breakthrough. Su Yan kept shouting in his heart. At this moment, a few more lightning bolts struck down like silver snakes, directly breaking the roof of the Shura shrine. With a loud bang they exploded on Su Yan's body. Yun Wanqing and the others had just woken up when they saw such a shocking scene. Everyone couldn't help but be startled. When they saw the direction where the lightning fell, they couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten. They hurriedly shouted, "Su Yan, be careful." In fact, how could Su Yan not know? But he couldn't avoid it at all. Instead he shouted at them, "Hurry up and leave." When they heard Su Yan's shout, who was willing to leave, they all wanted to help Su Yan. Unfortunately, they were all seriously injured by the Shura demon lord just now. They wanted to but didn't have enough strength. All of a sudden, the lightning exploded on Su Yan's body. All of Su Yan's hair was blown up, and his whole body was ashen. Not only that, but the moment the lightning exploded on Su Yan's body, it directly exploded and attacked Dong Qinghao and the others. At the same time, it attacked the entire Shura shrine. Uproar. The loud sound reverberated through heaven and earth. The entire Shura shrine was blown up. A few people were directly sent flying. However, they didn't care about their own safety. Instead, they were worried about Su Yan. At this moment, the entire Shura shrine was blown up. The few area realm almighties who had been blocking the lightning outside also couldn't help but take a few steps back under this loud sound and the powerful energy fluctuation. What the hell is going on? Yun Tian was stunned. When he saw a few figures flying out, he immediately recognized Yun Wanqing, Dong Qinghao, and the others. He reacted quickly and jumped up to catch them. Save Su Yan. The moment Yun Wanqing landed in Yun Tian's hands, she only said one sentence before fainting. What? Yun Tian wanted to ask something, but when he saw the unconscious Yun Wanqing, he frowned. At the same time, he looked at the center of the exploded Shura shrine. Seeing a young man sitting in the center, Yun Tian was even more shocked. What the hell is going on? Bang! At this moment, another loud sound exploded in the sky. Countless lightning bolts drilled out of the dark clouds like giant snakes. The few area realm almighties had already given up blocking the lightning bolts because of the explosion of the Shura shrine. Looking at the countless lightning bolts winding down, the few area realm almighties all felt their hearts tremble. Of course, as their hearts trembled, they were more confused. They didn't understand what kind of power could summon such powerful lightning bolts. Chapter 359. At the center of the Shura shrine, there was a dark-skinned youth sitting upright. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. The moment the dark-skinned youth appeared, the dark clouds in the sky became even denser. Countless lightning bolts were entwined in the clouds like silver snakes. The catastrophe of heaven and earth, the lightning bolts were 10,000 caddies. Even these radius boundary experts felt a lingering fear under the wrath of the lightning bolts. Moreover, they quickly saw that the lightning bolts seemed to be heading straight for the youth. Everyone couldn't help but retreat a few steps under the pressure of the powerful lightning bolts. They no longer dared to resist the lightning bolts. In their hearts, the appearance of the demon sovereign in the Shura shrine was thrown to the back of their minds at this moment. So what if the catastrophe of 5 countries happened? Right now they only cared about protecting their own lives. Asterisk bang. Asterisk at this moment, a loud explosion sounded from the horizon. The sound of thunder shook heaven and earth. Immediately after, the lightning bolts entwined in the dark clouds suddenly tore through the void like giant dragons and attacked the dark-skinned youth in the center of the Shura shrine. The lightning bolts were 10,000 caddies and silver snakes were dancing wildly. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths as they watched this scene. Although they couldn't recognize who this person was at this moment, They couldn't help but stare at him with bated breaths. Although they couldn't recognize him, they still couldn't believe that the youth could still survive under such powerful lightning bolts. Elder Yun, hurry and save Su Yan. Under the treatment of Yun Tian's fog technique, Yun Wanqing regained some consciousness. Looking at the youth in the center of the Shura shrine and the terrifying lightning bolts, she said to Yun Tian in a pleading tone. Yun Wanqing, the junior sect master of the Heaven and Earth Organization. She was an outstanding disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization. When had she ever spoken to someone in such a tone? When Yun Tian heard her words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Of course, what was even more shocked was the person that Yun Wanqing pointed at. Su Yan, that person is Su Yan. Yun Tian's lips trembled slightly. He could not believe that the black youth sitting in the middle was actually Su Yan. He had been wondering if it was a monster from the Azura Divine Palace that had appeared. Who would have thought that it was actually Su Yan? As the great elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization, he naturally knew more than ordinary people. For some warriors, once their strength reached a certain level, they would be able to trigger a lightning tribulation. However, even Yun Tian, as the great elder of the Heaven and Earth Organization, had never seen someone who could trigger a lightning tribulation. Now, how could he believe that Su Yan could trigger a lightning tribulation? When Yun Wanqing saw that Yun Tian was unmoved, she once again begged in a weak voice, Elder Yun, hurry and save Su Yan. Looking at the furious lightning, Yun Wanqing was about to cry. Although she had been begging Yun Tian to save Su Yan, when she saw the bolts of lightning explode on Su Yan's body like silver snakes, the surrounding rocks were all blown away. Yun Wanqing's heart couldn't help but sink and she fainted again. Young sect master. When Yun Tian saw that Yun Wanqing had fainted again, his face was filled with anxiety. Then he checked her pulse and when he saw that she was fine, he relaxed. Knowing that Yun Wanqing's life wasn't in danger, Yun Tian didn't try to save her. Instead, he looked at the black youth in the middle and frowned. Although he heard Yun Wanqing continuously say this, he still couldn't believe that that person was Su Yan. This was because he was very clear that Su Yan's strength was only at the 9-star celestial phase realm. Even if he broke through to the spiritual sea realm here, he definitely wouldn't trigger the lightning tribulation. Of course, the more important thing was that Yun Tian knew that even if he wanted to save him, he didn't have the strength to do so. The power of the lightning was too strong. Even he couldn't take it head-on. Right now, he could only stand in the distance like the other Radius Realm experts and wait for the lightning to disappear. The lightning's fury lasted for an entire hour. The entire Shura shrine was blown up. Only the youth in the middle was still sitting in the distance. But even so, everyone believed that under such a powerful force, that youth probably wouldn't be able to survive. After all, the lightning disappeared. Only then did Yun Tian dare to approach a little closer. Looking at the youth whose entire body had been blown up black, and whose face couldn't even be recognized, Yun Tian couldn't help but frown. However, looking at his familiar outfit and familiar silhouette, Yun Tian couldn't help but be stunned. Because he recognized this silhouette. This familiar outfit was exactly the same as Su Yan's. Could this person really be Su Yan? Yun Tian thought, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Right at this moment, Dong Qinghao, Makaryu Ice, and the others woke up one after another. The few of them had followed Su Yan out of the Azura Divine Palace. When they saw the young man sitting in the middle of the hall, they immediately recognized him. Su Yan. Everyone looked at Su Yan's body, who was sitting upright. That black appearance made their hearts ache and they let out a low roar. They wanted to go up and check on Su Yan's situation. Unfortunately, although the lightning had disappeared, the remaining power was still there. They couldn't get close at all. They could only shout sorrowfully. Because of the grief in their hearts, they couldn't hide it. Their shouts were clearly heard by all. Su Yan. When everyone heard this name, they couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that this brat is the Su Yan who betrayed the Monster Palace? How is that possible? That brat is only at the Sky Realm. How could he summon the lightning tribulation? Everyone looked at Su Yan in astonishment. When Yun Tian heard the shouts of Dong Qinghao and the others, his face was also filled with shock. Although he still didn't believe it in his heart, he couldn't help but believe it because the truth was right in front of his eyes. Su Yan. Yun Tian looked at the jet-black youth. Although he didn't know how Su Yan was able to trigger the lightning tribulation, but when he thought of Su Yan's strength, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pity. Su Yan. As the wrath of thunder slowly faded away, the various forces that were attracted by the tremor slowly surged up the mountain. When Su Tianta heard Su Yan's name, his pupils suddenly shrank. He walked closer and looked at the motionless body in the center of the Shura shrine. He shook his head and said, No? Impossible, Yin won't fall just like that. From the moment Su Yin erupted with his strength in Heaven Shuang City. Although Su Yin wasn't in the Su family. However, in the eyes of everyone in the Su family, Su Yin had already become the guardian of the Su family. Now that everyone was saying that this was Su Yin, how could Su Qin to believe that the guardian of his Su family would fall just like that? Unfortunately, everyone had seen the power of the fury of thunder just now. Such a strong power of thunder, even a Fangyuan realm expert couldn't withstand it, let alone Su Yin, a mere 9-star celestial phenomenon realm expert. Everyone who was close to Su Yin fell into a state of sadness. Even those who weren't related to Su Yin felt a lingering fear when they thought of the lightning just now. They stood in place and looked at the youth in front of them with a strange expression, not knowing what was going on. No. Just as everyone was immersed in sadness, a fat body slowly stood up from the ground. Looking at Su Yan's body in the center of the Shura shrine, the corner of his mouth rose into an evil smile. No, Su Yin won't die, definitely not. This person's voice was like a male duck's, but at this moment, it was sonorous and powerful, revealing a majesty that couldn't be resisted. This person was Su Yan's first close friend in this world, Lu Fei. Everyone was originally looking at Su Yan, but when they heard this sonorous and powerful voice, they were all attracted over. Hearing Lu Fei's resolute voice, all of them couldn't help but be startled. How much trust did one have to have in order to believe that a dead person wasn't dead? The others didn't say anything. When the black demon heard Lu Fei's words, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. He won't die. It's already good that he hasn't been turned into ashes. He still won't die. The black demon's voice was extremely loud. Everyone present heard it clearly. When Dong Qinghao and the others heard his words, their faces immediately surged with anger, and they all looked at the black demon with killing intent. Only Lu Fei ignored the black demonic monster. Instead he sneered, "He won't die. Su Yin won't die." Aha, idiot. When the black demon heard Lu Fei's words, he once again burst into laughter. This brat only has the strength of a mere celestial phenomenon stage cultivator. He didn't die under the power of thunder. Are you deceiving yourself? If I'm not wrong, this brat is still a traitor of the Monster Palace. If I take his corpse, I can still exchange it for some spirit stones. It's also good to dispel your naive thoughts. As the black demon spoke, he saw that the last remnants of the lightning had disappeared. His body suddenly leaped and he flew in the direction of Su Yan. Stop! Dong Qinghao and the others shouted angrily a few times. Unfortunately, they were all heavily injured. In addition, the black demon was a supreme expert of the perimeter realm, so they had no way of stopping him. When Yun Tian saw the black demon leap up, he wanted to stop him. Unfortunately, the black demon was too fast. Even if he made a move now, it would be too late. The black demon walked in front of Su Yan and looked at Su Yan's jet black body. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Brat, I'll take you back to study. Let's see how you can trigger the lightning tribulation. The black demon actually had other plans. As a supreme expert of the perimeter realm of the Black Demon Cave, he naturally didn't lack the spirit stones that the Monster Palace had. Stop right there. Stop. When Lu Fei, Dong Qinghao, and the others saw that the black demon was about to attack Su Yan, they roared angrily at the same time. However, the black demon didn't put them in his eyes at all. The corner of his mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. This brat is already dead. I'm just letting you guys give up now. No, Su Yan won't die. Lu Fei shouted excitedly. If it wasn't for his heavy injuries, he would have already pounced on the black demon. Chapter 360. The black demon sneered and reached out to grab Su Yan's body. Buzz. Just as his hand touched Su Yan's body, an electric current surged out, and the black demon's body could not help but tremble. Everyone was stunned when they saw the black demon's action. Then they looked at the black demon's terrified expression and burst out laughing. Dong Qinghao and the rest were immersed in grief, so naturally they wouldn't laugh. However, some of the area realm experts who were allied with the black demon laughed when they saw the black demon's expression. Ha, black demon, don't tell me you're afraid of a corpse? Yeah, black demon, were you damaged by the lightning earlier? Why do you still have electricity? Hearing the laughter, the black demon was immediately enraged. A dead man actually dares to make trouble? I'll destroy you today. The black demon roared and circulated his energy. Then he slammed his palm on Su Yan's body. Don't. Dong Qinghao and the rest trembled when they saw this scene. They shouted hysterically, wanting to stop it. Unfortunately, how could they make it in time? Tears flowed from their eyes. The black demon's palm had already landed. The black demon was a powerful being of the perimeter state. Even though he did not use his full strength in that palm strike, it was still powerful enough to uproot mountains and rivers and destroy the heavens and earth. Furthermore, Su Yan did not even have the strength to resist at all. No one dared to see what would happen next. Su Yan would be crushed by the black demon. Ah! Lu Fei suddenly roared and a strange energy burst out from his body. His body was like a spinning top as he attacked the black demon. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Lu Fei's eyes were red as he screamed. Unfortunately, even if he could fly now, he was too heavily injured in the Shura shrine. Before he could reach the black demon, he fell heavily to the ground. Tears streamed down his face as he cried, "I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Dong Qinghao and the rest were also heartbroken. Their hearts were filled with hatred, but there was nothing they could do. Seeing these people sad, the black demon, with his perverted mind, felt a sense of pride. A cold smile appeared on his face. However, before his smile could appear, something happened. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning burst out from Su Yan's body and coiled around the black demon like a silver snake. Ah! Even though the black demon was an area realm expert, he was in so much pain that he couldn't help but growl. He hurriedly retreated. When they saw the black demon's expression earlier, they were all laughing at him. However, at this moment, everyone was stunned when they saw the black demon monster's expression. They no longer had the mocking expression from before. They were all almighty beings of the Radius realm, so they naturally knew how powerful the Radius realm was. And to be able to make the black fiend monster cry out in such pain, it was this power. When they thought about it, they couldn't help but be stunned. The black demon looked at Su Yan's body, which was still emitting bursts of lightning energy. His eyes suddenly surged with killing intent. "Brat, I didn't think that you would dare to make trouble after you're dead. I don't believe that I can't kill you today." Amo coldly shouted. However, this time he didn't dare to touch Su Yan's body with his hands. Instead, he leaped up and waved his palms. Suddenly, the surrounding air seemed to tremble along with him. Countless amounts of energy surged up. Gusts of chilly wind whistled, and the surrounding air seemed to have become cold and gloomy at this moment. Cultivators, because they cultivated the power of the world, were not afraid of the temperature of the world. However, when the black demon waved his hands, the people standing around felt cold all over their bodies. This caused everyone to be stunned. Yun Tian's pupils shrank as he shouted, "Black demon, you're so ruthless. You actually used the 10,000 elephant divine skill on a dead person." The black demon didn't care about Yun Tian's shout at all. A disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "So what? Do you have a way to stop me?" As he spoke, the black demon's face sank. He waved his hands and pushed out. Suddenly, a chilly wind blew and countless black fog filled the air. The black fog instantly condensed into countless sharp arrows. Bang, black demon. The black demon roared and the countless black fog arrows collided with Su Yan's body. No. Everyone who had a good relationship with Su Yan began to shout at this moment. Their hatred for the Black Devil had reached the pinnacle. Even some people who didn't know Su Yan couldn't bear to see this scene. The Black Demon actually used the 10,000 elephant divine skill on a dead person. This was simply too horrible to look at. While they felt sorry for Su Yan, they didn't stop him. Not to mention that the strongest person here, Yun Tian, might not be able to withstand the Black Demon's Black Demon, let alone the others. Even if they wanted to, they were powerless. They could only watch as the black demon passed through Su Yan's body and exploded on Su Yan's body. A loud sound rang out. Countless black fog filled the air and enveloped Su Yan's body. The black demon laughed strangely. "Boy, a little corpse dares to go against me? Let's see how you fight me now." Bang. Before the black devil had even finished speaking, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. A beam of light shot up into the sky from the black fog. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this scene. In particular, the black demon's expression froze. It was as ugly as it could be. "He's not dead. He's not dead." While everyone was in a daze, only Lu Fei looked at the ray of light with a smile on his face. He jumped up excitedly and shouted, "It's Su Yan. It's definitely Su Yan. He's not dead. He's not dead." Everyone felt that Lu Fei's shout was too much of a blow to him. After all, in their eyes, Su Yan was already dead. Not to mention the fury of thunder that they who were in the area realm couldn't stop. The 10,000 elephant divine skill that the black demon unleashed was enough to destroy Su Yan countless times. Therefore, everyone ignored him and continued to watch the ray of light. They frowned, not understanding what was going on. Lu Fei didn't care about the others and continued to shout, Su Yan Jr. Brother Su. Lu Fei stopped shouting. Sage Heaven Sword couldn't bear to see Lu Fei cry out like that. He stepped forward and patted Lu Fei's shoulder. He looked at the ray of light. Although he was unwilling to accept it, he still suppressed the grief in his heart and said, Lu Fei, Su Yan is already dead. No, he's not dead. He's definitely not dead. He's not dead. Lu Fei ignored Spiritual Master Heaven Sword's words and stubbornly shook off his hand. He leaned towards the center of the light and said, Su Yan, you're not dead, right? Right? Everyone looked at Lu Fei, who was almost in a frenzy and couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. Sigh, this fatty is really loyal or stupid. He's clearly dead, yet he's still saying that he's not dead. Yeah, but his loyalty is commendable. The other experts looked at Lu Fei and couldn't help but shake their heads. In their hearts, they all thought that Su Yan was definitely dead. Now they were more concerned about the ray of light that shot into the sky. Asterisk bang. Asterisk at this moment, there was another loud explosion and a bright ray of light burst out. The entangling black fog instantly dissipated, and a robust figure slowly appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw this, they were stunned. Looking at the young man sitting in the center and that handsome face, everyone's face was filled with shock. This. Everyone, including those Origin State experts, couldn't help but rub their eyes. They were unable to accept what they were seeing. Right at this moment, the young man who was seated suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. A ray of blood-red light surged out from his eyes. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Not dead. This Su Yan wasn't dead. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't imagine that Su Yan wasn't dead. When the black demon saw this, he was also shocked. How is this possible? Although everyone was in disbelief, the truth was right before their eyes. They could not believe it. If they insisted on not believing it, they would be deceiving themselves. Ah. Just then Lu Fei burst out laughing and yelled out happily, I knew it. Su Yan, you won't die. You won't die. Lu Fei's yell brought everyone back to their senses. Earlier on, everyone thought that Lu Fei was a fool. But now that they saw that figure surging out, they realized that they were the ones who were fools. Not dead. To think that you're not dead. The black demon looked at the body of Su Yan that was surrounded by a ray of light and was instantly enraged. At the same time, his eyes shone with killing intent. To think that you're not dead. Then I'll send you on your way. As he was speaking, the black demon slapped his storage bag and took out his weapon, striking out at Su Yan. Black demon? Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Dong Qinghao and the others couldn't defend against it. However, Yun Tian and Reverend Heaven Sword were both capable. When they saw the attack of the black demon, they were instantly enraged. Earlier on, both of them thought that Su Yan was dead. But when they saw the attack of the black demon, they weren't that angry. Right now, Su Yan wasn't dead. No matter what, they had to save Su Yan. They couldn't let him be injured by the black demon. But it was a pity that the both of them were standing too far away. The speed of the black demon was extremely fast. Even if they were to use their full strength, they wouldn't be able to block the attack of the black demon. Looking at how the spear in the hands of the black demon was about to strike Su Yan's body, the eyes of the few of them shone with killing intent. Black demon. If you dare to touch Su Yan today, I, Yun Tian, will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Yun Tian roared out furiously. He was blaming himself for not being able to protect Su Yan earlier on. Now that he knew that Su Yan wasn't dead, how could he let the black demon hurt him again? Reverend Heaven Sword roared out as well, Black demon. If you dare to touch him, I don't care how strong you are. I, Heaven Sword, will definitely be irreconcilable with you. Chapter 361. The black demon had tried to destroy Su Yan's corpse several times but failed. He had long been enraged by the humiliation. Now that he saw that Su Yan was still alive, he thought about how the terrifying lightning energy and his 10,000 elephant divine skill had not killed Su Yan. This made the black demon feel a sense of fear. Fear? The black demon didn't know why such fear appeared in his heart. However, the appearance of this fear also made the black demon's killing intent rise. He, the black demon, was an elder of the Black Demon Cave. He was an almighty figure of the Square Circle realm. If others knew that he felt fear because of a mere celestial phenomenon realm powerhouse, if that were to spread, he would be laughed at. Therefore he must kill Su Yan today. He didn't pay any attention to the shouts of Yun Tian and Taoist Heavenly Sword. Taking a step forward, he raised the long spear in his hand. His eyes suddenly narrowed as a resplendent ray of light suddenly surged out from the long spear. With a whoosh, it pierced towards Su Yan's chest. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Those who were familiar with Su Yan instantly felt angry and sad. Those who weren't familiar with Su Yan felt pity for Su Yan. After all, he didn't die under such a powerful lightning strike. Now he was going to die in the hands of a cultivator. Those who saw the attack in the black demon's hand couldn't help but sigh. They couldn't bear to see what would happen next. Asterisk bang. Asterisk however, before they could close their eyes, a loud explosion suddenly rang out. Within Su Yan's body, a burst of resplendent light instantly surged. That light quickly curled up and soared into the sky. Ah! Su Yan, who was inside the light, let out a low roar. His entire body leaped straight up. Asterisk bang. Asterisk following another thunderous boom, the black devil immediately felt a burst of powerful force bearing down on it, and its body shuddered before it was sent flying back. What the hell is going on? Everyone was stunned. Bang! Bang! At this time, a few more explosions resounded as Su Yan's body flew higher and higher. Countless rays of light curled up as Su Yan slowly sat in the air, surrounded by countless rays of light. Under the light, one could vaguely see countless silver snakes entwined around it. Not only that, the surrounding air seemed to tremble with the light. The surrounding vegetation began to tremble violently. At the same time, a thick power surged from all directions, directly surging towards Su Yan, forming a beautiful mushroom cloud. While everyone was still in a daze, a Radius Realm almighty figure quickly recognized what the spiraling mushroom cloud was. Spiritual chi, it's spiritual chi. When everyone heard these people's shouts, they couldn't help but tremble. One had to know that spirit chi was a gift from heaven and earth to martial artists. It was a formless state that could not be seen by the naked eye. But now they were gathered together like rain and fog, constantly surging towards Su Yan's body. Just how fast was he absorbing the spiritual chi? Everyone was shocked by what they saw. At this time, everyone felt the power in their body tremble. The spiritual chi in their body seemed to have a suction force, constantly flowing out. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly circulated their spiritual chi to resist, retreating a few steps back. Bang! Light curled up as Su Yan's body sat firmly inside, enjoying the influx of spiritual chi. His eyes emitted a blood-red light. He remembered everything that had happened just now clearly. He was about to die from the lightning tribulation. After all, even a Radius Realm almighty figure couldn't block the lightning tribulation. But in the end, Su Yan strangely discovered that he could absorb the lightning tribulation. This allowed Su Yan to successfully pass the tribulation. Of course, Su Yan knew that the lightning tribulation was too violent, almost destroying all of his veins. Fortunately, the black demon's attack allowed him to release a lot of the lightning tribulation. This allowed Su Yan to pass the tribulation. But this didn't mean that Su Yan didn't know what the black demon had brought him. Looking at the black demon, his eyes suddenly turned cold and a wave of killing intent surged. When the black demon saw the killing intent in Su Yan's eyes, he didn't know why, but at the same time, a wave of anger surged in his heart. He thought to himself, this kid must die, he must die. However, seeing the powerful energy around Su Yan, the black demon was unable to get close at all. This caused his heart to tremble. The moment Su Yan looked at the black demon again, he immediately felt that all the veins in his body were about to be torn apart. Countless amounts of energy surged towards his dantian. Even with Su Yan's mental fortitude, he could not help but cry out in pain from the waves of intense pain. Although it was painful, Su Yan was actually happy in his heart. This was because Su Yan knew that he was about to break through to the sky realm, condense the spirit sea in his body, and gather the power of heaven and earth in his body. The power of heaven and earth. Thinking about this, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank, and the cultivation technique in his body started to circulate quickly. The moment the cultivation technique was activated, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed again. Countless amounts of energy surged towards Su Yan's body. Like a flowing river, countless amounts of energy gathered together. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Yun Tian was also astonished when he saw this scene. However, he was after all the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization, so he knew more than ordinary people. It was precisely because of this that he knew more than ordinary people. The degree of astonishment on his face was even more shocking than the others. On that slightly aged face, those thick lips trembled slightly. A Heavenly Sun Realm expert, a Heavenly Sun Realm expert. I didn't expect to see a Heavenly Sun Realm expert in my lifetime. I didn't expect it. Yun Tian shouted excitedly, tears flowing down his old face. Amidst his shouts, many experts also saw through the trick and they were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that they would actually meet a heavenly sun realm expert here. Star, moon, sun, just the heavenly moon realm alone was hard to come by in 100 years. And this Su Yan was actually a heavenly sun realm expert. Everyone's heart was filled with excitement. When the black demon saw this scene, his eyes suddenly narrowed, revealing a cold intent. His entire body trembled out of fear. A heavenly sun realm expert. I didn't expect this kid to be a heavenly sun realm expert. No. This kid can't be left alive. Definitely can't be left alive. When the black demon saw the energy gathering on Su Yan's body, he took a few steps back. As he muttered to himself, he waved his hand and took out the sect's unique communication signal, shooting it into the sky. The resplendent fireworks exploded in the sky. Everyone saw it. When Yun Tian saw this scene, his brows suddenly shrank and he coldly snorted. This black demon still wants to mess around? As he said that, the corner of Yun Tian's mouth suddenly rose into a cold smile. At the same time, with a thought, a spiritual energy was transmitted to Yun Tian. When the Sky Sword Sage saw this scene, he did not stay idle. He also used his sect's unique communication method to start contacting his own sect's disciples. When the other perimeter realm experts and disciples of other sects saw this, they also started to call their own disciples. Su Yan was currently at the crucial moment of breaking through to the spiritual sea realm. Naturally, he would not notice this. As he absorbed the energy from all sides, Su Yan's mouth rose slightly into a smile and he roared, "Break!" Bang! Immediately, a loud sound soared into the sky. This loud sound resonated through the heavens and the earth, and the entire 5 counties seemed to tremble. At this moment, a few spirit ships flying in the sky felt the fluctuation of this energy. The few experts sitting in the spirit ships suddenly frowned, and they immediately sensed it. Immediately, a shocked expression appeared on their faces. Heavenly Sun Realm, Purple Spiritual Sea Realm. I didn't expect there to be a Heavenly Sun Realm and Purple Spiritual Sea Realm in such a remote place like the 5 counties. When the few experts on the spirit ships felt this energy, they instantly had an idea. Of course, at this moment, Yun Tian and the other experts did not know that there were experts from the 9 states continent approaching. At this moment, they were more concerned about Su Yan's actions. Amidst the deafening explosion, Su Yan's body erupted with a brilliant light. He leaped into the air and a boundless amount of energy swept out, destroying all the surrounding vegetation. What a powerful force. Everyone, including those who were at the origin realm, couldn't help but sigh when they saw this. Then Su Yan's body slowly descended. When the black demon saw this, he immediately leaped up with the long spear in his hand, and a mocking voice appeared at the corner of his mouth. So what if you're in the Purple Spiritual Sea Realm? That's just a Stage 1 Spiritual Sea Realm. I'll kill you now. When Su Yan saw the black demon's powerful attack, his eyes suddenly shrank. The reason why the black demon was unable to hurt him earlier was because his body contained the power of lightning. Even if he was in the perimeter realm, he could not break it. But now, Su Yan had absorbed the power of lightning. He had broken through the spiritual sea realm. Just as the black demon had said, no matter how strong he was now, he was only in the Stage 1 spiritual sea realm. Against an expert in the perimeter realm, he had no power to fight back. Looking at the black demon's attack, Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly retreated. But before he could retreat, a figure blocked in front of him. Black demon, don't forget that I'm still here. The one who blocked in front of Su Yan was Yun Tian, the great elder Yun. At the same time, Sage Heaven Sword also blocked in front of Su Yan. When Su Yan saw Yun Tian and Sage Heaven Sword, the 2 perimeter realm experts in front of him, he was relieved. But when he looked at the black demon, his eyes surged with anger. The black demon did not care about Su Yan. Instead, he looked at Yun Tian and Sage Heaven Sword and snorted coldly. Yun Tian, Sage Heaven Sword, do you want to rely on your numbers today? Do you think that my black demon cave has no one? As the black demon sneered, the 2 perimeter realm experts who had not moved earlier instantly moved to the side of the black demon. Chapter 362. When Yun Tian saw the 2 area sphere realm experts standing beside the black demon, his pupils suddenly shrank. His face was instantly filled with anger as he shouted, Eastern Gate Sect, Eastern Gate Sage, Chaotian Sect, Chaoshi Sage, when did your 2 sects mix with the black demon cave? This was the 5 counties continent. Moreover, there were only a few area sphere realm experts in the entire 5 counties continent. Thus, the various experts were naturally familiar with each other. When the 2 area sphere realm experts walked over, Yun Tian immediately recognized them. Yun Tian immediately recognized that they were the 2 great powers of the 5 counties. Eastern Gate Sect and Chaotian Sect. These two great sects were not as famous as the Heaven and Earth Organization, the Monster Palace and the Black Demon Cave. However, because these two great sects had Area Sphere Realm experts, they were slightly more famous than the Hidden Sword Tomb. Now that these two great sects were actually walking together with the Black Demon Cave, Yuntian could not help but feel somewhat worried. The Heaven and Earth Organization was the #1 sect in the Five Counties continent. However, the Black Demon Cave was in existence second only to the Heaven and Earth Organization. If the Black Demon Cave really joined forces with the Five Counties continent, even the Heaven and Earth Organization would not dare to say that they could resist the Black Demon Cave. Thus, when Yuntian saw the sect masters of these two sects stand out, he was still somewhat worried. However, the sect masters of the two great sects did not answer his question. Instead, the Black Demon stood at the side and sneered, "Yuntian, our two sects have been fighting openly and covertly for so many years. Do you really think that I don't know what the Heaven and Earth Organization is planning? Do you really think that the Black Demon Cave is not prepared?" The moment the two perimeter boundary powerhouses from the two large sects stood beside him, the Black Fiend immediately gained confidence and spoke arrogantly. "Humph." When Yuntian heard the Black Demon's words, he immediately let out a cold snort. Good, good. Since that is the case, then today I will settle all the old and new debts with the Black Demon Cave. As he spoke, Yuntian's body suddenly leaped up, and a majestic power suddenly surged out, causing the surrounding air to go berserk. Those waves of energy fluctuations, just these energy fluctuations alone, were like a gust of wind and sea waves, violently rising and emitting bursts of whistling sounds. Yuntian was furious. He was truly enraged. Although the Heaven and Earth Organization and the Black Demon Cave had long suppressed their hatred for hundreds of years in the past, it had only been a battle between the two major sections. Now that the Black Demon Cave had formed a faction, how could Yuntian not be angry? "Black Demon, today I shall get rid of you before the other sects arrive." Yuntian roared out in rage. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he leaped out. He was also a swordsman. The moment that figure leaped out, a long sword immediately appeared in his hand. As soon as the long sword appeared, it immediately emitted a green light and a series of explosions. It was definitely not an ordinary sword. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they could not help but be stunned. When Su Yen sensed the energy that had just erupted from Yuntian's body, his pupils suddenly contracted. He could not help but sigh inwardly. Is this the power of the boundary of circumference? It is indeed powerful. When the Black Demon saw Yuntian attacking, he did not dare to be careless. In the past it might have been better. He was not afraid of Yuntian. But now Yuntian's strength was one level higher than his. In the boundary of circumference, one level was the difference between heaven and earth. The difference in strength was even greater. The Black Demon did not dare to take Yuntian's attack head-on. His figure suddenly retreated. But how could Yuntian give him a chance? The long sword danced, and in an instant, a powerful force condensed. The green long sword in his hand slashed down, and suddenly countless rays of light erupted. Cloud overlooking the world. Everyone could not help but be stunned. Yuntian was so powerful that he did not need to prepare at all. He could directly unleash the 10,000 elephant divine skill. This power made everyone dumbfounded. The Black Demon was also stunned. He quickly waved the long spear in his hand to block. He was also in the boundary of circumference, so his strength was naturally not weak. As the long spear danced in the air, countless dazzling rays of light shot out like a screen, protecting his body. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the attack of Cloud overlooking the world collided with his screen, and suddenly, a loud sound burst out. The aftermath of the energy burst out in an instant, and the onlookers could not help but take a step back. Under the powerful attack of Yuntian's Cloud overlooking the world, the Black Demon could not help but take a few steps back. Seeing Yuntian attack again, the Black Demon hurriedly shouted, "Why aren't the two of you helping?" Only then did the Eastgate Sect Master, Taoist Eastgate, and Chaotian Sect Master, Taoist Chaoshi, suddenly recovered from the shock. They took out their weapons and surrounded Yuntian. "Don't forget, there's still our hidden sword tomb." Taoist Heaven Sword saw this scene and instantly moved. He patted his storage bag, took out his sword and jumped up. Yuntian saw Taoist Heaven Sword take action and did not act arrogantly. Because he was very clear that he could easily deal with the Black Demon, but if the two sect masters were to join in, it would be difficult for Yuntian. Although there were not only the 5 boundary of circumference experts present. However, most of them were hidden experts. All of the boundary of circumference experts held an attitude of watching and did not participate in this battle. However, the battle between the 5 boundary of circumference experts. It was definitely a great battle in the entire 5 counties continent. It should be known that it was not easy to see one boundary of circumference expert on a normal day, let alone with so many boundary of circumference experts. Bang! The 5 of them hovered in the air with a domineering aura. Su Yan and the others could not stand in the circle of the 5 of them at all. Looking at this scene, Su Yan frowned. After all, this battle was mostly caused by him. Moreover, looking at the current situation, Su Yan's brows furrowed. Su Yan could not help. This made Su Yan a little angry, but there was nothing he could do. After all, even if Su Yan was now a spiritual sea expert, compared to the boundary of circumference experts, he was still not enough to participate in the battle. Bang! Bang! All he could do was stand there and listen to the sounds of the battle between the 5 area realm almighties erupting in the air. Countless energy waves were surging towards him. Everyone could not help but take a step back. Shio! Shio! Right at this moment, a sound suddenly came from the horizon and many people jumped down. Some directly joined the battle between Yun Tian Heimo and the others. Some landed in front of Su Yan and the others. Su Yan looked at these people and could not help but frown. However, he quickly recognized that these people were the reinforcements of the various sections. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud sound came from the sky. The boundary of circumference experts were furious and landed in front of the reinforcements of their sections. Elder! Elder! The disciples of the various sects greeted Yun Tian and Heimo, N. Yun Tian and the Black Demon merely nodded at them. Then they looked at each other. Their eyes suddenly surged with intense killing intent. Kill them. Yun Tian and Heimo had clearly become the masters of this battle. The 2 of them shouted at the same time. The disciples below suddenly took out their respective weapons and rushed towards their opponents. The biggest battle in the 5 prefectures' history started at this moment. There was no reason, no excuse, and no pursuit. It was just for the pride in each other's hearts. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. The number of people fighting increased continuously. In the end, it was unknown whether the other party was friend or foe. As long as they were not pleasing to the eye, they would kill. Su Yan looked at this scene and could not help but frown slightly. To him, this battle was simply a meaningless war. However, Su Yan was clear that the current situation was not something he could control. Looking at the people of Heimo Cave, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. At the same time, a surge of killing intent surged in his heart. Perhaps Su Yan did not want to be enemies with others. However, Heimo Cave was different. Heimo Cave had been targeting him earlier. The biggest reason for this battle was because of Heimo Cave and Heimo Cave. If it were not for Heimo Cave, perhaps everyone would be able to leave safely. Die. Just now, Su Yan could not intervene in the battle between the several realms. Now that Su Yan finally had a chance to act, he naturally would not be polite. As soon as the ghost howl sword appeared, a thick black fog suddenly surged. It directly slashed at a disciple of Heimo Cave. That disciple of Heimo Cave was not weak. He was also in the spiritual sea realm, and a level 2 spiritual sea realm. Seeing Su Yan rushing towards him, the corner of his mouth slightly rose into a cold smile. A mere level 1 spiritual sea realm wants to fight your grandfather, right? Before the disciple could finish his words, his whole body shook. His pupils instantly widened as he looked at Su Yan in disbelief. How is this possible? A level 1 spiritual sea realm expert actually killed a level 2 spiritual sea realm expert. Su Yan did not comment on this disciple's expression. He turned around and slashed at another disciple. Although Su Yan was not the strongest among these disciples, he was not the strongest. However, he still had few opponents. It could be said that he was invincible and undefeatable. Soon the entire mountain was dyed red with blood. However, the battle did not stop. The battle continued for an entire night. Corpses were everywhere. It was a tragic scene. At the beginning, the disciples of various sects might still be holding on. However, by now the disciples had even forgotten where they stood. There was only killing in their eyes. There was only endless killing. No one knew how long this battle would last. Perhaps they would only be able to stop the battle from ending after the level 2 spiritual sea realm experts had determined the victor. Chapter 363. From the very beginning of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Tian Grand Elder Yun. Black Demon Caves Black Demon. Sword Vaults Heaven Sword Sage. Eastern Gate Sect Master Eastern Gate Sage. And Chaotian Sect Master Chaotian Sage. 5 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses, and now there were 10 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses. These 10 Area Sphere Realm Powerhouses were the reinforcements from the Heaven and Earth Organization and the Black Demon Cave. Suddenly, the number of area sphere realm powerhouses from the two factions was actually equal. The Heaven and Earth organization had a total of 3 Grand Elders, all of whom were area sphere realm powerhouses. Including Yun Tian and Sword Vault Sect Master Heaven Sword, there were a total of 5 area sphere realm powerhouses. As for the Black Demon Cave, only 2 area sphere realm powerhouses came. However, with the addition of Black Demon Eastern Gate Sect and Chaotian Sect's 2 Sect Masters, there were 5 area sphere realm powerhouses. Among the 10 area sphere realm powerhouses, Yun Tian was the strongest at the 2nd level of area sphere realm. The others were all at the 1st level of area sphere realm. Although Yun Tian's strength was stronger than the other area sphere realm powerhouses. However, it was not easy to kill an area sphere realm powerhouse. The battle between the 10 area sphere realm powerhouses instantly entered a white-hot state. For a moment, both sides were in a deadlock. Ha! At this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the horizon. This voice was extremely deep, and Yun Tian's area sphere realm powerhouses couldn't help but be stunned when they heard it. A group of barbarians is actually fighting here. As the laughter fell, a spirit ship stopped in midair. As soon as the spirit ship came in, it instantly surged with a huge amount of energy. The disciples of the various sects who were fighting below felt their hearts tremble. They stopped fighting and couldn't help but take a few steps back. They looked up at the behemoth in the sky that was emitting bursts of dazzling light. All of them were horrified. What is this? Su Yan looked at the huge object emitting light in the sky, and his heart couldn't help but be stunned. Then, a memory instantly appeared in his mind. Spirit ship, this is a spirit ship. As Su Yan thought about it, his pupils suddenly shrank. He was no stranger to spirit ships. This was a flying spirit ship that was built with hundreds of millions of spirit stones. It was rumored that it could fly hundreds of thousands of miles in a day. In the 5 counties, the spirit ship was merely a legend. Even if the Heaven and Earth organization wanted to build a spirit ship, they did not have the capital nor the technology. All the martial artists in the 5 counties only had memories of the spirit ship in books. Who would have thought that a spirit ship would suddenly appear here? Everyone looked at this behemoth in horror. Ha ha ha. While everyone was in a daze, a burst of laughter came from the spirit ship. At the same time, several figures leaped down from the spirit ship. He looked at the figures leaping down. Everyone held their breaths. Perimeter state, they're all in the perimeter state. Everyone's face was filled with astonishment. When they saw the young faces of these people, they became even more frantic. Such a young square circle state? How is this possible? One had to know that the circumference state warrior was the strongest warrior in the 5 counties. In the entire 5 counties, the number of circumference state warriors could be counted with one hand, and every one of them was at the circumference state. Which one of them was not an almighty warrior in the 5 counties? Now that the spirit ship had arrived, so many circumference state warriors had appeared. Moreover, all of them were so young. How could people not be astonished? Su Yan stood in the crowd and frowned. Although he did not want to argue with others, he was a man with pride. Su Yan had always been very proud of his cultivation. However, looking at the few circumference state warriors who floated down, Su Yan actually felt inferior. Of course, this inferiority feeling disappeared in an instant and turned into motivation. Instantly, a ray of light surged in his eyes. More than 10 people came down from the spirit ship. When the last few people came down, the disciples felt a little better. This was because among these people, apart from the 3 circumference state warriors who came down earlier, there were only a few. Almost all of them were in the spiritual sea realm. This made everyone feel a little better. Circumference state warriors at such a young age. The pupils of Yun Tian's group shrunk when they saw these people descend. However, they glanced at them from the corner of their eyes before a cold smile surfaced on the corner of their mouths. Their eyes rotated as they cried out in a stern voice, "Who exactly are you?" "We are." Among the few people, there was a young man in white. He was the leader of the group. When he heard Yun Tian's words, the corners of his mouth twitched and a cold smile appeared. Then he looked at Yun Tian and saw the spirit chi surging around his body. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, his eyes suddenly turned cold and he shouted, "You are not qualified to know." This voice was like a raging tide, causing everyone who heard it to tremble. Of course, at the same time, it also caused everyone to be greatly shocked. Who was Yun Tian? He was the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. Although he could not be said to be the strongest warrior in the 5 counties, he was at least the strongest among the tens of thousands of people here. And this young man who looked very young actually dared to speak to Yun Tian like this. Was he not courting death? It was indeed so. When Yun Tian heard the young man shout, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Courting death. As he spoke, Yun Tian's body instantly leaped up. The long sword in his hand was like a snake as it attacked. Instantly, there were countless rays of light and sword cries that shook the entire area. He had already arrived in front of the young man. When everyone saw this, their eyes widened. They all hoped that Yun Tian's sword would kill the young man, because this young man was so arrogant that it made them feel a wave of anger. When they saw that Yun Tian's sword was about to pierce through the young man, everyone could not help but become excited. Unfortunately, at this moment, with a loud bang, the young man slowly raised his hand and instantly formed a beautiful light screen. With a loud bang, Yun Tian was suddenly sent flying. Puchi! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Yun Tian's mouth. Ah! Everyone cried out in surprise when they saw this. The pupils of Hey Mogul and the other area realm experts shrank as they took a few steps back. Everyone had seen Yun Tian's strength with their own eyes. However, that young man merely waved his hand and Yun Tian was defeated. One move, that's right, it was just one move. This person's strength was at least at the 6th level of the circumference state. 6th level of the circumference state, no one dared to imagine. One had to know that in the entire 5 counties, there had never been such a powerful almighty. Not only that, but there were also 2 circumference state warriors standing behind the young man. Looking at the indifferent expression in their eyes, they were clearly powerful experts of their generation. Not only that, but there were also so many spiritual sea realm experts. This made people wonder who these people were. The strongest sect in the 5 counties was only the Heaven and Earth Organization. And now, the Heaven and Earth Organization's Grand Elder was here. Then this power was, everyone, including the circumference state warriors, looked at the sudden appearance of these young men and could not help but feel a sense of fear. Su Yin stood in the crowd and could not help but frown. At this moment, the young man's gaze instantly fell on Su Yin. That sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through one's heart, causing Su Yin to be startled. Su Yan's body involuntarily shrank back. However, before he could shrink back into the crowd, he saw the young man's lips curl into a cold smile. He pointed at Su Yin and said, "You come out." Su Yin was startled and secretly complained. Although Su Yin was arrogant, he also knew the difference in strength. Regarding this kind of thing, Su Yin really did not want to get involved. Unfortunately, when he saw the young man point at him, Su Yin could only brace himself and walk out. Richen Xiang, Purple Spirit Sea. Ha, I did not expect such a talent to appear in this barbaric land. Not bad, not bad. The young man looked to be about the same age as Su Yin. However, at this moment he was like a senior looking at a junior, his face full of arrogance. This caused Su Yin to be angry, but Su Yin did not pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at Yun Tian, who was not far away. Seeing that he was fine, he was relieved. After saying that, the young man looked at Su Yin and sighed, what a pity, your strength is too weak." What? When Su Yin heard the young man's words, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Saying that his strength was too weak? One had to know that Su Yan's current strength could be ranked in the top in the entire 5 states. However, being looked down upon by this young man, Su Yin could not help but feel a surge of anger in his chest. However, the young man did not look at Su Yan's expression. Instead, he asked Su Yin, "Kid, offer up your spirit sea." What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Su Yin instantly felt a surge of anger. Spirit sea, asking him to offer up his spirit sea. Now, he had to offer up the spirit sea that he had painstakingly condensed. Wasn't this equivalent to asking for his life? No, it was equivalent to asking for his life. It was even more cruel. Su Yan's eyes instantly filled with anger. Originally, Su Yin was still a little afraid of the strength of these people. However, at this moment, all of this fear was replaced by anger in his heart. What if I say no? Su Yin looked at the arrogant young man and said coldly, "No." When the young man heard Su Yan's reply, he immediately laughed out loud, "Ha kid, do you think you have a chance to choose?" "No." Su Yin smiled coldly. In an instant, a thick black fog erupted from the ghost howl sword. His figure suddenly jumped up and swung his sword. Like a long dragon, it directly attacked the young man. When the young man saw that Su Yin actually dared to attack him, he could not help but be stunned. Then a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Ha, interesting, interesting. A mere spiritual sea realm wants to be my enemy. Interesting, interesting. However, do you think you have the qualifications?" As the young man spoke, his eyes suddenly froze. Bang. Chapter 364. Do you think you have the qualifications to challenge senior brother Wang Han? The youth who stood in front of Su Yin looked at Su Yin with disdain. Although his strength was not as good as the youth who spoke to Su Yin, he still had the strength of an 8th-level spiritual ocean realm cultivator. He was only one step away from the peak of the spiritual ocean realm. This kind of expert would definitely be a genius in the entire 5 counties, an existence like an expert. 8th-level spiritual ocean realm. When Su Yin saw this person's strength, he couldn't help but frown. He had just entered the spiritual ocean realm and had yet to properly control the power in his body, even if he relied on his speed and the blood dragon pupil. In addition, he had a purple spiritual ocean realm. Su Yin only had the confidence to fight against a 3rd-level spiritual ocean realm cultivator. As for 8th-level spiritual ocean realm cultivators, to Su Yin he definitely wouldn't be able to fight back. Without waiting for Su Yin to express his opinion, several of the Radius Realm cultivators stepped forward, clearly wanting to help Su Yin. Unfortunately, before these Radius Realm cultivators could step forward, the eyes of the young man who was called Wang Han suddenly shrank. In that instant, the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to drop by a few degrees. What? You want to rely on your numbers? Wang Han said coldly. A trace of disdain flashed through the corners of his eyes. Faintly, the aura of a king was emitted from his body. This caused the various experts who had always been domineering in the 5 counties to involuntarily stop in their tracks. Even the strongest person in the crowd, Yun Tian, didn't dare to act rashly in front of Wang Han. Wang Han's strength was truly too strong. It was so strong that it exceeded everyone's expectations. When Wang Han saw these Radius Realm cultivators stop in their tracks, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He then looked at Su Yin and said, "Very good, very good. A mere newly advanced spiritual ocean realm cultivator dares to attack me. You really do have some ability. It's a pity that you're too weak." As Wang Han spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at the young man who had stood up for him with interest. He then looked at Su Yin and said with interest, "Kid, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. With your strength, it's impossible for you to defeat me. However, everyone says that those in the purple spiritual sea realm have extraordinary abilities. Today I will give you the chance to challenge my junior brother, Wang Shua. As long as you can defeat him today, I will give you a chance." What? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. This was an unfair decision. How could it be possible for a warrior who had just reached the spiritual sea realm to challenge a warrior of the 8th level? Not fair, not fair. The crowd below began to shout one after another, all of them raising the significance of this decisive battle. It's not fair. Wang Han, however, laughed loudly and said, "Do you think you have the right to choose?" With Wang Han's words, everyone was stunned. However, in front of Wang Han, a powerful warrior, they didn't have the chance to choose. This was the world of warriors, a world where the strong ruled. Wang Han surpassed the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm. In this place he was definitely a king and no one could shake him. However, in front of such an unfair battle, everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. There are so many of us. Are we afraid of just a few of them? Just at this moment, a hot-blooded warrior suddenly shouted this. Once this was said, everyone was stunned. Yun Tian also suddenly came to his senses. He jumped up and shouted, "Right, there are millions of warriors in our 5 counties. Are we afraid of just a few people? No, we have to unite." Bang! Before Yun Tian could finish his words, Wang Han suddenly waved his hand. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out. Yun Tian's entire body shook, and he was directly sent flying. He let out a miserable shriek and fell heavily on the ground. This frightening scene caused everyone's body to involuntarily tremble. Who was Yun Tian? Yun Tian was the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. He was the strongest warrior in all the realms here. Unfortunately, in the hands of this Wang Han, he didn't even have the ability to resist with a wave of his hand. Who else has an opinion? Wang Han's expression didn't change and he still maintained that faint smile as he spoke. Just as Heaven's Sword wanted to speak up, he was quickly stopped by Su Yin. Su Yin was very clear that Wang Han was so powerful that it made people unable to breathe. Even if many people stood up, it would be of no use. After all, the two of them weren't even on the same level. Sect Master, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Su Yin looked at the furious Heaven's Sword Sage and shook his head. But, you. Heaven's Sword Sage wanted to say something. However, before he could finish, Su Yin still took a step forward. Looking at Wang Han, his eyes suddenly shrank and a ray of light surged out. I accept your challenge. Wang Han looked at Su Yan's calm and composed appearance and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. As expected of a warrior with a purple spiritual sea. You do have some arrogance. As he spoke, Wang Han ignored Su Yan and turned to the youth from before. Wang Shua, remember not to hurt his spiritual sea. I still have a great use for it. Yes, senior brother. Wang Shua replied respectfully. Immediately after, he took a step closer to Su Yan and looked at Su Yan with disdain. Kid, I'll let you make the first move. Let me? Su Yan smiled. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he looked at Wang Han and said, Senior Wang Han, do you think we should add some stakes to this challenge? Stakes? Wang Han smiled. Immediately after, he saw the sinister smile on Su Yan's face. His eyes shrank and his face instantly turned gloomy. Kid, are you trying to raise conditions with me? How would I dare? Su Yan faced Wang Han and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. I think that since this is a duel there should naturally be some stakes. Okay, then what do you want to add? Wang Han wasn't afraid. In his eyes, as long as he wanted to, he could take away Su Yan's spiritual sea. The reason why he wanted to duel was only because he felt that it was interesting. Of course, in his eyes, even if Su Yan had a purple spiritual sea, he was only at the first level of the spiritual sea realm. Against Wang Shua, who was at the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm, no matter how strong he was, he didn't have any chance. Therefore Wang Han was willing to play with Su Yan. Su Yan didn't hold back. Looking at Wang Shua, he said, If I lose then today I Su Yan will offer my spiritual sea with both hands. However if I win, when he said this Su Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Then a cold smile appeared on his face, then you must leave this place today. Okay. Wang Han agreed without hesitation. To him this wager didn't exist. After all, he didn't believe that Su Yan could win against Wang Shua, who was at the 8th level of the spiritual sea realm. Maybe the purple spiritual sea was strong enough. If it was an ordinary 8th level of the spiritual sea realm, seeing that Su Yan was so confident, Wang Han would be a bit worried. However, how could Wang Shua be an ordinary spiritual sea realm cultivator? Therefore Wang Han didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. After hearing Wang Han agree, Su Yan wasn't afraid that he would regret it. His eyes shrank. Patting his storage bag he took out the ghost howl sword. His figure suddenly rushed out like a torrential sea. His sword aura was even sharper. In an instant countless amounts of power flew up. His speed was as fast as lightning. When everyone saw this scene they were all astonished. Because the strength that Su Yan displayed would always surpass the strength of a first level of the spiritual sea realm cultivator. Even Wang Han couldn't help but nod. This purple spiritual sea is really something. Thinking of this, Wang Han became even more interested in Su Yan's spiritual sea. However, even so, Su Yan was still only at the first level of the spiritual sea realm, while Wang Shua was at the 8th level. The moment Su Yan attacked, Wang Shua's pupils shrank. A powerful spiritual power surged out, blocking Su Yan's attack. Bang! This powerful force collided with Su Yan. Su Yan didn't have the slightest chance to resist. His whole body flew out. A series of hissing sounds came from below, accompanied by a series of anxious voices. However, Su Yan turned a deaf ear to them. He jumped up and attacked Wang Shua again. Facing the terrifying power that erupted from Wang Shua's body, Su Yan ignored it. His eyes were like torches. Because Su Yan knew that this was his only chance. Only by defeating this person could they get out of here today. Only by defeating him could he get out of here today. Therefore this was Su Yan's only chance, the only chance. The only chance that Su Yan couldn't make a choice was to defeat Wang Shua. Defeat him. In Su Yan's mind, there were no distracting thoughts, only this thought. The ghost howl sword in his hand rapidly surged with a powerful force. That force continued to condense. Bang! With a loud noise, suddenly countless sword blades flew out, attacking Wang Shua like a storm. Torrential storm of rose blossoms. Dong Qinghao had recovered a lot at this time. He quickly recognized that this was the 10,000 elephant divine skill of the Dongqing clan, torrential storm of rose blossoms, which he gave to Su Yan. The moment the torrential storm of rose blossoms appeared, it was really like a storm gushing out violently. This made everyone horrified. To be able to cultivate the 10,000 elephant divine skill to such a level. Watching Su Yan erupt with torrential storm of rose blossoms, watching the countless sword blades fly past and hit Wang Shua's body. Wang Shua simply couldn't avoid it. Everyone thought that this battle was unwinnable, but they actually saw a glimmer of hope. Even Wang Han was stunned. He said with slight surprise, I didn't expect that a mere level 1 spiritual sea realm could cultivate the 10,000 elephant divine skill to such a level. Not bad, not bad. While praising, Wang Han's face was more of a mocking expression. Chapter 365. Ping! The torrential pear blossoms transformed into countless swords and attacked. Like a violent storm, they exploded, letting out a series of loud rumbling sounds. The powerful strength was shocking. Seeing this, Su Yan's pupils shrank. He coldly stared at Wang Shuo, wanting to see how he would block it. Seeing Su Yan's expression, Wang Shuo's mouth slightly curved into a cold smile, as if he didn't care about Su Yan's torrential pear blossoms at all. Su Yan was very clear that this torrential pear blossoms definitely couldn't harm Wang Shuo, who was at the 8th stage of the spiritual sea realm. But even so, Wang Shuo still had to block it. But Wang Shuo just stood there without moving, which made Su Yan frown. Is this Wang Shuo an impenetrable defense? Although Su Yan was clear that this torrential pear blossoms definitely wouldn't pose too much of a threat to Wang Shuo, it was still a powerful attack. If he didn't dodge, then even if Wang Shuo was at the 8th stage of the spiritual sea realm, he would still be able to cause a certain amount of damage. Seeing that Wang Shuo actually didn't move, this made Su Yan feel a burst of anger, and he coldly shouted, "Let's see how you block it." As Su Yan spoke, his entire body suddenly leapt up, waving the ghost howl sword in his hand. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy surged, and the torrential pear blossoms suddenly surged up again. The swords that were originally like a storm quickly condensed together, becoming like a huge dragon, and loudly exploded towards Wang Shuo. Because of Wang Shuo's disdain. Because Wang Shuo didn't move at all. This aroused Su Yan's arrogance, and aroused the anger in Su Yan's heart. "Wang Shuo? Let's see how you block it." As he spoke, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. A burst of bright light suddenly surged from his blood dragon pupil, and the speed of the torrential pear blossoms seemed to have become much faster at that moment. Seeing that he was about to hit Wang Shuo, the corners of Su Yan's mouth involuntarily curled into a sneer. However, what happened in the next second stunned everyone. Su Yan was even more shocked. Su Yan was only at the 1st stage of the spiritual sea realm. However, the torrential pear blossom that he unleashed was something that even 3rd tier and 4th tier spiritual ocean realm warriors wouldn't dare to take head-on. Even if one was at the 8th stage of the spiritual ocean realm, if they wanted to take it head-on, they would have to expend a lot of energy. This was because Su Yan's 10,000 elephants divine skill was simply too powerful. However, at that moment Wang Shuo merely raised his hand. That's right, with just a raise of his hand, Su Yan's storm-like attacks actually stopped, unable to enter Wang Shuo's body at all. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. When everyone saw it clearly, their faces were filled with shock. This was because they saw that in Wang Shuo's raised hand, a huge barrier had actually condensed. That's right, it was a barrier. That barrier faintly emitted bursts of light, and at the same time, there was a huge surge of energy surging within it. It was obvious that this was a powerful defensive technique. "Haha, junior brother Wang Shuo, remember not to harm the spiritual sea that I want." Amidst everyone's astonishment and shock, Wang Han suddenly shouted from the side with a loud laugh. Humiliation. This was definitely Su Yan's biggest humiliation in history. Su Yan's eyes couldn't help but burst with anger. Unfortunately, in front of absolute strength, even if Su Yan was angry, it was useless. Just as Wang Han's voice fell, Wang Shuo instantly waved his hand. The barrier condensed in his hand instantly flashed and turned into a huge dragon, directly attacking Su Yan. Its speed was as fast as lightning in the horizon. In an instant, it had already arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan was greatly shocked in his heart. The blood dragon pupil suddenly shrunk, and at the same time, the mystic ice-cold shield was instantly activated. His body quickly swept back at an extremely fast speed. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Bang! With a loud bang, that lightning-like light directly slid past Su Yan's body, causing a loud bang. Su Yan only felt his whole body tremble, and his entire body suddenly flew backwards. "You lost." At this moment, Wang Shuo's body pressed forward, standing in front of Su Yan, and coldly said, "I lost." A cold smile appeared on Su Yan's face. He licked the bloodstains on his lips and said with a somewhat sinister smile, "As long as I'm not dead, I, Su Yan, have not lost." As Su Yan said this, a ray of light suddenly surged in his eyes, and there was no trace of fear. His words were sonorous and powerful, faintly emitting a dignified aura. Everyone who heard this could not help but be shocked in their hearts. When Wang Shuo heard Su Yan's words, he was slightly startled, and then the corner of his mouth rose into a cold smile. "Kid, since you're courting death, then don't blame me." As Wang Shuo spoke, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and the weapon in his hand that looked like a sword, but was not a sword, directly struck towards Su Yan's body. The speed was extremely fast, so fast that no one could see it clearly. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but be stunned. One by one, they came to their senses and hurriedly shouted, "Su Yan, be careful. Su Yan, quickly dodge." When Su Yan heard these concerned shouts, he felt gratified. However, his body did not move. Is this kid really courting death? When Wang Han saw Su Yan's motionless body, he frowned. Wang Shuo did not care about this. He directly lifted his weapon and sealed Su Yan's throat, his eyes filled with coldness. However, the light in Su Yan's eyes became more and more resplendent. Perhaps he knew that he was going to die here today. Perhaps he knew that he had no chance of survival in the hands of Wang Shuo. But so what? He was called Su Yan, he was a man of the Su family. He had the pride of the Su family. He was the most powerful peak sword saint, the most powerful person that no one could match. In his life he was not allowed to admit defeat, even if it meant death. Su Yan coldly stared at the sharp weapon that Wang Shuo was using to attack him. His eyes suddenly narrowed as a loud bang resounded, countless rays of light exploded on Su Yan's body. Bang! When the weapon in Wang Shuo's hand struck Su Yan's body, it was suddenly blocked, and a powerful energy swept out. What? When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but be taken aback. The second stage of the Profound Ice-Cold Shield, the Profound Ice Divine Shield. That's right, Su Yan was using the second stage of the Profound Ice-Cold Shield, the Profound Ice Divine Shield. Everyone thought that Su Yan would definitely not be able to block Wang Shuo's attack. Seeing him block it at this moment, everyone was stunned at first, and then immediately burst into thunderous applause. When Wang Shuo saw Su Yan block his attack, his brows slightly shrank. I didn't expect this kid to have such a powerful defensive skill. Yes, some skills. Wang Shuo said in his heart. He looked at Su Yan and said with a cold smile, "Kid, do you think this is useful?" Bang! Before Wang Shuo could finish his words, he heard a loud bang and suddenly a huge pain came from his back. Wang Shuo could not help but let out a low roar. He looked back and saw a flying sword sliding past his back. At first he was stunned, but when he saw the sneer on Su Yan's face, with an angry shout. Suddenly, a powerful force surged up, and the flying sword that leaped over was directly shaken out. "You must die today." Wang Shuo looked at Su Yan and roared in anger. He swept his attack horizontally, and a powerful force suddenly blasted out from his body. Bang! After using the Profound Ice Divine Shield and the torrential storm of pear blossoms, the spiritual power in Su Yan's body had long been depleted. Under Wang Shuo's powerful attack, Su Yan's entire body trembled as he was sent flying backwards. Bang! He heavily smashed on the ground. Which, a mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth. Su Yan. All the people who cared about Su Yan seeing this scene couldn't help but be shocked. They wanted to check on Su Yan's injuries. Unfortunately, Wang Han blocked in front of them. Wang Han's majestic power surged, making people feel intimidated. They didn't dare to approach. "This battle isn't over yet. Don't even think about participating," Wang Han said coldly, causing everyone to be startled. Under the pressure of that powerful spiritual power, no one dared to move forward. While speaking, Wang Han didn't pay attention to the others. Instead, he looked at Su Yan and frowned. This brat really has some skills. The purple spiritual sea is indeed extraordinary. I just don't know if this brat still has any tricks up his sleeve. As Wang Han said this, the light in his eyes intensified as he looked at Su Yan. He was looking forward to Su Yan's spiritual sea even more. Of course, he didn't know that Su Yan hadn't truly displayed the strength of the purple spiritual sea. Because he had just advanced to the spiritual sea realm, he hadn't had the time to properly study the power of the spiritual sea realm. So, in fact, what Su Yan displayed today was only the comprehension when he was in the celestial phase realm. If Wang Han knew about this, who knew what kind of expression he would have? If Wang Shuo knew, what kind of expression would he have? Wang Shuo originally disdained to compete with Su Yan, a warrior who had just advanced to the spiritual sea realm, because he was in the 8th stage of the spiritual sea realm. And Su Yan was only in the 1st stage of the spiritual sea realm. A battle between an 8th stage spiritual sea realm warrior and a 1st stage spiritual sea realm warrior was simply a disgrace to Wang Shuo's reputation. But now he was in the 1st stage of the spiritual sea realm. Such a 1st stage spiritual sea realm warrior was actually able to injure him. Although this injury wouldn't cause him any harm at all. But to be injured by a 1st stage spiritual sea realm warrior, even if it was just the corner of his clothes being pierced, it was definitely a great humiliation. It was definitely a humiliation. It was the biggest humiliation in Wang Shuo's history. Wang Shuo thought about it, and his eyes immediately surged with anger. Wang Shuo didn't have the mood to play with Su Yan anymore. With a cold shout, he suddenly swept out a move. That powerful force poured out and a series of loud sounds exploded. Su Yan, who was already injured, couldn't help but frown when he felt this powerful force. Chapter 366. Could it be that I'm really going to die here today? Could it be that I'm really going to die here today? Su Yan roared unwillingly in his heart. Unwilling. I'm unwilling. Su Yan suddenly stood up and roared out the anger in his heart. Are you unwilling to accept this? When Wang Shuo heard Su Yan's roar, a trace of coldness appeared in the corner of his mouth. Unwilling? What can you do? You're definitely going to die today. No! In front of that powerful force, Su Yan roared. Bang! All of a sudden, a bolt of lightning exploded in the horizon. Everyone was stunned. Especially those who had just experienced the lightning tribulation. When they saw this, they couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that the lightning tribulation is coming again? All of the powerhouses of the area realm secretly thought in their hearts. Their eyes looked towards the sky. The sky that was originally clear for thousands of miles was suddenly covered with dark clouds. The countless lightning bolts were like silver snakes circling around. Faintly, a powerful aura was emitted, as if it would tear the sky apart in the next moment. What the hell is going on? Wang Shuo couldn't help but frown. However, when he saw the strange power emitted from Su Yan's body, his entire body shook. This brat can actually still burst out with such a powerful force. Wang Shuo looked at the power surging from Su Yan's body. The power was faintly surging. While he was stunned, he looked at Su Yan's eyes emitting a wisp of blood-red light. For some reason, Wang Shuo felt a sense of fear in his heart. That's right, it was fear. A dignified 8th-stage spiritual sea realm warrior actually felt fear towards a martial artist who was only at the 1st-stage spiritual sea realm. This was definitely the biggest joke in the world. Amidst this fear, the killing intent emitted from Wang Shuo's eyes became even denser. Su Yan must die. Wang Shuo bit his lips. His body instantly closed in on Su Yan and pierced towards Su Yan's throat. Bang! However, before Wang Shuo could get close to Su Yan, there was a sudden explosion and a powerful force surged out from Su Yan's body. Wang Shuo was stunned and he was unable to get close to Su Yan. What the hell is going on? Wang Shuo looked at Su Yan in astonishment. Not only him but everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Even Su Yan himself was stunned. What is going on? Su Yan frowned slightly. At this moment he felt a powerful surge of energy in his body. Su Yan's eyes widened again, but he soon understood that this was the power of the Shura Demon Lord's inheritance. That's right, it was the power of Shura the Demon Lord's inheritance. When he was in the Shura Shrine, Su Yan received the power of the Shura Demon Lord and the Demon Lord's inheritance. However, because Su Yan had been at the bottleneck of the Celestial Phase realm at that time, he received this power and it had been settling in Su Yan's body. Now it exploded in Su Yan's anger. Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes immediately flashed with a bright light. The power of the Shura Demon Lord's inheritance, then. Su Yan didn't dare to imagine because he could clearly feel the power of this power. With the support of this power, what realm can I break through? Could it be that I can break through the perimeter realm in one fell swoop? Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes lit up. He didn't care about what was happening around him and quickly operated his cultivation method to absorb the power of the Shura Demon Lord. As the power of the Shura Demon Lord slowly merged with Su Yan's entire body was like a flame, constantly emitting bursts of resplendent light. Countless amounts of power curled up, and even Wang Shuo, who was at the 8th rank of the spiritual sea realm, could not get close to Su Yan's body. This caused Wang Shuo to instantly enter a berserk state, constantly attacking Su Yan. Bang! However, at this moment, the power of lightning flashed down from the horizon. This was the power of lightning, and even a perimeter realm powerhouse might not be able to block it. Not to mention a mere rank 8 spirit sea realm. Before Wang Shuo could touch Su Yan's body, the power of lightning descended like a silver snake, and with a loud bang, it directly landed in front of Wang Shuo. Wang Shuo let out a shrill cry, and his entire body shrank as he was sent flying. Seeing this scene, the calm expression on Wang Han's face disappeared and turned gloomy. Bang! At this moment, there was a loud explosion from the horizon. The rolling lightning was like a silver snake winding down, directly exploding on Su Yan's body. When Yun Tian and the rest saw this scene, they were first stunned, but then they recalled the scene just now and came to a realization. They leaped up and shouted, "Lightning tribulation, it's lightning tribulation." Powerhouses, I implore everyone to help Su Yan resist this lightning tribulation. As they spoke, Yun Tian took the lead and leaped up. The other Perimeter Realm cultivators, except for the few Perimeter Realm cultivators from Black Demon Cave, all followed suit. The few Perimeter Realm powerhouses went up and instantly took action. Several powerful forces surged out, connecting together, and directly formed a defense around Su Yan's body. Lightning tribulation, how can this kid summon lightning tribulation? When Wang Han saw this scene, his eyebrows knitted together. Anger faintly surged in his heart. He was the chief disciple of Taixing sect. He was a famous powerhouse of the younger generation in the entire 9 provinces continent. The things he knew would always surpass everyone in the 5 counties, including Yun Tian and the other Perimeter Realm powerhouses. He was very clear that even if it was a martial artist with a purple spiritual sea, if one wanted to summon lightning tribulation, they could only do so when they advanced a level. To put it simply, if one wanted to break through to the spiritual sea realm in the celestial phase realm, they could summon lightning tribulation. And after entering the spiritual sea realm, if one wanted to summon lightning tribulation again, it would have to be at the moment when the spiritual sea realm broke through to the perimeter realm. And Su Yan was obviously only at the first level of the spiritual sea realm. How could he summon lightning tribulation when he broke through to the second level of the spiritual sea realm? Of course, Wang Han didn't know that Su Yan couldn't be compared to an ordinary person. Su Yan already didn't walk the path of an ordinary person when he was in the spirit realm. After breaking through to the 9th level of the spirit realm, reaching the 12th and 13th level, how could Su Yan be compared to an ordinary person? Now, Su Yan had summoned lightning tribulation. The sky was dark, and the countless bolts of lightning were like silver snakes entwining around you. With loud sounds they tore through the sky and rushed down. Seeing this scene, Wang Han frowned slightly. The moment he raised his head, his pupils shrank. Not good. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Bang! A loud explosion resounded through the sky. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly exploded with the power of countless bolts of lightning, instantly exploding on the huge object in the sky. Spirit ship. That's right, it was a spirit ship. It was a spirit ship that only existed in legends in the 5 counties. Under the power of the lightning, it instantly trembled. Wang Han was shocked. He hurriedly jumped up, wanting to stop the power of the lightning. Unfortunately, it was still too late. The speed of the lightning was extremely fast. Dozens of bolts of lightning came down. Although the spirit ship could withstand the attacks of powerful martial artists, it was a pity that under the countless bolts of lightning, it was instantly blown to pieces. Countless fragments flew out like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. It was extremely beautiful. However, Wang Han's heart was bleeding. This spirit ship had cost him a lot of effort to build. In fact, the defense of a spirit ship would always be much stronger than the power of the lightning. However, because Wang Han's spirit ship had just been built, it hadn't yet established a strong defense. Now, under the power of the lightning, it was completely destroyed. Destroyed. No. Even if Wang Han was the head disciple of the Taixing sect, it was definitely not an easy task for him to build a spirit ship. This spirit ship could be said to have cost Wang Han his entire life's effort to build. Now, it was completely destroyed. Completely destroyed. Wang Han raised his head and let out a roar. His eyes suddenly surged with killing intent. Su Yan, your spirit ship was destroyed all because of Su Yan. Wang Han thought to himself and let out a disappointed laugh. Looking at Su Yan and the various cultivation realms that were blocking the lightning tribulation for Su Yan, his eyes instantly burst with killing intent. Die, you must die. Everyone here today must be buried with the spirit ship. Wang Han roared and shouted to the several experts he brought, Junior brothers, listen to my order. Today, kill all these people for me. As Wang Han spoke, a powerful force suddenly surged from his body. This powerful force swept out and exploded in an instant. The surrounding air seemed to tremble along with it. Although the cultivation realms helped Su Yan block the lightning tribulation. However, in front of Wang Han's powerful force, they all looked over. Looking at the power that erupted from Wang Han's body, everyone's face was filled with shock. Perfection of the cultivation realm. Just now, everyone had only guessed that Wang Han was at the 6th level of the cultivation realm. But who would have thought that Wang Han was actually at the perfection of the cultivation realm? This kind of strength had always surpassed everyone's imagination. Su Yan looked at the power that erupted from Wang Han's body and was also stunned. Looking at the cultivation realms helping him block the lightning tribulation, he was moved and constantly urged himself to hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Kill for me. Wang Han roared and led the experts he brought to attack Yun Tian and the others. Seniors quickly retreat. Seeing this, Su Yan hurriedly shouted. Yun Tian looked at Su Yan and frowned, wanting to say something. However, Su Yan did not give him the chance to speak and shouted, "Seniors, I have my own ways to deal with this lightning tribulation. You all go and deal with that Wang Han first." Although the few square circle realm powerhouses did not believe it, they were still in disbelief. However, in front of Wang Han's powerful aura, the few of them had no other choice. "Su Yan, be careful." The cultivation realm's experts said to Su Yan and hurriedly used their chi to block Wang Han. The cultivation realm's experts withdrew their defenses. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud sound as the lightning exploded on Su Yan's body. Su Yan was directly blasted into a black color. Similarly, a huge pain spread throughout Su Yan's body. Chapter 367. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Yan's entire body exploded, and a powerful force soared into the sky. Stage 2 Spiritual Sea. Su Yan had broken through to the Stage 2 Spiritual Sea. That powerful force erupted, and everyone who saw it couldn't help but be stunned. Because they could feel the violent force that erupted from Su Yan's body. "Die, all of you must die, all of you must die." Because his spirit ship was destroyed, Wang Han was infuriated to the point of insanity. He kept roaring, and the cultivation technique in his body was quickly activated. With a wave of his hand, he directly reached out to grab a radius realm powerhouse. Although that martial artist was also an almighty of the square circle realm, he was still a martial artist. However, he was only at the level 1 radius realm, and Wang Han, who was at the full circle realm, was no match for him at all. Under Wang Han's move, the power was so great that he was directly sent flying. However, Wang Han clearly had no intention of letting him go. Before the other powerhouses came forward to help, Wang Han roared and directly forced his body towards him. He directly grabbed that radius realm powerhouse's shoulder and opened his hands. Bang! With a loud bang, a cloud of blood immediately flew out. That Heaven and Earth Organization's radius realm powerhouse was directly torn apart. That's right, his entire body was directly torn in half, and blood flew out like a cloud of blood mist. Wang Han's cruel methods caused everyone at the scene to be filled with astonishment. Junior brother. Because the one who was killed was a powerhouse from the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Tian let out a low cry of sorrow. However, Wang Han didn't give him a chance to be sad at all. He coldly shouted, "Die." His body directly pressed forward, and a powerful force surged in his body. His eyes were red and he was like the god of death. "Wang Han, I'll fight it out with you." Because his junior brother was torn apart by Wang Han's bare hands, Yun Tian was instantly enraged. Yun Tian roared angrily. He immediately raised his sword and charged towards Wang Han. The other radius realm powerhouses all realized how powerful Wang Han was. In this place no one was a match for Wang Han. Seeing Yun Tian move forward, the body-tempering realm powerhouses all followed suit, wanting to use the power of unity to defeat Wang Han. It was a pity that Wang Han, who was at the Great Circle realm, was so strong that it was beyond imagination. Even if they joined forces, they still weren't a match for Wang Han. Apart from the few radius realm powerhouses joining forces, all the disciples at the scene also joined in the fight with Wang Han and the others. Blood constantly splattered out. There were constantly groans and screams of pain. Only Su Yan was still remained Wang Han. Bang! Suddenly another loud sound was heard. At the same time a powerful force surged up. Once again a bright light erupted from Su Yan's body. Level 3 stage realm, that's, Su Yan broke through again, breaking through to the level 3 stage realm. Everyone present was tangled up with Wang Han's group. Only the Black Demon Cave experts didn't participate in the battle. When the Black Demon saw Su Yan break through again, his eyes flashed. A ray of cold light flashed in his eyes. Breaking through 2 stages in a row, this cultivation speed. The Black Demon was an elder of one of the 3 major sects in the 5 counties. He had always been arrogant, but when he saw Su Yan's breakthrough, his heart couldn't help but surge with shock. No, this kid must die. The Black Demon looked at Su Yan and his eyes suddenly shrank. He was about to go forward and kill Su Yan. Bang! Another loud sound came from Su Yan's body. A ray of light shot up into the sky, and a majestic force swept out. Level 4 stage realm. What? The Black Demon was completely dumbfounded. He thought that Su Yan would be at his limit after breaking through to the level 3 stage realm. Seeing Su Yan break through again, his mouth was wide open in shock. He simply didn't know what words to use to express his feelings. However, when he saw the faint surge of power on Su Yan's body, he was completely stunned. He was so shocked that he didn't know what to do. How is this possible? Is it still continuing? How is this possible? Bang, a loud boom rang out once again. Level 5 stage realm. That increasingly powerful energy surged out, finally attracting everyone's attention. Wang Han, who was fighting with Yun Tian and the other experts, couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. Yun Tian and the others were also stunned by Su Yan's shocking scene, and looked at Su Yan in a daze. The other disciples looked at the light surging from Su Yan's body, and their faces were filled with astonishment and shock. How is this possible? How is this possible? Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing, and they couldn't accept that this was real. Furthermore, they could feel that Su Yan was still leveling up, and it didn't stop. Su Yan had completely entered a state of madness. He was clear about the situation that he and the others were in. He had to quickly absorb Shura's power inheritance, so that he could participate in the battle. Faster, faster. Su Yan constantly urged himself, and his eyes emitted a cold light. His face was cold and he didn't feel happy about leveling up at all. Because he was clear that this power wasn't enough, and it would never be enough. Even when he felt that Shura's power was decreasing, Su Yan was a little panicked. Because even if he broke through a few levels, he still wouldn't be Wang Han's opponent. As he circulated the cultivation technique, the power inheritance of Shura's power became thinner and thinner. The light that was faintly surging on Su Yan's body also dimmed. Is it finally going to stop? When everyone saw this, their pupils couldn't help but shrink. It's going to stop? Su Yan frowned. 5th stage Spirit Sea Realm, could he only reach the 5th stage Spirit Sea Realm? No, it would never be enough, never enough, Su Yan shouted in his heart. Even though the power of Shura's power was exhausted, Su Yan still didn't give up, and he continued to circulate the cultivation technique. All of a sudden, the surrounding spiritual chi seemed to have gone berserk. It kept surging towards Su Yan's body like a river. It was faintly visible. This scene caused everyone to be stunned once again. This Su Yan's speed of absorbing spiritual energy is too fast, isn't it? This cultivation speed is simply. Many people wanted to express the current situation with words, but when the words came to their mouth, they realized that Su Yan's cultivation speed couldn't be described with words at all. When Wang Han saw this, he was also stunned. Then, his pupils shrank and a murderous intent surged in his eyes. This kid must die. The reason why Wang Han wanted to kill Su Yan was because Su Yan had destroyed his spirit ship. Now that Wang Han saw Su Yan's cultivation speed, there was a faint trace of fear in his heart. He didn't dare to imagine how strong Su Yan would be in the future if this carried on. Would he break through that mysterious realm? Wang Han couldn't imagine it at all. Looking at the spiritual energy condensing on Su Yan's body, the murderous intent in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. Suddenly he jumped up and headed towards Su Yan's direction. Yun Tian and the others reacted quickly. When they saw that Wang Han was about to attack Su Yan, they all activated their cultivation techniques. Each of them activated their cultivation methods and hurriedly blocked Wang Han's attack. Seeing the few of them blocking him, Wang Han snorted coldly, "Humph, you want to stop me with just the few of you?" As he spoke, a powerful force surged from Wang Han's body, emitting a bright light. He waved one arm. Bang! All of a sudden, a powerful force surged out, turning into countless sword blades that shot out, directly attacking Yun Tian and the others. When Yun Tian and the others saw Wang Han's powerful attack, they couldn't help but tremble. Everyone's faces couldn't help but tremble. Moreover, they were all in the radius state, which could be said to be the strongest in the 5 counties. Naturally, they knew what Wang Han's move was. 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill. That's right, it was the 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill. This was what really shocked them. Without condensing, he could unleash the 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill in an instant. How much control did Wang Han have over the 10,000 Mammoth Divine Skill? How powerful was his strength? While the crowd was astonished, they all retreated one after another. Just as they were retreating, a cold smile appeared on Wang Han's face. Oh no. When Yun Tian saw the smirk on Wang Han's face, he thought to himself and wanted to stop Wang Han. Unfortunately, Wang Han's strength surpassed his by too much. Wang Han's speed was as fast as lightning. He arrived in front of Su Yan in a flash, leaving behind a flash of light in the air. Su Yan was shocked. Wang Han's expression changed. Yun Tian and the others couldn't catch up. The Purple Spirit Sea is indeed something. Unfortunately, from today onwards, the Purple Spirit Sea will be mine. When Wang Han arrived in front of Su Yan, he wasn't in a hurry to attack Su Yan. This was because he knew that no one could stop him now. In his eyes, Su Yan was a dead man. When Su Yan saw the coldness on Wang Han's face, his eyes instantly condensed and emitted a strong killing intent. "Ah, you still want to resist?" When Wang Han saw Su Yan's appearance, a disdainful smirk appeared on his face. "Ah." At this moment, Su Yan suddenly roared. Bang! All of a sudden a powerful force blasted up. Wang Han couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly by the force. Su Yan once again broke through to the sixth stage of the spiritual ocean realm. This force didn't hurt Wang Han. However, when the force slid through Wang Han's clothes, his white clothes were instantly torn. His coiled hair also hung down. At first glance he was in a sorry state. Wang Han was instantly enraged. Good spiritual sea realm. You destroyed my spirit ship and now you dare to destroy my clothes. Good. Today I will let you die without a burial place." Wang Han roared ferociously. Suddenly, a strong force surged out of his body and he reached out to grab Su Yan. Chapter 368. Death was scary. What's more, Su Yan had experienced death once. He knew better than anyone how happy it was to be alive. However, at this moment, facing Wang Han's powerful attack, his eyes were like torches without a trace of fear. It wasn't that Su Yan wasn't afraid of death. He was afraid, very afraid. However, Su Yan knew that even if he was afraid, it wouldn't solve the problem. Wang Han saw the expression on Su Yan's face, and a trace of disdain flashed across the corner of his mouth. "You're only at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm and you still want to resist?" In his eyes, Su Yan was like an ant. He was a divine dragon. An ant like Su Yan had to obediently submit to him. He couldn't resist in front of him. Hearing this, Su Yan smiled. That's right, he smiled very brightly. Die. He even looked at Wang Han with a trace of mockery. "So what if I die? Today, even if I, Su Yan, die here, I'll die with dignity." When Su Yan said this, the spiritual power in his body surged. There was no fear in his eyes, and he faintly emitted a majestic aura. Seeing Su Yan like this, Wang Han was furious. He reached out to grab Su Yan's head. "Boy, today I'll let you die without a burial place." Ah. Hearing Wang Han's words, Su Yan suddenly laughed. Today he already had the heart to die. How could he die without a burial place? He just wanted to let Wang Han know that although he was only at the spiritual sea realm, in Wang Han's eyes he was just an ant. However, even an ant like him would be bitten by Wang Han, a divine dragon. If he wanted to kill him, he had to pay the price. Looking at Wang Han's powerful attack, Su Yan didn't retreat at all. Instead, he took a step forward and narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a crimson light surged. Profound ice cold shield open. Black ice divine shield open. At the same time, Su Yan let out a fierce shout, and a burst of bright light suddenly surged out from his body. A powerful force bombarded and swept out, causing the faces of the surrounding people to be filled with shock. Such a powerful defense was truly intimidating. They couldn't imagine that this was the power of Su Yan, a mere 6th-stage spiritual sea realm warrior. When Wang Han saw this scene, he couldn't help but be startled, although it was only for a moment. However, Su Yan still caught sight of it, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. When Wang Han saw the smile on Su Yan's face, a burst of anger immediately erupted in his chest. For him, Su Yan was about to obediently accept his death, but he still dared to resist. This was a naked contempt for him. "Su Yan, do you really think that this kind of defense can stop me?" Wang Han roared angrily, waved his arms, and instantly burst out a powerful force. That light rushed up to the sky, and a terrifying spiritual power swept out. Even the few square circle realm warriors who were far away couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Just now, when everyone saw the power erupting from Su Yan's body, they still felt lucky and thought that Su Yan could withstand Wang Han's attack. Now that they saw Wang Han's attack, they knew that they were wrong. They underestimated Wang Han's strength too much. Wang Han was at the square circle realm, so how could Su Yan resist him? Looking at Wang Han's attack, everyone's heart instantly turned cold. Su Yan was definitely going to die. Just as everyone was feeling depressed. Bang! The moment Wang Han's powerful attack bombarded Su Yan's body, the light on Su Yan's body instantly exploded, and with a loud bang his entire body suddenly expanded. Roar! A dragon's roar rushed up to the sky. With a loud bang, although Wang Han was powerful, he still underestimated Su Yan. How could he expect that Su Yan actually had such a unique skill? Under this dragon's roar, Wang Han's entire body couldn't help but retreat a few steps. "What the hell is this?" Wang Han roared. When he saw the giant dragon figure in front of him, his eyes flashed with surprise. "Transformation divine skill, you How can you master the transformation divine skill? How is it possible? The giant dragon body that Su Yin transformed into swayed, ignoring Wang Han's words. With a roar, the giant body directly attacked Wang Han. Wang Han was at the complete square circle realm. He was the strongest person here. However, at this moment, Su Yin, who had transformed into the dragon body, emitted a light that vaguely surpassed Wang Han's. This made Wang Han the most furious. He was a divine dragon and Su Yin was just an ant. An ant dared to behave atrociously in front of a divine dragon. It was definitely a capital offense, a capital offense. Su Yin, do you really think that you're my opponent just because you've mastered the transformation divine skill? Wang Han looked at the giant dragon body bombarding him and instantly recovered from the surprise. Looking at the giant dragon body that Su Yin transformed into, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Suddenly he waved his hands. Rumble. A rumbling sound burst out, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble at this moment. A powerful force instantly condensed in Wang Han's hands. Bang! Wang Han reached out and suddenly grabbed Su Yan's dragon head. At the same time, a powerful force blasted out. Awoo! Even Su Yin couldn't help but let out a low growl in pain. Haha, Su Yin, I can't help but admire you. You're really powerful. You're only at the 6th stage of the Spirit Sea realm. Not only do you have a purple Spirit Sea, but you can also emit such a shocking defense. Plus, this transformation divine skill is even more amazing. But so what? Today you, Su Yin, are going to die in my hands. Wang Han grabbed Su Yan's dragon body, and a trace of fanaticism flashed in his eyes. In this fanaticism, a strong murderous intent also erupted. Su Yin must die today. Although Wang Han already had the intention to kill, after seeing Su Yan's performance, the murderous intent in his heart reached the extreme. This was because he didn't dare to imagine what would happen if Su Yin was given more time. How powerful would this kid be? At that time, even those monstrous geniuses in the 9 provinces continent wouldn't be able to compare with him. Therefore Su Yin must die today. Wang Han's eyes narrowed and he no longer held back. He waved his hand and a terrifying force instantly condensed on his clenched fist. It directly smashed towards the dragon body that Su Yin had transformed into. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Yan's dragon body, which was dozens of meters long, was directly sent flying by Wang Han. Everyone was already stunned by this shocking scene that happened one after another. Looking at Su Yan's huge dragon body being sent flying. Everyone even forgot to go forward to help as they stood there in a daze. Ha, die. Seeing Su Yin being sent flying by himself, Wang Han laughed loudly, and his body instantly leaped towards Su Yin. And just at the moment his body moved. Whoosh! In an instant, more than a dozen flying swords attacked from all around him. Wang Han was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly stepped back to avoid the attack. Because these flying swords came too suddenly, Wang Han anxiously dodged, and he looked a little battered and exhausted. What the hell is going on? Wang Han's eyes narrowed slightly and he looked around, but he didn't see anyone making a move, and his brows furrowed again. When he looked back at Su Yin, he saw that Su Yin had been beaten back to his original form, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. Wang Han instantly understood and a burst of anger suddenly erupted. Su Yin, it's you again, it's you again. Wang Han was almost about to collapse. He wasn't afraid of Su Yin, but Su Yan's endless attacks had instantly dealt a great blow to his proud heart. A person who should have obediently surrendered, but now he was in such a sorry state. How could Wang Han not be angry when he ended up in such a sorry state? Wang Han roared angrily, and his body instantly surged with a wisp of light, and the flying swords that were attacking him were instantly sent flying. Su Yin saw that the flying swords he had released were sent flying by Wang Han, but he wasn't the least bit surprised. Because he was very clear that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to be Wang Han's opponent. He knew that he couldn't escape this calamity. But Su Yin still didn't give up. Seeing Wang Han rushing over, Su Yin, who had been beaten back to his original form, quickly circulated the great sun-colored glass sword manual in his body, and tightly grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand. At this moment, it also trembled constantly and emitted a bright light. Die. Wang Han was extremely angry at this moment, and he swore that he wouldn't give Su Yin any chance to counterattack. He wouldn't. Now that he saw that Su Yin was still able to resist, he roared even more angrily, die, die, die. Under Wang Han's ferocious roar, everyone regained their senses. Everyone regained their senses and looked at Wang Han's powerful attack. The few area boundary experts' eyes suddenly shrank, and they wanted to go to Su Yan's rescue, but their speed couldn't catch up. They could only watch Wang Han attack Su Yan. Seeing Wang Han's powerful attack, everyone's heart sank. When they saw that Su Yan was still resisting, they all looked at Su Yan with even more respect. One sword to settle the universe. At this moment, Su Yan roared and met Wang Han's attack head-on. He didn't use the 10,000 elephant divine skill, and used the simplest attack. However, it was this simple attack that made people feel a powerful aura. What a pity, what a pity, Wang Han was too strong, so strong that no one present could resist. There was a loud bang. Under Wang Han's attack, Su Yan couldn't resist at all. His entire body was blown away, and with a bang he fell heavily to the ground. His clothes were stained with dust and his hair was messy. He was as pathetic as he could be. Chapter 369. Great. They couldn't imagine that Su Yan, who was only at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm, could actually fight against Wang Han, who was at the perfection of square circle realm. Although Su Yan lost, no one thought that he lost. Because if a normal person at the 6th level of the spiritual sea realm stood in front of a perfection of square circle realm, they probably wouldn't even have the courage to speak, but Su Yan dared to challenge a perfection of square circle realm. To everyone, Su Yan had already succeeded and was already the winner. Su Yan fell to the ground. This time he didn't resist because he had already tried his best. The perfection of square circle realm was indeed powerful. Su Yan smiled bitterly and looked at Wang Han's floating body. His expression didn't change at all, and instead he revealed a calm smile. Enough, because he thought that it was enough, because he thought that he had already tried his best. Wang Han stood in front of Su Yan, looking at the motionless Su Yan, and provoked, "Ha, Su Yan, resist, why aren't you resisting?" However, Su Yan did not pay attention to him. He did not even look at him. Wang Han saw this and became angry and shouted, "Su Yan, you're about to die and you still dare to be so arrogant." Hearing Wang Han's words, Su Yan laughed, and he laughed very happily because in his eyes Wang Han was just like a clown. Good. When Wang Han saw Su Yan's appearance, he was extremely displeased in his heart. However, there was nothing he could do. With a gloomy expression, he said a few words before suddenly raising his hand and attacking Su Yan. Su Yan calmly closed his eyes and accepted the arrival of death. Because Su Yan knew that he had already tried his best. Rather than continuing to resist, it was better to enjoy the last bit of good time in this world. The more Su Yan showed such an expression, the angrier Wang Han got. But apart from killing Su Yan, there was nothing he could do to Su Yan. The only thing that made Wang Han very uncomfortable was the rage that kept surging in his heart. Die. Wang Han roared and threw a punch at Su Yan's head. Everyone present widened their eyes when they saw this scene. They looked at the fist, looked at the surging power, and couldn't help lamenting in their hearts. They really wanted to save Su Yan. They hoped so much for a miracle, but where could there be one? Bang! Just as everyone was in despair, an explosion erupted from the ground and a powerful force surged up from the ground. Everyone shuddered. What is this? Su Yan's eyes also lit up. Although he had accepted death, it did not mean that Su Yan was willing to die. On the contrary, he wanted to live more than anyone else. Because in this world there were too many things that he had not done yet. The moment he saw the explosion, Su Yan's eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. Wang Han's entire body froze. Under this powerful force, he hurriedly retreated. Looking at the trembling ground, he frowned and shouted at the same time, "Who is it? Get out here!" Bang! Just at that moment, a loud explosion erupted from the trembling ground. A ray of fire soared into the sky, and at the same time, a powerful force followed suit as it exploded. Woo! In this force there was also a majestic and domineering roar. Bang! Another loud sound rang out, and a huge figure appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the huge figure that suddenly appeared in front of them, everyone could not help but be stunned. Only Su Yan's eyes suddenly surged with a bright light. Little guy. Su Yan even shouted excitedly. Yes, it was the fire Qilin that rushed into the Shura shrine that day. Su Yan looked at the fire Qilin in high spirits, and all the worries in his heart disappeared at this moment. Fire Qilin. Wang Han saw the fire Qilin that suddenly appeared and couldn't help but be stunned. He never thought that a fire Qilin would appear in such a place. Of course he was shocked. At the same time, Wang Han's eyes quickly turned into a burst of excitement. The fire Qilin was a sacred beast that only appeared once in 100 years. And Wang Han could feel that this fire Qilin was just a cub. A cub, its strength must not be too strong. Then he might be able to capture it and make it his pet beast. If he could get the fire Qilin as his pet beast. Plus, if he could get Su Yan's purple spiritual sea. When he returned to the 9 states, even if he encountered those monsters, he would not be afraid of them. Thinking of this, Wang Han's eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. Awu! When the fire Qilin heard Su Yan's shout, it let out a cry. At the same time, when it saw Su Yan's injury, it immediately roared angrily. The flames on his body also became stronger. The fire Qilin was a sacred beast, and its intelligence was no less than that of human beings. It looked up and immediately guessed that it was Wang Han who injured Su Yan. Awu! The fire Qilin suddenly roared and suddenly stepped toward Wang Han. Wang Han didn't expect the fire Qilin to attack him as soon as it came out. He was stunned, but his reaction was also very fast. He jumped up and directly avoided the fire Qilin's attack. However, the fire Qilin obviously didn't intend to let Wang Han go. The moment Wang Han leaped into the air, the fire Qilin immediately raised its head. Bang! It opened its mouth and suddenly, a huge fireball shot out with a bang. Wang Han turned pale with fright. Good little guy, well done. When Su Yan saw this scene, he was overjoyed and couldn't help but shout. When Wang Han heard Su Yan's shout, he couldn't help but frown. Could it be that the fire Qilin is Su Yan's pet beast? Wang Han thought, and the anger that had just subsided suddenly rose again. The hatred in his heart for Su Yan reached the extreme. Wang Han was like a divine dragon, but why did all the benefits were taken by the ant Su Yan? The purple spirit sea, the illusion divine skill, and the fire Qilin sacred beast. Ah! Wang Han roared and looked at the fireball that the fire Qilin shot out. His eyes turned and suddenly, a strong spiritual power surged. Whoosh! A light jumped out, and a weapon appeared in Wang Han's hand. This weapon was like a small snake, but it didn't look like one. It was like a staff, but it wasn't a staff. It was extremely strange. However, it was such a strange weapon. As soon as it appeared, it burst out with a strange power. Golden Snake Attack. At the same time, Wang Han suddenly waved his hand, and the snake staff burst out with countless lights, which instantly condensed into countless golden snakes. They directly faced the fire Qilin's fireball. Bang! There was a loud explosion and a terrifying power fluctuated. Everyone around couldn't help but take a step back. Awu! The fire Qilin roared and rushed forward again. Beast, you're just an unformed beast. Do you want to kill me? Wang Han looked at the fire Qilin attacking again and shouted angrily. His body suddenly jumped up. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he directly avoided the fire Qilin's attack. However, when he retreated, his eyes suddenly shrank. He swept his staff, and in an instant, countless small snakes jumped out again. There were tens of thousands of small snakes densely packed together. It made people's scalp tingle. Not only that, but there was a strange power on each of the small snakes. It was extremely shocking. When Su Yan saw this, his eyebrows furrowed. Just now, he was a little complacent that he could withstand Wang Han for such a long time. Now, Su Yan knew how ignorant he was. This is the real power of the full circle realm? Su Yan's eyes shrank slightly. At the same time, he looked at the fire Qilin with a faint worry. Although the fire Qilin was a sacred beast, it was a pity that the little guy was not born for a long time. During this period, the little guy had eaten a lot of spirit stones, and this time the fire Qilin did not know what benefits it had obtained in the Shrine of Shura. However, Su Yan could feel that the strength of the little guy was at most equivalent to the full circle realm of a warrior. This full circle realm of a warrior had to deal with Wang Han, who was at the full circle realm. Obviously there was still a gap. Little guy, you are not his opponent. Run. At this moment, Su Yan saw the fire Qilin being hit by one of the small snakes released by Wang Han. The fire Qilin suddenly let out a scream. Su Yan hurriedly shouted. Awu! Hearing Su Yan's shout, the fire Qilin growled at Su Yan. Its eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. Obviously, it was very disdainful of Su Yan's advice to sneak away. Su Yan saw the fire Qilin's eyes and could not help but be startled. Then he smiled bitterly. I did not expect this little guy to be so unruly. The fire Qilin attacked Wang Han again. Su Yan clenched his fists. A surge of anger surged from his body. At the same time, he hated himself for not being strong enough. Otherwise, how could the little guy be humiliated to such an extent? Wang Han, if you dare to hurt the little guy today, I will definitely tear you into pieces. Su Yan bit his lips. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Of course, Su Yan was clear that if he wanted to find trouble with Wang Han, he would have to leave this place today. But what could he do to leave this place now? Although he could take advantage of the fight between the fire Qilin and Wang Han to leave this place, how could Su Yan leave the fire Qilin and leave alone? What's more, his brothers were here as well. What could he do to leave this place? Su Yan's mind was spinning. Suddenly he thought of the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl in his storage bag. As long as he could establish a bloodline connection with the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl, he could use it to travel through space and reach the side of the person with the bloodline connection. However, Su Yan remembered that ever since he had obtained the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl, he had never used it. What bloodline connection? Chapter 370. Bang! At this moment, there was a sudden surge of chi in the sky, followed by a loud noise. Under countless nervous gazes, Wang Han's body suddenly burst with a powerful force, and the aftermath of the energy swept out. Wang Han's eyes turned with a trace of disdain. On the contrary, the little fire qilin looked quite miserable at this time. It was originally shining brightly, but under Wang Han's terrifying attack, nearly half of it was directly shattered, and dark red blood flowed out from the flames. Drip, 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 drip. Under the burning of the flames on its body, there were bursts of squeaking sounds. Its huge body squirmed slightly, but there was no trace of fear. Instead, it was shining brightly. Su Yan frowned slightly and raised his head. Looking at the light emitted from the fire qilin's eyes, a burst of anger instantly gushed out from his eyes. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, Wang Han was simply too powerful. He was so powerful that everyone couldn't help but tremble in fear. Su Yan wanted to persuade the fire qilin to leave, but thinking of the little guy's unruly appearance just now, Su Yan immediately dismissed the idea. This little guy was just like him, arrogant. It would rather die than submit. It was absolutely impossible to surrender at this moment. Since I can't leave here today, then I will fight side by side with you today. Su Yan's eyes turned, and the cultivation method in his body quickly jumped up. Although Su Yan was injured just now, the fire qilin was relieved. However, because of the appearance of the little fire qilin, he was able to catch his breath. In addition, Su Yan was no longer the newborn calf that had just come out of the hidden sword tomb. In the storage bag there were naturally some healing panacea. With the help of the medicine he quickly recovered some spiritual power. Although it couldn't be compared to the subverted state, the bright light emitted from the blood dragon pupil was quite domineering. Awoo! When the fire qilin saw Su Yan step forward, it roared at Su Yan. There was a human-like concern in its giant eyes. The fire qilin was a holy beast, and now that it had stepped into the perimeter state, it had long possessed intelligence that was not inferior to humans. If it was not for the fact that it had just been born, it would have been able to speak the human language long ago. After the fire qilin was born, the first person it saw was Su Yan. Moreover, it had been close to Su Yan since then. Although it was an animal, it had already developed some family-like feelings for Su Yan. Tightly clenching his teeth, Su Yan looked at the body that was covered with wounds. Especially when he saw the human-like concern in the fire qilin's eyes, a wave of anger instantly washed away his rationality. Wang Han die. Su Yan's eyes narrowed. Although he knew that he wasn't Wang Han's opponent, he let out a low roar and instantly leaped towards him. What a lucky guy. This beast was able to save you last time. But what about this time? Looking at the heavily injured fire qilin with a cold smile, Wang Han waved his hand. On the snake staff, countless small snakes condensed again. Every small snake overflowed with energy. The terrifying spiritual energy shook the surrounding air into nothingness. Go to hell. A ferocious look appeared on Wang Han's face. He waved the snake staff in his hand. The countless small snakes once again brought along a whistling sound of oppressive wind as they shot towards Su Yan. Wang Han had long had enough. He had long wanted Su Yan's purple spiritual sea. However, for some reason Su Yan was so lucky. At that critical moment of life and death, a holy beast actually appeared to save him. Now that he saw that Su Yan only had a single breath left, he actually dared to challenge him. Wang Han was even more furious. With one move, he exerted the full strength of the full circle state to the extreme. Seeing this scene, Su Yan instantly felt a strong pressure pressing down on him. However, Su Yan didn't back down. His eyes were fixed on the small snakes that were constantly bombarding him. Su Yan tightly clenched his teeth and desperately grasped the ghost howl sword in his hand. In his body, the solar-colored glaze sword scripture was madly circulating. Su Yan. Seeing the countless small snakes emitting a strong power and the moment when they were about to shoot towards Su Yan, the full circle state experts who were in a daze were all startled awake. They shouted and attacked one after another. Cloudy Mist Technique, Cloud Overlooking the World. 10,000 Elephant Technique, Ice Spirit Attack. 10,000 Elephant Technique, Heaven Falls and Earth Rends. The experts all sacrificed their strongest attacks. Just now, they were all frightened by Wang Han's powerful strength. After seeing Wang Han's powerful attack, They all thought that they wouldn't be a match for Wang Han at all. There was no way they could save Su Yan from Wang Han's hands. So they all chose to give up. However, now that they saw that Su Yan was severely injured, he still dared to fight with Wang Han. This made them come to their senses. They looked at Su Yan's figure and even felt a little ashamed. A mere 6th-level spiritual ocean realm warrior was able to do this. And they who were in the full circle state couldn't even do this. How could they not feel ashamed? Boom! The countless small snakes instantly collided with the 10,000 elephant technique that the experts of the full circle state had unleashed. An incomparably huge amount of energy swept out in an instant. A terrifying aura filled the surrounding air, causing the surrounding disciples to be horrified. Su Yan, are you okay? A figure flashed and Yun Tian appeared in front of Su Yan with his back facing him and asked. I'm fine. Su Yan shook his head. He held the ghost howl sword tightly in his hand and said tiredly. In his heart he was glad that these people helped. Otherwise he would have died from Wang Han's attack just now. Su Yan, even if the few of us join forces, I'm afraid we won't be a match for Wang Han. Yun Tian glanced at Wang Han, who was smiling evilly, and said to Su Yan with a gloomy face. How could Su Yan not know this? Hearing Yun Tian's words, he laughed at himself and said, What else can we do other than fighting head-on? Yun Tian raised his head and looked at Wang Han, who was standing in mid-air with a proud face. He frowned and thought for a long time before saying, I'm afraid there's only one way to stop Wang Han today. Speaking of this, he glanced at the huge fire qilin behind Su Yan and said, Su Yan, can you control the fire qilin? Control. Hearing Yun Tian's words, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. He didn't understand what Yun Tian meant, but looking at Yun Tian's serious expression, he knew something. He didn't hide it from Yun Tian and said slowly, Elder Yun, to be honest, I'm friends with the fire qilin. I can't control it. Friends. Hearing Su Yan's words, Yun Tian couldn't help but frown. He couldn't imagine that Su Yan would be friends with a sacred beast. When he saw the relationship between Su Yan and the fire qilin, he thought that the fire qilin was Su Yan's pet beast. This gave Yun Tian some ideas. Looking at Yun Tian's dejected look, Su Yan looked at the fire qilin that was covered in blood and gritted his teeth. Elder Yun, what are you trying to do? As long as you don't hurt the little guy, I can communicate with it. Can I? Yun Tian looked at Su Yan suspiciously. He did not want a saint beast to listen to a cultivator who was weaker than him before it had become a pet beast. Let's give it a try. Su Yan glanced at the little guy. Sai, that's the only way. Yun Tian said helplessly. After all, he knew that even if everyone here were to join forces, they wouldn't be a match for Wang Han. Wang Han's strength was beyond imagination. After all, he was at circumference state full cultivation. For someone at circumference state full cultivation, it wasn't difficult for him to fight against 1,000 people. Are you guys trying to use your numbers to suppress me? Do you think that's possible? Wang Han looked at Yun Tian and the others coldly. Instantly he waved the snake staff in his hands. Countless small snakes burst forth from the snake staff once more. However, the small snakes no longer had any energy surging out from them. Instead, they coiled up in the sky and burst forth with countless radiances. This radiance that had countless small snakes coiling around it grew bigger and bigger. Before long it was 40 to 50 feet in size. Looking at the radiant energy ball that was 40 to 50 feet in size, Yun Tian's face turned grim. Su Yan, hurry. Give this to the fire qilin. Use the blood of his sacred beast to summon the spirit within. After Yun Tian said that, he tossed the item over to Su Yan. He didn't care about Su Yan's reaction. Instantly, a strong energy burst forth from Yun Tian's body and charged towards Wang Han. At the same time he shouted to Su Yan, Su Yan, this spirit can only be summoned with the power of a sacred beast. You must let the fire qilin summon it. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll all die here today. After saying that, Yun Tian looked at the radiant energy ball that was getting bigger and bigger in the sky. He frowned and shouted to the other circumference states, I, Yun Tian, request everyone to deal with this Wang Han together. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll all die here today. Yun Tian was clear that if he wanted to rely on his own strength, he wouldn't be able to block Wang Han's attack at all. Hence, he had to team up with the other circumference states experts. The other circumference states experts also realized how strong Wang Han was. Hence, when they saw Yun Tian attacking, they didn't dare to slow down. They all activated their skills and flew towards Wang Han. When Su Yan saw this scene, he didn't understand what Yun Tian meant by communicating with the spirit. However, when he saw Yun Tian's solemn expression, he started to panic. Looking at the radiant energy ball that was becoming more and more terrifying, Su Yan didn't dare to think too much. He hurriedly flew towards the fire qilin. Little guy, do you know how to open this spirit? Su Yan handed the small token that Yun Tian gave him to the fire qilin. Roar! When the fire qilin saw the small token, it instantly roared. Then it waved its huge claws and snatched the small token from Su Yan's hands. When the fire qilin took the small token, it immediately roared in pain. This is Chapter 371. Asterisk bang, asterisk at that moment, a burst of blood-red light surged. The small token that Yun Tian gave Su Yan suddenly became abnormally large. It emitted a burst of bright light that directly enveloped the huge body of the fire qilin. Asterisk a woo. Asterisk the fire qilin instantly let out a miserable cry. What the hell is going on? Although the fire qilin was a monster beast and did not have the same expression as a human. Hearing the cry of the fire qilin, Su Yan could feel the pain of the fire qilin. His eyes suddenly shrank and a burst of anger surged in his chest. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly, trying to find memories related to this strange phenomenon. Psychic, Su Yan kept muttering. Suddenly, his mind was stunned and a record that he had read in the past appeared in his mind. Psychic was an ancient secret skill. Ancient secret skill. How did Yun Tian control an ancient secret skill? When Su Yan thought of this, his eyes suddenly shrank. Although he remembered that psychic was an ancient secret skill, he did not know what it was used for. Looking at the slightly trembling body of the fire qilin, the anger in his chest suddenly erupted. Asterisk a woo. Asterisk at that moment, the fire qilin's wound that had been bleeding suddenly split open. The boiling blood directly poured into the red light. The fire qilin let out a low roar and its entire body slowly shrank. What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? Su Yan roared, hatred flashing in his eyes. He turned to look at Yun Tian. However, when he saw that Yun Tian was in Wang Han's huge energy ball, he did not have the slightest strength to resist. The hatred for Yun Tian in his heart could not be borne. After all, Yun Tian did this for the sake of the overall situation. In Yun Tian's eyes, the fire qilin was a sacred beast no matter what. Compared to the lives of so many cultivators, a sacred beast. Obviously, it was so insignificant. But this was only Yun Tian's thought. Su Yan did not care about others. He only knew himself, his friends, and the little fire qilin. Even Yun Tian's life and death did not concern him. Because from start to finish, Su Yan really didn't treat Yun Tian as his friend. And the fire qilin was its friend. Although Su Yan hated Yun Tian in his heart, he knew that Yun Tian was doing this for everyone's sake. He suppressed his anger and looked at the fire qilin, frowning slightly. Then, his pupils suddenly shrank as he muttered, "Little guy, don't be afraid. Today I, Su Yan, will definitely advance and retreat with you." While speaking, Su Yan's great sun-colored glazed sword manual suddenly started to circulate rapidly. At the same time, he took a step forward and quickly rushed towards the surging blood-red light circle. Roar! When the fire qilin saw that Su Yan was about to rush in, it immediately roared, as if it was trying to prevent Su Yan from coming in. However, Su Yan couldn't care less. The fire qilin couldn't be said to be Su Yan's everything. But all along, Su Yan didn't think of the fire qilin as just a demonic beast. It was his friend, his family, and his benefactor. Since that was the case, how could Su Yan abandon his savior and his friend? There was no reason for this. It was only because the fire qilin was Su Yan's friend. It was only because he was Su Yan. "Little guy, I definitely won't let you suffer alone." As Su Yan said, the corner of his mouth suddenly slipped into a smile. His entire body drilled into the blood-red halo. When Su Yan's body entered the blood-red light circle, a wave of scorching heat immediately rushed into Su Yan's body. Even though Su Yan had endured a lot of pain, he still couldn't endure it. Under the scorching heat of the burning fire, he still couldn't resist and couldn't help but let out a low roar. This burning heat was even more painful than the burning of the heavenly fire. The Xian ice on Su Yan's body couldn't resist at all. What is going on? Su Yan couldn't help but let out another low roar. At the same time, a wave of anger surged from the bottom of his heart. Su Yan wanted to resist the scorching heat with all his might. Unfortunately, he couldn't resist at all. Awoo! The fire qilin beside him also let out a low roar. It was very obvious that it was suffering the same as Su Yan. "Su Yan, you!" Yun Tian heard the miserable cry and couldn't help but turn his head. Seeing that Su Yan had actually entered the blood-red light circle, he was instantly furious. However, he was still waiting for his reaction. Wang Han, who was standing in mid-air, suddenly let out a cold smile. "You actually have the time to look at others. All of you can go to hell for me. Hearing Wang Han's shout, Yi Zichen shouted. The light circle in midair, which was made up of countless small snakes entwined together, suddenly shrank together. Just now, this energy light circle was getting bigger and bigger. At this moment it was getting smaller and smaller. And just now, although this energy light circle was constantly expanding, there wasn't any spiritual energy fluctuation. At this moment, the moment it shrank. Suddenly the entire air seemed to tremble. Waves of chilly wind whistled. When Yun Tian and the other experts of the Radius realm saw this scene, their hearts trembled. At the moment when this powerful spiritual energy went berserk, all the experts of the Radius realm actually felt a wave of fear. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. If the experts of the Radius realm were like this, there was no need to talk about the other ancient martial art practitioners. At the moment that the energy light circle shrank together, the ancient martial art practitioners at the side all retreated backwards. Pucci. Some of the weaker ones even felt their hearts tremble. A mouthful of blood spurted out from their bodies. Bang! At this moment, the energy light circle that shrank suddenly exploded under the wave of the snake staff in Wang Han's hand. A bright ray of light shot up to the sky. At the same time, howl! Suddenly, a loud sound came from the horizon. The energy light circle that was condensed by countless small snakes suddenly surged. With a low roar, a huge creature surged out. Snake! Everyone couldn't help but be stunned when they saw this. Yun Tian was also stunned. However, he was after all the great elder of the Heaven and Earth organization. He was only stunned for a moment. Seeing the huge snake explode, a look of horror immediately appeared on his face. Snake, no, this isn't a real snake. This is an Earth-rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill. Yun Tian's body trembled. He hurriedly shouted, quickly retreat. This is an Earth-rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill. Everyone quickly retreat. Earth-rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill. When everyone heard Yun Tian's words, their bodies couldn't help but twitch. The 10,000 mammoth divine skill was divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. The Heaven-rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill was something that only existed in ancient books. Even people didn't know if the Heaven-rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill existed or not. As for the Earth rank, it was an existence that was limited to legends. The strongest 10,000 mammoth divine skill in the entire 5 counties continent was only a profound rank existence. Moreover, a profound rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill was worth thousands of gold. Now that Wang Han had actually used an Earth rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill, how could they not be shocked? Haha, I didn't expect that in this barren land, there would be someone who could recognize the Earth rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill. When Wang Han heard Yun Tian's words, the corner of his mouth surged into a disdainful smile. At the same time he waved the snake staff in his hand. Roar! The behemoth that appeared in the sky suddenly bombarded this side. Rays of light shot out in all directions, and countless spiritual energy fluctuations rose. At this moment the entire world trembled. Earth rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill. When Su Yen saw such a powerful attack, he couldn't help but be stunned. Su Yen had always thought that he had mastered the torrential pear blossom divine skill and was somewhat complacent. Now that he saw Wang Han erupt with the 10,000 mammoth divine skill, he felt that he had no idea what was going on. Su Yen finally understood how ignorant and foolish he was. The huge snake directly collided with an area boundary powerhouse at the front. That area boundary powerhouse didn't even have the slightest ability to resist and was directly hit by the huge snake. His entire body was sent flying. After the huge snake collided with the area boundary powerhouse, it didn't have the slightest intention of stopping and directly collided with the others, its bloody mouth emitting a terrifying aura. Disaster. Under this powerful Earth-rank 10,000 mammoth divine skill, it was simply a disaster for everyone present. There was simply no one here who could withstand it. Die. All of you die. Wang Han hovered in midair watching this scene and let out a long roar towards the sky. A cold intent surged in his eyes as he roared in anger, Die today, all of you will die. Especially when he looked at Su Yen, the hatred in Wang Han's eyes intensified. The corner of his mouth rose into a cold smile as he roared in a low voice, Kid, let's see how you're going to stop me now. Let me tell you, I, Wang Han, am a divine dragon and you're just a little ant. How dare you, a little ant, be so presumptuous in front of me? I'll let you live a life worse than death, a life worse than death. Wang Han roared in anger. The corner of his mouth twitched again, and a cold smile surged in his face as he continued, Kid, there must be a lot of your friends here. I'm going to kill them all now. I'll let you watch them die one by one in front of you, and that fire Qilin too. Kit, you're a weirdo. You actually have feelings for a demonic beast. Then I'll let you watch with your own eyes how it dies in front of you. Listening to Wang Han's words and watching the cultivators being swallowed by the huge snake, Su Yan's eyes surged with hatred. However, under the encirclement of the blood-red halo, Su Yan's entire body couldn't move, let alone fighting against Wang Han. In this place he didn't have the slightest strength to resist. Only hatred surged in his heart. Wang Han, Wang Han. Su Yan silently chanted Wang Han's name in his heart, engraving the entire name in his heart. Wang Han, if I Su Yan don't die today, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Su Yan roared in his heart. Unfortunately, in the face of such a powerful attack, he didn't have the slightest strength to resist at all. Chapter 372. Haha, all of you can go to hell. Wang Han roared. The ferocious expression on his face was particularly frightening. Even Wang Han's senior brothers felt a wave of terror from his scarlet eyes. However, no one cared about this. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the giant snake. Everyone was waiting for the baptism of death. Su Yan, Yun Tian, Daoist Sky Sword, Lu Fei, Dong Qinghao, Macario Ice, and the others, they were all the same. Under this terrifying power, they had no power to resist at all. They could only wait for death to descend. Everyone was unwilling in their hearts. However, there was nothing they could do. Ha ha ha. Wang Han looked at everyone's desperate expression and the smile on his face became even more rampant. He liked this feeling. He liked the feeling of being in control of the life and death of all living things. All of you remember me. My name is Wang Han. Remember my name. I'll let you know that I'm an existence akin to a divine dragon. I'm not someone you can resist. Wang Han roared and suddenly waved the snake staff in his hand. Woo! A loud sound burst out. The giant creature surging in the sky suddenly roared and a powerful force burst out. Bang! A mist surged and enveloped the entire mountain. A wave of terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation came out. Wang Han didn't attack Su Yan directly. At this moment, Su Yan, who was inside the blood-red halo, couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Is it over? When Su Yan opened his eyes and looked at the void in front of him, his eyes suddenly dimmed. His whole body couldn't help but twitch. A wave of hatred surged in his heart. Wang Han, Su Yan roared, venting the anger in his heart. Right now, he really wanted to escape from the encirclement of the blood-red energy halo. However, his whole body seemed to be imprisoned. He couldn't move at all. Only the anger in his heart was constantly pounding. Under his anger, Su Yan felt even more sorrow. If everyone here was really killed by Wang Han, then many of his friends and family were among them. Is it all over? Is it all over? Su Yan said sadly. Tears involuntarily flowed out of his eyes. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion rang out, and the fog that enveloped the entire mountain dissipated. The figures of Yun Tian and the others slowly appeared. Wang Han's figure also appeared in mid-air. This is... Su Yan was stunned when he saw this scene. Then a smile appeared on his face. It's okay. Everyone is fine. Su Yan was happy, but he soon realized the importance of the problem. After all, Su Yan had seen Wang Han's powerful attack. No one here could block such a powerful attack. Then how could Yun Tian and the others be fine? Just as Su Yan was puzzled, he suddenly saw a person standing in midair opposite Wang Han. That person was wearing a black robe. His hands were behind his back, and there was no trace of emotion on his handsome face. He looked coldly at Wang Han and slowly said, "Taxing sect's disciple. Not bad, not bad." He looked at Wang Han and sneered. Then a terrifying power surged out from his body. The moment this power surged out, suddenly a whistling sound rang out. It was as if the entire air was trembling. This power is... When Su Yan saw this powerful power, his eyes suddenly shrank. This was because he could feel that this middle-aged man's power was even stronger than Wang Han's. Wang Han was at full circle realm. If this person's power was stronger than Wang Han's, then what level had he reached? Dragon realm? As Su Yan thought about it, his body couldn't help but tremble. This realm was a legendary existence. Su Yan didn't even dare to think about it. Who would have thought that this person was actually a dragon realm? Dragon realm. When Wang Han saw the middle-aged man in front of him, he was stunned. He shook his head and said, "No, how could there be a dragon realm expert in the 5 counties? How is this possible?" Sect leader, sect leader. At this moment, Yun Tian and the others came to their senses. The Heaven and Earth organization members looked at the middle-aged man with excitement. Sect leader. When Su Yin heard the cries of the Heaven and Earth Organization members, he frowned. He looked at the middle-aged man in midair and muttered to himself, could this person be the Heaven and Earth Organization's sect leader Yun-He Yun Wanqing's father? Soon Yun Wanqing's words confirmed Su Yan's suspicions. That's right, this person was Yun Wanqing's father, the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun-He. Father, quickly kill this guy, Yun Wanqing shouted at Yun-He. Everyone present hated Wang Han to the core. After all, if it wasn't for Yun-He's appearance, everyone present would have become corpses. Especially when they saw Wang Han's arrogant appearance. Every single one of them wanted to tear Wang Han apart. Therefore, when Yun-He appeared, no one dared to ask for anything from him. However, as his daughter, Yun Wanqing naturally had the willfulness to do so. However, Yun-He didn't care about Yun Wanqing's words. Instead, he said to Wang Han coldly, you guys can leave. Although Wang Han was angry in front of a Dragon Realm expert, he knew that it was impossible for him to obtain anything today. He waved his hand and shouted, let's go. Following which, Wang Han led his fellow disciples and left. A calamity had disappeared with a single sentence. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. When Su Yin saw this scene, he bitterly smiled. Soon after, he understood. Strength. Only by possessing absolute strength would one possess everything. In the beginning, Su Yin had never given up on his pursuit of power. However, at this moment, looking at Yun-He's figure, Su Yan's desire for power reached its peak. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion rang out. A burning pain immediately spread throughout Su Yan's body. Su Yin couldn't help but growl. A scarlet light flowed out of his eyes. Psychic. When Yun-He saw this scene, his pupils abruptly shrunk. Following which, his expression immediately changed. The gaze he used to look at Yun Tian faintly emitted a wave of anger. Yun Tian, who told you to use your psychic ability? Do you know what psychic ability is? Yun-He angrily threw out a few questions. For a moment, Yun Tian was stunned. He didn't know how to answer. After a long time, he said softly, Sect leader, the situation at that time was critical. I thought that using my psychic ability might be able to save the situation. It can be saved. Yun-He snorted and said, Yun-He, do you really think that using your psychic ability can solve all of this? Do you know what psychic ability is? Doing this will only harm the fire Qilin and this brat. The more Yun-He spoke, the angrier she became. Looking at Su Yin and the fire Qilin in the blood-red light, she couldn't help but frown. Father, what's going on? Yun Wanqing also came over. Seeing Su Yan's uncomfortable appearance, she anxiously asked. What's going on? I also don't know what's going on. Yun-He helplessly shook her head and said, Psychic ability is an ancient secret technique. Even I am unable to control it. And this fire Qilin actually activated its psychic ability. In addition, this brat entered the psychic formation and messed up the entire formation. I'm afraid that the fire Qilin and this brat won't be able to escape this calamity. What? Hearing Yun-He's words, Yun Wanqing was stunned. At this time, Su Yin, who was in the blood-red light, was being burned by the raging flames. His consciousness was becoming more and more blurred. Only a painful expression appeared on his face. Seeing Su Yin like this, Yun Wanqing didn't know why, but her heart ached. She pulled Yun-He and said, Father, I beg you to think of a way to save him. Okay. Hearing his daughter's concern for Su Yin, Yun-He couldn't help but frown and look at Yun Wanqing. She looked at her father's sharp gaze. Yun Wanqing's pretty face slightly reddened. Yun-He looked at Su Yin again. Seeming to understand something, she helplessly sighed and said, Right now, we can only bring him back to the Heaven and Earth Organization before making a decision. While speaking, a powerful force suddenly surged from Yun-He's body. With a wave of her hand, the blood-red light enveloped Su Yin and the fire Qilin and flew up. Let's go. At the same time, Yun-He coldly shouted. Following that, she brought Su Yin and the fire Qilin and flew in the direction of the Heaven and Earth Organization. The other experts of the Heaven and Earth Organization also followed, leaving behind countless astonished and shocked martial artists. This included Sage Heaven Sword, an expert of the Square Sphere realm. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect Yun-He to have broken through to the Dragon Realm. Sage Heaven Sword shook his head in astonishment. However, he didn't stop Yun-He from bringing Su Yin away. Although he wasn't sure what kind of secret skill was that. However, Sage Heaven Sword was very clear. Even Yun-He had such an expression. If it was true, then among the 5 counties, only Yun-He had the ability to save Su Yin. As for Su Yan's safety, Sage Heaven Sword wasn't worried. After all, Sage Heavensword could see that the people of the Heaven and Earth organization valued Su Yan very much. Following that, Sage Heavensword left. Following that, the other experts also left one after another. A calamity for the entire 5 counties, was resolved with the appearance of Yun He. There wasn't even any dispute. There wasn't any wave. With her appearance, the calamity for the 5 counties disappeared just like that. No one was cheering for this. In fact, they even felt that it was natural. After all, the Heaven and Earth organization was the #1 sect in the 5 counties. Yun He had reached the Dragon Realm. All of this seemed to be a matter of course. However, when everyone saw Yun He's dignified appearance, their desire for power was aroused. Chapter 373. A calamity was resolved because of the appearance of Yun He. This calamity seemed to have happened on a small mountain in the Heavenly Twin City, but it had shocked the entire 5 counties. And in this calamity, Yun He was undoubtedly the most dazzling expert. Dragon Realm? That was a realm that only existed in legends. One had to know that the strongest experts in the 5 counties were only at the Origin Realm. The Dragon Realm could definitely look down on the entire 5 counties. The Heaven and Earth organization was originally the #1 sect in the 5 counties. But even so, in the 5 counties, there were always people who doubted the power of the Heaven and Earth organization. After all, every sect had an Origin Realm expert. But what if there was a Dragon Realm expert? Who would dare to look down on the Heaven and Earth organization? Who would dare to compete with the Heaven and Earth organization for the position of the #1 sect in the 5 counties? No one dared. Black Demon Cave, Monster Palace, Hidden Sword Tomb, Chaotian sect. These sects could not be compared to the Heaven and Earth organization. Because of Yun He. All of this was because of the appearance of Yun He. This made the entire 5 counties think of the Heaven and Earth organization. They would naturally think of Yun He, this Dragon Realm expert that countless people looked up to. To say that this was a calamity. The one who gained the most was naturally the Heaven and Earth organization. After all, Yun He's appearance made everyone yearn for the Heaven and Earth organization. Of course, in this calamity except for Yun He, there was another person who was also remembered by countless people. This was Su Yan. Although Su Yan's strength was only at the 6th level of the spiritual ocean realm, in the 5 counties, there were countless people who were stronger than Su Yan. But which 6th level spiritual ocean realm expert could challenge a Origin Realm expert alone? No one, among all the spiritual ocean realm experts in the 5 counties, who dared to say that he dared to challenge a Origin Realm expert. In addition, Su Yan's illusion divine skill shocked countless people. Because of their existence. Although this calamity had been instigated by Wang Han, only the 2 of them would be remembered. Not only that, the calamity had been averted. Because of the existence of Yun He and Su Yan, their reputation had spread throughout the 5 counties. For a martial artist who pursued fame and fortune, this was absolutely a great harvest. However, at this moment, Su Yan was sitting in the inner hall of the Heaven and Earth organization with a bitter expression. Su Yan stared blankly at Yun He, who was seated in the middle. After a long while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Sect Master Yun, is there really no other way?" Yun He looked at Su Yan and sighed helplessly. She shook her head and said, "Su Yan, I've done my best to save your life." When Su Yan heard Yun He's words, his eyes suddenly dimmed. A bitter smile appeared on his face and he said, "The spiritual ocean is shattered. The spiritual ocean is shattered." What does this mean? It means that Su Yan will become a useless person. He will lose everything and become a useless piece of trash. Su Yan couldn't accept this fact. He had too many things that he hadn't done yet. He hadn't found Lin Huatu yet. He still had to go to the 9 prefectures to save Lu Lan and find Chu Linger. Su Yan staggered out of the inner hall of the Heaven and Earth organization. When Yun Wanqing and Yun Tian saw Su Yan in such a state, they felt terrible. "Father, is there really no other way?" Yun Wanqing anxiously asked Yun He. Although Yun He didn't answer Yun Wanqing's question, his sigh had proved everything. Yun Wanqing's heart suddenly ached. Coming out of the Shura shrine. From the moment she was saved by Su Yan, Yun Wanqing knew that she had fallen in love with this man that she had only met a few times. She liked to see Su Yan's confident look. She liked Su Yan's tenacity and indomitable spirit. However, all of this was going to be ruined. The spiritual ocean was shattered. How could a martial artist, a man, survive in this world of the strong? Yun Wanqing didn't dare to imagine. She watched Su Yan walk past her. She didn't even know what to say to him. She could only watch him leave with worry in her heart. Su Yan left. He left the Heaven and Earth organization. Although Yun He and the others promised him that as long as he was in the Heaven and Earth organization, They would definitely not let Su Yin suffer any harm. However, Su Yin still left the Heaven and Earth organization. Because he didn't need this protection at all. He wasn't willing. He wasn't willing to become a cripple like this. He would definitely find a way, definitely. Su Yin resolutely left the Heaven and Earth organization. He didn't blame Yun Tian. He didn't blame Yun He. After all, Yun Tian didn't know what psychic communication was. Yun He had done his best to save him. Because now Su Yin understood how powerful psychic communication was. Psychic communication, it was an ancient secret technique. However, the psychic communication technique that Yun Tian controlled was incomplete. He only knew that the token contained the psychic communication technique. He wanted to use the Fire Qilin sacred beast's bloodline to activate the psychic communication technique in the token. Unfortunately, the power contained in the token was beyond his control. It wasn't something that Su Yin and the Fire Qilin could control with their strength. Therefore, he activated the psychic communication technique in the token. The Fire Qilin immediately suffered a backlash. If it wasn't for the fact that Yun He was in the Dragon Realm, the Fire Qilin and Su Yin would have been devoured by the psychic communication technique. All of this could be said to be caused by Yun Tian. Su Yin should hate him. However, Su Yin didn't have the slightest bit of hatred. It wasn't that he didn't hate, but that he didn't have the strength to hate. Trash. That was such a cruel word. This wasn't the first time Su Yin had encountered such a situation. Lifetime spiritual guidance, crippling a heaven phase warrior, all of this had happened to Su Yin. However, all of this was when Su Yin could still feel the surrounding spiritual energy. Now, Su Yan's spiritual sea was shattered. He had already lost the qualifications to be a warrior. In the past few days in the Heaven and Earth organization, he had tried countless times to circulate his cultivation technique, but he couldn't feel the spiritual energy between heaven and earth at all. Su Yin was unwilling to accept this. However, this blow was too great. No matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't feel the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Everything seemed so powerless. Perhaps it was just as Yun He comforted him. He could borrow the strength of the Heaven and Earth organization in the 5 counties and spend the rest of his life in the Heaven and Earth organization. However, how could Su Yin have the face to stay in the Heaven and Earth organization? A piece of trash in this world of experts had no place at all. Only death, death. As Su Yin thought about it, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. He really didn't think that such a day would happen to him. He would rather die in the hands of Wang Han. After all, that way he could die with enough dignity. But now, after leaving the Heaven and Earth organization, Su Yin didn't know where to go as he looked at the road in front of him. His whole body was like a walking corpse as he walked on the road. His spiritual sea was shattered and he had lost his spiritual energy. He couldn't open his storage bag and couldn't fly. He could only walk slowly, and from time to time he would look at the flying warriors in the sky. Su Yan's heart was filled with envy. How he wished that he could feel a trace of spiritual energy right now. Even if it allowed him to return to the spirit realm, that way he could at least work hard. However, his spiritual sea was shattered. It made him a real piece of trash. He didn't even have the slightest chance to work hard. Su Yin stumbled as he walked. He didn't know how long he had walked, but he suddenly felt a wave of hunger. Su Yin smiled bitterly. He hadn't felt this for a long time. It was as if he had forgotten the feeling of hunger. But at this moment, Su Yin was indeed hungry and sleepy. Looking at the empty surroundings, Su Yin didn't look for food. Instead, he sat down on the side of the road and lay down to sleep. Soon night fell. The cold wind of winter tore through the air, and the waves of cold woke Su Yin up. Cold? Su Yin felt the cold and habitually wanted to use his qi to block it. But before he could use his cultivation method, Su Yan's mouth immediately curved into a bitter smile. He was just a piece of trash now. He couldn't resist the cold at all. Su Yin couldn't help but let out a roar. Looking at the cliff in front of him, a wave of despair suddenly surged from his heart. Die. This thought instantly flashed through Su Yan's mind. Su Yan's whole body shook, and he directly rushed towards the cliff. Awoo! Just at the moment when Su Yin was about to rush to the cliff, a low roar suddenly sounded in front of him. The little guy Fire Qilin blocked in front of Su Yin. At this time, the little guy Fire Qilin was not far from Su Yin. The dazzling flames all over his body had disappeared, and he could no longer restore his huge body. Just like a little mouse. It was the same as Su Yin. It also lost its power and became a piece of trash. However, at this moment the little guy blocked in front of Su Yin. It bit Su Yan's trousers and didn't let Su Yin jump off the cliff. Little guy. Su Yin saw the angry expression of the Fire Qilin and couldn't help but be startled. Awoo! Little rascal kept roaring at Su Yan as if it was trying to express something. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Obviously, it was very angry. Su Yan looked at the little guy and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Little guy, are you calling me a coward?" The little guy immediately roared in response to Su Yan. Su Yan laughed at himself. "Little guy, I'm just a piece of trash now. What can I do?" Awoo! When the little guy heard Su Yan's words, it suddenly roared, ignored Su Yan and ran out directly. "Little guy." Su Yan saw it run out and panicked in his heart and hurriedly followed. "Little guy, where are you going?" Su Yan shouted behind the little guy. Unfortunately, the fire Qilin didn't pay attention to Su Yan at all and kept running forward. Bang! Right at this moment, a low roar suddenly reverberated. This loud sound, if it was a normal day, Su Yan wouldn't care at all, but now Su Yan had lost any power. Hearing this loud sound, it was like a thunder explosion, and his whole body couldn't help but be startled. When his gaze swept over, Su Yan was even more startled. Porcupine. Su Yan looked at the big guy in front of him with a surprised face. This porcupine was an ordinary demon beast, and its meat was delicious. Back in the hidden sword tomb, Lu Fei often hunted porcupines and had a sumptuous meal with Su Yan. Chapter 374. The porcupine was not only fatal to Su Yan, but it was also fatal to the fire Qilin. It was also a fatal blow to the little fire Qilin. It should be known that the fire Qilin had lost all of its strength just like Su Yan. Even the flame that the fire Qilin was so proud of had dissipated. Its body was now only the size of a kitten. How could it be a match for the porcupine? However, the moment the porcupine appeared, the fire Qilin glanced at Su Yan and instantly rushed in the direction of the porcupine. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Little guy, what are you doing? You are no match for it now." Unfortunately, the fire Qilin did not pay attention to Su Yan at all. With a leap, it bit the porcupine that was dozens of times bigger than itself. Awoo! The moment it jumped, it let out a low roar. Although it had lost its strength, this low roar was still full of energy, faintly emitting a dignified aura, even though it couldn't be considered to have penetrated the heavens and earth. Under this majestic aura, the porcupine's aura suddenly dimmed. Awoo! With the low roar of the fire Qilin, it opened its mouth and directly bit the porcupine's neck. His eyes emitted a bright light and his hair stood up. Although he had lost his unique flame, his scarlet hair was still like a flame under the scorching sun. Su Yan could not help but be stunned. Woo! The porcupine let out a scream in pain. Demonic beasts were the most sensitive. Just now when it saw the fire Qilin, it immediately smelled the aura of the sacred beast. However, it did not feel like it, so it did not immediately turn around and sneak away. Instead, it carefully observed over there. When the fire Qilin jumped up, the porcupine knew fear. Unfortunately, it was too late. It was completely bitten by the fire Qilin and could not escape at all. Under the pain, it forgot the fear in its heart. Awoo! Howling in pain, under the desire to survive, it instinctively began to wave its huge head. Bang! That powerful force directly flung the fire Qilin's entire body away. With a loud sound, the fire Qilin directly hit a piece of wood. The sharp wood instantly cut through his skin, and a stream of blood flowed down from his body, dripping into the ground. Although the fire Qilin did not scream, one could still see the pain on its body from its pained expression. When Su Yan saw this scene, his heart could not help but ache. He shouted, "Little guy, you are not his opponent. Quickly run." Awoo! Just as the fire Qilin shouted these words, the fire Qilin turned around and roared at Su Yan. There was a faint surge of anger in its eyes. A puff of white smoke came out of his nostrils. Then he ignored Su Yan and continued to rush towards the porcupine. The moment it rushed over, it continued to let out a loud and clear cry, as if it was saying something to Su Yan. Bang! The fire Qilin crashed into the porcupine again. It clearly knew that it was not the porcupine's opponent, but it still went forward without hesitation. Facing the porcupine, it did not show the slightest fear. Instead, its eyes surged with the majestic light of a sacred beast. From time to time, it cast a provocative look at Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but be stunned. He looked at the fire Qilin's tenacious spirit. Su Yan seemed to understand something. Especially when he saw the sacred beast's majesty in the fire Qilin's eyes. It made Su Yan wake up. "Little guy, it wants to tell me that even if it has lost its power, it is still a sacred beast. It is not something that a lowly demonic beast like the porcupine can compare to. Even if the fire Qilin dies in the hands of the porcupine, it is willing because it is a sacred beast. Its majesty is not something that the porcupine can compare to." This is the majesty of a sacred beast. Is this not the dignity of a man? Thinking of this, Su Yan's body suddenly froze. Even in the face of death, he still did not give up. Now he just lost his power. He was still alive. Was he going to give up? Looking at the fire Qilin constantly fighting with the porcupine, Su Yan suddenly understood. Who was he? He was Su Yan. In his previous life he was a sword saint of a generation. Although he had not achieved anything in this life. But he was a man of indomitable spirit. How could he be defeated by all of this? Thinking of this, the dim light in Su Yan's eyes suddenly disappeared. Then a bright light surged. Although Su Yan had lost his power now, the moment this bright light surged, it faintly emitted a majestic aura. Little guy, thank you. Thank you. Su Yan looked at the fire Qilin's body that was already covered with scars and thanked it several times. When he looked at the porcupine, his eyes suddenly surged with anger. Porcupine? Su Yan smiled coldly. There was no longer any fear. Although Su Yan had lost all his power at this moment, he could not feel the existence of any spiritual power. But his tiger body shook. Just by clenching his fist, he seemed to have returned to a subverted state. Little guy, let me help you. Su Yan instantly rushed out and directly tangled with the porcupine. The porcupine's strength was like Su Yan at the first level of the spirit realm facing a second level of the spirit realm. The difficulty could be imagined. But with the help of the little guy, the fire Qilin, the two of them forcefully exhausted the porcupine to death. This battle, although difficult, but the fire Qilin and Su Yan both suffered different injuries. But this battle could still be described as a complete victory. Because this battle, not only did it exchange for Su Yan and the fire Qilin's delicious food, more importantly, it awakened Su Yan's fighting spirit. It made Su Yan return to the strong-willed, tenacious and arrogant Su Yan. Of course, that was not all. There was also an unexpected discovery in this battle. That was Su Yan's strength, although he had lost all his power. But Su Yan found that the special effect of his blood dragon pupil was still there. This made Su Yan even more confident. Of course, Su Yan knew that all this was because of the little guy, the fire Qilin. If it were not for the little guy, he would have already jumped off the cliff to commit suicide. Looking at the little guy licking its tongue, it was still not satisfied. Su Yan intimately stroked its fur and said, "Little guy, thank you." "Awoo." The little guy growled at Su Yan as if saying you're welcome. And it was obvious that the little guy was very happy to see Su Yan regain his confidence. It nestled in Su Yan's arms, very happy. Su Yan looked at the little guy and felt gratified. The relationship between the two had unknowingly deepened a lot. As for the fire Qilin, Su Yan did not continue to say anything and rested where he was. At the same time, Su Yan was also thinking about his future. The future. Of course, for Su Yan, the biggest future now was how to make himself feel the existence of spiritual energy again. After all, no matter what, this world was a world of the strong after all. Even if Su Yan regained his confidence now, he was still just a waste. If he wanted to return to his original state, then he had to restore his strength. At the moment when he had not awakened, Su Yan thought about death the most. Now that he had regained his confidence, this word had naturally been erased from his mind. His eyes emitted a dazzling light. Waste, I don't believe it. I will find a way to solve it. Su Yan lost the confusion just now and became energetic again. Looking around, he said to the little guy next to him, "Little guy, let's go." "How?" Hearing Su Yan's words, the little guy growled at him. Although the little guy could not speak human language, Su Yan still guessed what it meant. It was asking him where to go. Where to go? Su Yan looked around. In fact, he did not know where to go. But his heart was as clear as a mirror. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yan immediately made a decision. "Let's go, little guy. The world is so big. I believe there are always things that we don't know. There is always a way to restore our strength." Hearing Su Yan's words, the fire Qilin growled and followed Su Yan. Restore strength. Just as the two of them took a step, a person hiding behind suddenly muttered to himself and thought of something. He suddenly rushed out, blocked in front of Su Yan and shouted sternly, "Su Yan." Su Yan was startled by his sudden appearance and could not help but take a step back. Although he could not feel the existence of spiritual power. But after all, before he lost his spiritual power, he had the strength of the spiritual sea realm. Soon he felt that this person should have the strength of the life-soul realm. For the current Su Yan, the life-soul realm was definitely a huge threat. The person glanced at Su Yan and asked, "Senior brother Su Yan? You know me?" Su Yan could not help but be puzzled because he did not know this person. Of course. The young man in black smiled and said, Senior brother Su Yan's name is like thunder to the ears. Now, in the entire 5 commanderies, there is no one who does not know you. Hearing this, Su Yan could not help but smile self-deprecatingly. Su Yan had also heard about these things. But now, what about himself? Of course, this sadness only lasted for a moment. Soon, Su Yan regained his confidence. He looked at the person cautiously and asked, "Tell me, who are you?" The person smiled and said, "Senior brother Su, I am a disciple of the Monster Palace." "You are a disciple of the Monster Palace." When Su Yan heard this, he could not help but look at him a few more times. "Yes." The person nodded again. "Senior brother Su, why haven't you returned to the Monster Palace recently?" "Back to the Monster Palace." When Su Yan heard this, he suddenly became very cautious and shouted sternly, "Tell me, who are you?" The person smiled and said, "Senior brother Su, why do you care so much about who I am? I am just an ordinary disciple of the Monster Palace." Chapter 375. Trash. Although Su Yan didn't know where this person came from, Su Yan knew in his heart that since this kid asked these questions, he definitely knew about Su Yan's current situation. Su Yan didn't ask him how he knew, because none of this mattered anymore. Looking at him, Su Yan didn't show a trace of anger. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a devilish smile. "I'm trash. So what?" "That's right." Su Yan admitted that he was trash now. He didn't hide anything from him. Perhaps just now, if Su Yan heard someone call him trash, he would be angry and even feel inferior. But he didn't now. This was because he had already stood up again. Even if he was trash, he was still Su Yan, an indomitable man. Yes. Chao Hua never expected Su Yan to admit that he was trash so decisively. Chao Hua was indeed a disciple of Monster Palace. He didn't hide this from Su Yan. How did he know that Su Yan was trash? In fact, he had heard the conversation between Su Yan and the Fire Qilin. One had to know that Su Yan was now very famous. But at the same time, Su Yan also had another identity, which was that he was a traitor of the Supreme Demon Palace. He was carrying this crime on his back. Monster Palace had offered a huge reward. This was also why Chao Hua hid and eavesdropped on Su Yan when he saw Su Yan again. It was the greed that surged from his heart. Of course, although Chao Hua was greedy, it didn't mean that he was a fool. If he was a fool, it would be impossible for him to cultivate to the life-soul realm. It was precisely because of this that Chao Hua knew very well that Su Yan's strength wasn't something he could resist. Thinking of Su Yan's strength, he was still a little unwilling. However, there was nothing he could do. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard Su Yan's words to the Fire Qilin. Suddenly, Chao Hua saw a glimmer of hope. Originally, he didn't dare to come out because of Su Yan's reputation. However, the reward given by the Monster Palace was simply too generous. It was so generous that it could even allow him to break through to the Saint Bloodline realm in one go. This also gave Chao Hua the courage to come out. Although he heard Su Yan's words, he was still worried. That was why Chao Hua asked Su Yan that question. He had originally thought that if Su Yan had really become a good-for-nothing, he would not have been able to do anything. When they saw an expert in the life-soul realm like him, they would definitely be wary and fearful. But now, Su Yan calmly replied. Especially in his eyes, there was not the slightest trace of fear. Instead, there was a trace of disdain. This made Chao Hua puzzled. He couldn't determine whether Su Yan was truly a good-for-nothing or not. If Su Yan was a good-for-nothing, then he would have missed the reward today. However, what if he wasn't? Then there was only one result waiting for him. Death. One was death. The other was a generous reward. In Chao Hua's heart, there were two extremes. For a moment he didn't know how to choose. Looking at him like this, Su Yan smiled and said, "Whether I'm a good-for-nothing or not, won't you know if you try?" "I'll give it a try." When Chao Hua heard Su Yan's words, his eyes lit up. He looked at Su Yan and an evil smile appeared on his face. He laughed in his heart. That's right. Whether Su Yan is a good-for-nothing or not, won't I know if I try? As Chao Hua spoke, his eyes suddenly shrank. He activated the cultivation method in his body and immediately threw a palm strike at Su Yan. Under such a huge temptation, he had forgotten that although he could test whether Su Yan was a piece of trash or not, he would not be able to do so. But he forgot that if Su Yan wasn't a good-for-nothing, would he still have a chance to survive today? Greed. Everything surged from the greed in his heart. But this time Chao Hua really made the right bet. Because Su Yan was really a good-for-nothing. Su Yan didn't lie to him. For the current Su Yan, the life-soul realm was definitely a powerful opponent. Just as Chao Hua's palm attack was about to hit him, the palm was mixed with dense spiritual power. It instantly blew a strong wind. Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank and his body hurriedly retreated. Unfortunately, because he didn't have the support of spiritual power. As he quickly retreated, he couldn't help but stagger and fall to the ground. Good for nothing, Su Yan, you really have become a good for nothing. Chao Hua saw Su Yan's slightly embarrassed appearance and was overjoyed. Su Yan, oh Su Yan, I didn't expect you to have such a day. Great. Do you know what reward I will get if I kill you? You wouldn't have thought that the heavens are really protecting me, Chao Hua. Haha. As Chao Hua spoke, he didn't pay attention to Su Yan at all. He muttered to himself and laughed loudly. He never thought that he would be so lucky. One had to know that there were tens of thousands of disciples in the 5 counties who wanted to take Su Yan's life. Among them, there were holy bloodline experts, heavenly phenomenon experts, and even radius realm experts. Chao Hua was a mere life-soul realm expert. In this huge team he was simply insignificant. But he never thought that he would meet Su Yan. And he had become a good for nothing. It was like a pie falling from the sky. How could Chao Hua not be happy? The heavens are protecting me, the heavens are protecting me. Chao Hua thought of the generous reward and shouted excitedly. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a figure slid past and a sharp tree branch went straight for his throat. The speed of the branch was extremely fast. Chao Hua was shocked. He hurriedly circulated the cultivation technique in his body and quickly moved back. His speed was not slow. But he couldn't dodge in time. The branch directly cut a big hole in his clothes. Chao Hua calmed down and looked at the branch in Su Yan's hand. Then he looked at his torn clothes. Anger surged in his eyes. Su Yan, you good for nothing, how dare you hurt me? To Chao Hua right now, Su Yan was just an ant. He was like a divine dragon. That's right, it was indeed so. Because this was a world of the strong. Only with powerful strength could one be above others. Su Yan's spiritual power had dissipated. He was a good for nothing. A good for nothing. No one would care about how you were in the past or how you are now. They only care about you now. You are now a good for nothing, a good for nothing. And a good for nothing dared to hurt him. This was definitely a disgrace, a great disgrace. Su Yan, if you had begged me for mercy, maybe I would have been happy and not killed you. I would have taken you back to the monster palace. But now you have angered me. Chao Hua looked at Su Yan and said coldly. The spiritual power in his body suddenly surged, rolling up a gust of wind in an instant. Su Yan die. Su Yan looked at Chao Hua coldly. His cold face didn't have a trace of emotion. His eyes surged with a ray of light. Maybe if he didn't get the little girl's reminder, Su Yan would definitely give up now. At that time, if he met Chao Hua, Su Yan could only sit and wait for death. But now he won't. Because he was Su Yan. He was a man of indomitable spirit. He was the successor of the Buddha sword sect. He was a sword saint. He was also a level 6 spirit sea realm expert. How could a mere life-soul realm cultivator behave so atrociously? Although the power that erupted from the life-soul realm was so strong that it made Su Yan's whole body tremble. But Su Yan didn't have any fear. He looked at Chao Hua coldly. Looking at his ferocious face, there was even a bit of disdain. This made Chao Hua even more furious. With a wave of his hand, he aimed for Su Yan's throat. Die. Seeing such a powerful attack, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. A ray of light surged in them. Instantly, Chao Hua's speed slowed down a lot. At the same time, Su Yan's body flashed and directly dodged Chao Hua's attack. Yes, he dodged Chao Hua's life-soul realm attack. What? Seeing this, Chao Hua was completely stunned. With a look of surprise, he said, How is this possible? Su Yan, you're just a piece of trash now. How can you dodge my attack? Hearing Chao Hua's words, Su Yan laughed. He laughed very happily. Chao Hua, do you really think that a mere life-soul realm expert like you can bully me? Su Yan looked at Chao Hua and said disdainfully. Hearing Su Yan's words, Chao Hua was furious. He roared, Su Yan, do you really think that you're an expert? You're just a piece of trash. You're just a piece of trash. How dare you talk to me like that? I'm an expert in the life-soul realm. Life-soul. Su Yan still said disdainfully, Chao Hua, you're over 30 years old. You're only in the life-soul realm at 30 years old. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Ah. Hearing Su Yan's words, Chao Hua immediately felt a burning anger in his heart. The killing intent he had for Su Yan grew stronger. Su Yan, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Chao Hua roared angrily and suddenly leaped up. With a loud bang, he slapped Su Yan's mind. This time the attack was much stronger than the previous one. Su Yan's pupils constricted when he saw this. He didn't dare delay and hurriedly retreated. Blood Dragon Pupil. Now, only the blood dragon pupil was Su Yan's greatest hope. In fact, Su Yan knew very well how powerful a life soul realm expert was. The reason why he wanted to anger Chao Hua was because he wanted to see if he could fight Chao Hua with his blood dragon pupil. Now, Su Yan only had the blood dragon pupil left. Seeing Chao Hua's body, Su Yan didn't dare slow down at all. His eyes kept darting around. Bang, there was a loud bang. Chao Hua's palm came crashing down. The entire ground was instantly covered in fog. Ah! Chao Hua laughed. His laughter was extremely wild and excited. Ah, Su Yan, do you know how much wealth you'll bring me if you die? Ah! God bless me. God bless me. Chao Hua thought of the rich reward and said excitedly. Is that so? Chapter 376. Is that so? Su Yan's voice sounded like a ghost to Chao Hua. He was stunned and turned around to see Su Yan standing in front of him, safe and sound. His face was full of shock and astonishment. He really couldn't imagine that a piece of trash without any spiritual power, could dodge his full force attack. How is this possible? How is this possible? Chao Hua looked at Su Yan's faint smile and felt his scalp go numb. He really couldn't accept what he was seeing. In his thoughts, Su Yan, this piece of trash, would have definitely died under his attack. But now, Su Yan's clothes looked a little shabby, but everything else was fine. How did you do it? Although Chao Hua was very unwilling to accept it, the truth was right in front of him. He couldn't not accept it, so he could only ask Su Yan. He really wanted to know how a piece of trash, could dodge the full force attack of his life soul stage. How did I do it? When Su Yan heard Chao Hua's words, his eyes turned and revealed a look of disdain. The blood dragon pupil had always been Su Yan's secret. Su Yan didn't even tell the people closest to him, so how could he tell Chao Hua? Even Sword Sage, who had been hiding in the depths of Su Yan's soul, didn't know about this secret. This secret was also Su Yan's biggest reliance since he came to this world. Now Chao Hua was actually asking him this question. Su Yan only felt that Chao Hua was a fool. This secret could only wait until Su Yan felt that he was strong enough. Perhaps one day he would understand the blood dragon pupil and truly understand the full strength of the blood dragon pupil. At that time, Su Yan might consider letting others know about this secret. Otherwise, Su Yan would rather die than tell this secret to others. This was because Su Yan knew very well that as long as the secret of his blood dragon pupil was known, countless powerhouses would fight over it. Su Yan didn't want to get into trouble. Of course, even so, Su Yan didn't dare to underestimate Chao Hua's strength. No matter what, Chao Hua was a powerhouse in the life soul stage. Now, Su Yan's biggest reliance was the blood dragon pupil. Looking at the astonished Chao Hua, Su Yan immediately turned his eyes and instantly condensed a red light to attack Chao Hua. The red light wasn't big. However, when it suddenly burst forth, its speed was like lightning. In an instant, it cut through the air and a sharp sound was heard. Chao Hua was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the red light. He hurriedly circulated the cultivation method in his body and quickly retreated. Just as he retreated, Su Yan grasped the branch in his hand and rushed forward. His figure moved like a ghost. His speed was no slower than a warrior in the life soul stage. Chao Hua didn't expect a good-for-nothing. A good-for-nothing who couldn't even sense spiritual power could explode with such speed. Looking at the branch in Su Yan's hand, Chao Hua was stunned. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. With a crisp sound, the branch pierced through his clothes and into his flesh. Chao Hua let out a low growl in pain. His body began to circulate and then a powerful light emitted from his body. Su Yan was shaken away. His powerful spiritual power went directly into Su Yan's body from the branch. Except for the blood dragon pupil, Su Yan couldn't feel any spiritual power in his body. He was immortal. Su Yan felt a surge in his body when he was shaken by this powerful force. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It seems that it's still not working. Su Yan looked at the bloodstain on Chao Hua's chest and said with a bitter smile, if it was a sword, it would have pierced through Chao Hua's chest. Unfortunately, Su Yan looked at the branch in his hand and then at the storage bag with a helpless expression. He couldn't feel the existence of spiritual power, so he couldn't open the storage bag. If he couldn't open the storage bag, it meant that Su Yan couldn't take out the swords in the storage bag. Su Yan had over 10,000 spiritual swords in his storage bag, but now he couldn't take out a single one. How could Su Yan not be helpless? Of course Su Yan didn't give up. He tightly grasped the branch in his hand. Looking at Chao Hua's squirming Adam's apple, Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Attack other places. With Chao Hua's strength, I definitely can't break this branch. That's only the throat. Yes, only the throat. As Su Yan thought of this, his eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. Su Yan, you trash actually dared to hurt me. Chao Hua looked at the blood stain on his chest and his body instantly surged with anger. He looked at Su Yan and roared, Su Yan, I'm going to kill you, kill you. With a furious roar, Chao Hua's body suddenly trembled and he directly attacked Su Yan. The cultivation method in his body circulated rapidly and his speed was as fast as lightning. It was obvious that Chao Hua had already circulated his strength to the limit. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw Chao Hua unleash his full strength. Su Yan knew very well how powerful the full strength of a life-soul realm cultivator was. With the previous experience, Su Yan was even more clear that with his current body, as long as Chao Hua hit him with a single move, he would definitely die today. Su Yan originally wanted to dodge. However, he thought that if he kept dodging like this, his stamina would definitely be exhausted by Chao Hua in the end. After all, Su Yan was only a piece of trash now, and Chao Hua was an expert at the life-soul realm. Even though Su Yan's stamina was stronger than ordinary people, his endurance was definitely incomparable to an expert at the life-soul realm. I can't dodge anymore. That was what Su Yan thought. Since he couldn't dodge, he could only fight to the end. He had to fight to the end. Su Yan took a deep breath. He looked at the strange weapon in Chao Hua's hand and ignored it completely. His eyes were fixed on Chao Hua's throat. One hit, one kill. Su Yan knew very well that he only had one chance. Only one chance. Su Yan had to win with this move. Looking at Chao Hua, who was getting closer and closer, Su Yan's eyes shone brighter. Die. Just as Chao Hua roared, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank. As a ray of red light trembled, Su Yan's figure quickly moved forward. He waved the branch in his hand. One sword to decide the universe. Su Yan suddenly roared and attacked Chao Hua's throat with the branch in his hand. One sword to decide the universe. This was taught by Su Yan's first master, Lu Hong. He wasn't using the 10,000 elephant divine skill, nor was he using a sword technique. It was just a simple attack. This attack was not fancy in the slightest. However, even though it was an ordinary attack, its might was astonishing. At that moment, Su Yan had become a piece of trash. The branch in his hand was not a sword. But as he waved the branch, it was so fast that there was a faint sharp sound in the air. Chao Hua was originally worried that Su Yan would continue to dodge. After all, he had just seen Su Yan's ghostly speed. He was really afraid that this move would miss again. Now that he saw Su Yan not dodge, he was overjoyed. Su Yan, I have to admit that you are very strong. Even after becoming a piece of trash, you can still fight with me. It's a pity that no matter how strong you are just a piece of trash now. Today you must die in my hands. Ha ha, Chao Hua couldn't help but laugh as he thought about it. However, before he could laugh out loud, he felt his throat tremble, and his entire body suddenly froze in place. Chao Hua's smile suddenly froze. How is this possible? Chao Hua looked at the branch that went through his throat with a look of surprise. Bang! The spirit energy in his hand immediately bombarded Su Yan's body. Su Yan's body was sent flying, but Chao Hua was lying down forever. His eyes were wide open, and it was obvious that he had died with a grievance. He couldn't imagine that he, a dignified expert in the life-soul realm, would die. He was actually killed by a piece of trash. He clearly saw that his speed was faster than Su Yan's, but what happened in the end? Of course, he didn't know that this was the power of the blood dragon pupil. This was because the blood dragon pupil only made Su Yan see things slower, but in the eyes of others, everything didn't change. This was also the power of the blood dragon pupil. Pucci. At that moment, Su Yan, who had been sent flying, didn't feel much better. He felt the blood in his body churn and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. With great difficulty, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Looking at Chao Hua, who was still lying on the ground with his eyes wide open, Su Yan's pupils constricted, and his courage suddenly glowed. He looked at Chao Hua and said coldly, Su Yan may be a piece of trash now, but I'm not someone a small fry like you can bully. After Su Yan finished speaking, Pucci, he suddenly felt something sweet in his throat and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His entire body trembled and with a bang he fell to the ground. Although Su Yan killed Chao Hua, Chao Hua's attack didn't stop. In the end, Chao Hua's attack didn't completely dissipate, and it hit Su Yan's body. If that powerful force hadn't dissipated at that critical moment, Su Yan would have been lying on the ground like Chao Hua. Awoo, when the fire Qilin saw Su Yan in such a state, it kept howling and circling around him. It was obvious that it knew about Su Yan's current situation. However, it couldn't do anything to help Su Yan and it was anxious. Little guy, it's okay. I won't die, I won't. Su Yan looked at the anxious look on the little guy's face and forced a smile. Bang, his entire body fell to the ground, and the surging light in his eyes suddenly dimmed. No, I can't die like this. I definitely can't. Just as Su Yan was about to close his eyes, Su Yan's heart immediately surged with a thought, and he used his willpower to open his eyes again. He wanted to stand up, but his injuries were too serious. He couldn't stand up at all. No, I can't die here. I have to leave. Su Yan gritted his teeth. Looking at the blood on the ground, he knew that he had to leave. Chapter 377. Can't die, I definitely can't die here. Under the reminder of the little guy Fire Qilin, Su Yan had already returned to his original appearance. Although he was still a waste, he would not think about it. Even under such circumstances, Su Yan's desire to survive continued to surge in his heart. In his heart, he kept warning himself not to fall asleep. Because Su Yan was very clear that as long as he fell asleep, he would probably die here today. Crawl? Yes, in order to survive, Su Yan could not stand up. He gritted his teeth and slowly crawled forward. At this moment there was no dignity, only survival. Survival was the most important thing. A man, what is a man? A man can sometimes die for dignity. But sometimes a man can also give up dignity in order to survive. This is a man. This is Su Yan. Step by step, slowly, Su Yan did not know how long he had crawled for. There were several times when he almost fainted, but with the roar of the little guy next to him. With Su Yan's strong will, Su Yan gritted his teeth and persevered. Someone asked where Su Yan was going now. Su Yan did not know where he was going. Su Yan only knew that he had to leave here. Only by leaving here would he have a glimmer of hope to survive. He slowly crawled like this. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan finally saw a figure. No, it was not a figure. Instead, there were more than a dozen figures. They were waving something as if they were practicing something. Their shouts could be heard. Su Yan seemed to understand something. Mortals. Yes, mortals. Of course, this word is just a nice name. In the eyes of the martial artists, they are really waste. Waste? Yes, it is a group of waste practicing something. This made Su Yan puzzled. At this moment, Su Yan's eyelids sank. Finally, he could not withstand the injuries in his body and fainted. In the world of martial artists are respected. However, there were some people who were not equipped with the conditions to cultivate at birth. Trash. This was the martial artist's view of these people. However, these people also had their own way of calling them mortals. Because they didn't know how to cultivate, they naturally couldn't feel the existence of spiritual energy. They lived at the lowest level of life. But they were also human. Humans had the right to live. Mortal village. This was a small village where a group of mortals who couldn't cultivate lived. Sun Xiaobai was the village chief. Although he was already over 70 years old and still had the body of a mortal, under this scorching sun, he did not have the slightest trace of fatigue. Looking at the 10 people in front of him who were constantly practicing martial arts, he let out a low shout from time to time, "If you don't want to be eaten by the demonic beasts, all of you better practice well." Sun Xiaobai's voice wasn't loud, but it was full of energy. There was a faint sense of majesty in it. Moreover, his slightly squinted eyes were indeed brimming with vigor. He immediately caught sight of the youngster standing at the very back and shouted sternly, "You fat tiger, what are you doing?" The young man known as Fat Tiger was no more than 10 years old. However, his fat body was several times larger than a normal person's. If Su Yan saw it now, he would definitely think that in a few years, this little fat tiger's body would surpass that big fatty Lu Fei's body. Fat Tiger's fat body immediately trembled when he heard Sun Xiaobai's shout. "Fat Tiger, what are you in a daze for?" Fat Tiger saw Sun Xiaobai walk over and his whole body trembled. Especially when he saw Sun Xiaobai's outstretched hand, he hurriedly begged for mercy. "No, village chief, there's someone there. I'm looking at someone there." "Someone there? Little fatty, who are you fooling? How long has it been since someone came to our village?" Sun Xiaobai said and reached out his hand to grab Fat Tiger's ear without any trace of politeness. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." Fat Tiger repeatedly cried out in pain, causing the other children to roar with laughter. However, he continued to shout, "Village chief, I'm really not lying. There really is someone there." Sun Xiaobai only snorted when he heard Fat Tiger's words. He withdrew his hand and said, "Little fatty, there's someone there. Bring me there to take a look." There. Fat Tiger clearly didn't let Sun Xiaobai grab his ear because he was usually mischievous. He continuously touched his burning ear and pointed in a direction in the distance. "Little fatty, if you dare lie to me, you're dead meat," Sun Xiaobai said fiercely, but he still walked in the direction Fat Tiger pointed. That's right, the person Fat Tiger discovered was Su Yan. Originally, Sun Qiubai thought that the little brat Fat Tiger was up to something again. However, when he walked over and saw Su Yan covered in blood, his slightly narrowed eyes suddenly froze. At the same time, he also saw that Su Yan's injuries weren't light. He hurriedly bent over to look at Su Yan's injuries. With one look, Sun Qiubai's expression immediately became serious. Ah! At this moment the other children also caught up. When they saw Su Yan covered in blood, they were so scared that they let out a few sharp screams. Of course, there were also some bold ones who not only weren't afraid, they even took a few steps forward. Among these bold children was Fat Tiger. Village Chief, I already said that I wasn't lying to you. Fat Tiger looked at Su Yan and said somewhat proudly. Sun Qiubai naturally didn't have the time to talk about these things with Fat Tiger. Instead, he turned around and said to another person, Little Black, quickly go and inform your father to come over. The person who was called Little Black was obviously much taller than the others. When he heard Sun Qiubai's words, he nodded slightly and ran out. All right, everyone can disperse. Disperse all of you? Sun Qiubai stood up and waved his hand to the others. Although those people were still unwilling to leave, when they saw Sun Qiubai's expression darken, they all left reluctantly. Sun Qiubai was left alone. He looked at Su Yan with a serious expression. Not long after, Xiao He, who had run out earlier, returned with a few adults following behind him. When the few lords approached and saw Su Yan, each and every one of their faces revealed astonishment. Village Chief, this is... They asked in astonishment. I also don't know what's going on. Let's bring him back to the village first. Sun Qiubai said expressionlessly. Oh. When the adults heard Sun Qiubai's words, they didn't say anything. They worked together with the others. Under their efforts, Su Yan was soon carried to Sun Qiubai's house. Sun Qiubai quickly took out some medicine and fed Su Yan. Then he looked at Su Yan again before walking out of the room. At this time there were many adults outside the room. They were all waiting for Sun Qiubai to come out. When they saw Sun Qiubai coming out, everyone was immediately stirred up. Come out, come out. Village Chief, come out. Everyone shouted and surrounded Sun Qiubai. One by one they shouted. Village Chief, where did this person come from? Yeah, Village Chief, will this person die? And is he a warrior? Yeah, will he be a threat to me? Dozens of village chiefs threw dozens of questions to Sun Qiubai at once. The chatter made Sun Qiubai's head hurt. Alright, quiet down all of you. Under Sun Qiubai's stern voice, everyone closed their mouths. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Sun Qiubai said slowly, I think this person came in by accident. Also, I've seen his meridians. There's no spiritual power in his body. He's a mortal like us. Hearing that Su Yan was a mortal, everyone was relieved. Everyone was relieved. One had to know that in this village, everyone was a mortal. If a random martial artist came in and wanted to do something, they couldn't stop him at all. Sun Qiubai looked at the crowd and said, This person is seriously injured. I'm afraid he won't wake up for a while. Let him rest in my house now. We'll talk about some things when he wakes up. Now you're all dismissed. It was obvious that Sun Qiubai had quite a reputation in the village. At his command everyone left. However, one person didn't leave. This person was not a stranger. It was Little Hei's father, Dahe. Seeing that everyone had left, Dahe asked Sun Qiubai, Village Chief, is this person really immortal? Alas. Sun Qiubai sighed helplessly and said, I'm not sure. I just checked his meridians. He's indeed a mortal with no spiritual power. But it's a little strange. Strange. Hearing Sun Qiubai's words, Dahe suddenly frowned. Sun Qiubai nodded and continued, Well, I don't know what's going on. Go in and see for yourself. Okay. Dahe didn't say much and turned to enter the room. It touched Su Yan's body and looked at him. Its expression became more and more dignified, and it kept muttering to itself, Strange, it's so strange. It's really strange. Hearing Dahe's words, Sun Qiubai nodded slightly and said, I'm sure this person was definitely not a waste before. He became a waste after his spiritual sea was broken. But it's also because of this that I have doubts. Originally, he had become a real waste after his spiritual sea was broken, but I always felt that there was a faint force in his body. His spiritual sea was broken. Speaking of this, Dahe couldn't help but smile bitterly as if he had thought of something, but the bitterness soon disappeared from his face. Instead, he looked at Su Yan solemnly and hesitated for a long time. After a long time he said, Village Chief, do you think this person is? Hearing Dahe's words, Sun Qiubai was stunned, and then there was a burst of light in his eyes. He kept staring at Su Yan as if he was thinking about something. But in the end he sighed helplessly and said, "Alas, Dahe, don't think about it. It's impossible. You've been looking for him for so many years, but you still haven't found him. How could this person send himself to you? If we were so lucky, you and I wouldn't have become waste." Chapter 378. Village Chief, what should we do now? If this person isn't the person we're looking for, he will always be a scourge in our village. After hesitating for a while, Dahe looked at Su Yan on the bed and asked Sun Qiubai helplessly, "What should we do?" Sun Qiubai looked at Su Yan on the bed. Although he was unconscious, his nerves were still tense. For some reason he felt compassion in his heart. He said to Dahe, "Dahe, forget it. This kid seems to be a pitiful person. Now that his spirit sea is gone, even if he wants to do evil here with our strength, there's nothing to be afraid of. Let's leave him in our village for the time being. When he wakes up, we'll see what his decision is." As Sun Qiubai spoke, he glanced at Su Yan and shook his head helplessly. Dahe also looked dejected. His original intention was to let Su Yan leave his village. After all, he knew too well. He knew too well that his village could not suffer any more blows. However, he didn't say anything when he heard Sun Qiubai's words. After all, it was as Sun Qiubai had said. Su Yan was just an annoyance now. He couldn't threaten them at all. Although Su Yan defeated Chao Hua, who was at the Life-Soul realm, he was severely injured. If it weren't for Su Yan's strong willpower, he would have died long ago. Of course, it was all thanks to Sun Qiubai that Su Yan was able to survive in the end. Otherwise, no matter how strong Su Yan's willpower was, he wouldn't have been able to escape death if no one saved him. Even so, Su Yan was unconscious for more than a month before he woke up. Time passed. A month passed by in a flash. During this month, many people in the mortal village came to Sun Qiubai's house to inquire about Su Yan. After all, Su Yan was definitely an outsider to the mortal village. Some of the younger people didn't even see any outsiders other than the people in the village. Su Yan's arrival was a big deal for the entire village. This could be considered a novel thing. However, as a month passed, the people in the village gradually forgot about the existence of Su Yan. After all, they were not martial artists. Although they didn't need to work hard for cultivation, they didn't need to work hard. However, they had to work hard for their own food and clothing, 3 meals a day. Therefore, during this period of time, everyone gradually forgot about Su Yan's existence. The entire mortal village regained its peace. As for the adults, the men went out to hunt while the women worked in the fields. Sun Qiubai also supervised the training of the children in the village during the day. The mortal village was peaceful. In this peaceful afternoon, Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Su Yan instinctively operated his cultivation method. However, just as he was circulating his cultivation method, Su Yan couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile on his face. Of course, this melancholy quickly disappeared. After all, Su Yan had already seen through it at that moment. What made Su Yan puzzled was where this place was. Where is this? Looking at this simple and crude room, Su Yan frowned slightly and shouted, "Little guy, little guy." Unfortunately, he didn't see the little guy after calling out a few times. Su Yan couldn't help but worry. He hurriedly jumped up from the bed and opened the door without saying a word. Soon he arrived at the training field in the mortal village. Looking at the many children practicing hard, Su Yan couldn't help but frown slightly. He was even more puzzled about where this place was. "You're awake." At this moment an old voice rang out behind Su Yan. Su Yan was instantly shocked. He hurriedly turned around and saw Sun Qiubai standing in front of him. However, he didn't know it all. Su Yan immediately became cautious. At the same time he shouted sternly, "Who are you?" Hearing Su Yan's words, Sun Qiubai couldn't help but laugh. "Kid, I saved you. How dare you ask me who I am?" "You saved me." Su Yan was stunned. Then, the scene that he saw before he fainted that day slowly appeared in his mind. The scene that he saw was exactly the same as what he was seeing now. However, it seemed that there was an old man missing. Thinking of this, Su Yan looked at Sun Qiubai in front of him. Wasn't this the old man that he saw that day? Looking at the peaceful smile on Sun Qiubai's face, Su Yan's worries were greatly dispelled. Moreover, Su Yan couldn't feel any spirit chi fluctuations from Sun Qiubai. Although Su Yan was now a cripple. Previously he was still a level 6 spirit sea realm expert. In addition, he had the blood dragon pupil. Su Yan was still able to guess a person's strength from the fluctuations of their spiritual energy. Of course, this was only limited to Saint Bloodline realm experts. If the realm was too high, Su Yan wouldn't be able to feel it. Now, Su Yan couldn't feel any spirit chi fluctuations from Sun Qiubai. There were only two reasons for this. One was that Sun Xiaobai was a cripple like Su Yan. The other was that Sun Xiaobai was a Spirit Sea Realm expert. Cripple? Su Yan wasn't afraid at all. As for the Spirit Sea Realm, there was no need to talk about it. Even if Su Yan was afraid, it was useless. Because even if he had 10 Blood Dragon pupil, it was impossible for him to escape from a Spirit Sea Realm expert. Thinking of this, the worry in Su Yan's heart disappeared. In addition, Su Yan clearly remembered his injuries before he fainted. If no one saved him, he would have died without a doubt. Since Sun Xiaobai said so. Su Yan didn't have any doubts. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior, thank you for saving my life." Sun Xiaobai smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to look at the children on the martial arts field with a gratified expression. Su Yan also looked at the children and watched them practice. However, he didn't feel any spirit chi fluctuations. Su Yan couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Senior, why don't these people have any spirit chi fluctuations?" Su Yan asked Sun Xiaobai, puzzled. "Because everyone here is like you, a cripple." Sun Xiaobai didn't hide anything from Su Yan. As he spoke, he told Su Yan the situation of the entire village. After hearing this, Su Yan couldn't help but feel astonished. He didn't think that such a village would exist in this world. Sun Xiaobai saw Su Yan's deep expression and couldn't help but smile. "Young man, don't think that only martial artists have the right to survive. Mortals also have the right to survive. Martial artists have the right to survive. Mortals also have the right to survive." When Su Yan heard Sun Xiaobai's words, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Especially when he thought of the day his spirit sea was broken. He was so dispirited that he wanted to die. Then he looked at the children in front of him, working hard to survive. Su Yan's face couldn't help but turn red. When Sun Xiaobai saw Su Yan's expression, he smiled meaningfully and said, "Young man, the most important thing is to survive. Now you have two paths in front of you. One is to stay in our village and the other is to leave." When Su Yan heard Sun Xiaobai's words, he couldn't help but be stunned again. Looking at the peaceful village and the innocent smiles on the children's faces, Su Yan didn't know why, but he felt a sense of warmth in his heart. However, under this warmth, Su Yan felt a bit of unwillingness. Su Yan was fated to be born to become an expert. He had to suffer in this mortal village for the rest of his life. He definitely couldn't drag out an ignoble existence here. But leaving, if he left now, where would he go? Su Yan's face was filled with melancholy. After being stunned for a long time, he didn't know how to answer Sun Xiaobai. When Sun Xiaobai saw Su Yan's melancholy expression, he smiled and said, "Young man, I don't want you to decide so quickly. Since you are immortal, you should stay first." "Okay." Su Yan nodded and cupped his hands at Sun Xiaobai, thanking him. "Thank you for your kindness in taking me in, senior. You don't have to thank me. If you want to stay in the village, you can't eat and stay for free. After all, you have to work." "No problem." Su Yan patted his chest and agreed. However, there was a melancholy in his eyes as he looked into the distance. When Sun Xiaobai saw this, he thought that Su Yan was unwilling to stay in the village. He couldn't help but sneer. However, he immediately thought of himself in the past. He smiled bitterly in his heart. A strong person in the past suddenly turned into a trash. No wonder, no wonder. Of course, Sun Xiaobai didn't know that the reason Su Yan was melancholy wasn't because of this. Su Yan had already seen through this. The reason why he was melancholy was because of the little fellow. Forget it, forget it. Although the little fellow has turned into a trash like me with his wit, there shouldn't be any accidents. Su Yan comforted himself. However, he was still worried. However, there was nothing he could do. Su Yan stayed in the mortal village. On this day, Sun Xiaobai gathered all the villagers and introduced Su Yan to everyone. At first, everyone was a little wary of Su Yan, an outsider. However, Su Yan's simplicity soon allowed him to integrate into the mortal village. Su Yan also gained a new understanding of the mortal village. Everyone here relied on their own strength to survive. This made Su Yan feel touched. At the same time, he felt the preciousness of life. He even felt some remorse for the killings in the past. Under such circumstances, there was naturally no lack of wine. As the newcomer, Su Yan was naturally the target of everyone's toasts. Although Su Yan had lost his strength, his alcohol tolerance was still amazing. Facing the honest villagers, Su Yan didn't reject them. It was a happy night and the villagers were very satisfied with him. This allowed the mortal village to have a happy night. Sun Xiaobai looked at the peaceful scene and couldn't help but smile. However, there was a hint of melancholy in this smile. Dahe looked at Su Yan and then at Sun Xiaobai. He smiled bitterly and said, "Village chief, are you still holding on to hope?" "Hope? Chapter 379. Su Yin stayed in the mortal village. Unknowingly, more than a year had passed. During this time, Su Yin had become a member of the mortal village. Su Yin had never given up on finding a way to restore his strength. However, in this 1 year or so, Wuxia had become a little more powerful. In the mortal village, Su Yin felt a warmth that he had never felt before. This was the warmth of a family. Every villager had also become Su Yan's family. During this year, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil had undoubtedly increased the success rate of the mortal village's hunting. During this year, Su Yan's performance had also allowed Su Yin to obtain a lofty status among the mortals. This status was only second to Sun Qiubai and Da He, who were the two leaders of the mortal village. On the 15th of the first lunar month, this was a festive day in the mortal village. On this night, all the villagers would gather together to drink and celebrate. Come drink, drink. Su Yin had completely integrated into life. On this beautiful night, on this important day in the mortal village, he was the first to raise the large cup in his hand and toast to all the villagers. Drink. During this year, everyone knew that Su Yin had an extraordinary tolerance for alcohol. The moment Su Yin raised his cup, many villagers immediately toasted to Su Yin. When Da He saw this scene, he also raised his wine cup and toasted to Sun Qiubai. Village chief, it seems that your decision to let Su Yin stay a year ago was correct. Yes. Sun Qiubai looked at Su Yin and nodded in satisfaction. However, when he thought of something, Sun Qiubai felt a little melancholic. When Da He saw Sun Qiubai's expression, he naturally knew what he was thinking. The smile on his face instantly disappeared. Then, he looked at Su Yin and asked Sun Qiubai softly, "Village chief, do you think we should tell Su Yin about this matter?" No. Sun Qiubai's expression immediately darkened when he heard Blackie's words. He said sternly, "Blackie, don't forget that apart from finding the person who can awaken Princess Shi, no one else can know about this secret." Usually, there was no difference between Da He and Sun Qiubai. However, when Sun Qiubai's expression darkened, Da He unknowingly trembled. It nodded blankly and said, "I'm sorry, village chief. I thought too much." Looking at the trembling Big Black, Sun Qiubai sighed helplessly and said, "Big Black, I know you are doing this for the sake of our tidal tribe. However, this is a matter of great importance. Moreover, Su Yin isn't the person we are looking for. It's useless even if you tell him." "Yes." Da He nodded and said nothing. Seeing this, Sun Qiubai sighed helplessly and stopped thinking about it. Then, he immersed himself in this banquet that belonged to the mortal village. On this night, all the villagers were dead drunk, including Su Yin, who had always had a high tolerance for alcohol. "I say, village chief, why did you drink so much?" Even though Su Yin was drunk, he wasn't unconscious yet. He supported Sun Qiubai, who was almost kneeling on the ground, and said helplessly. In this 1 year, Su Yin had been staying in Sun Qiubai's house. Now that Sun Qiubai was drunk, the task of sending Sun Qiubai back naturally fell on Su Yan's head. In this 1 year, Su Yin still became a mortal, a man who worked hard every day for his life. He was no longer a martial artist. Even his personality was different from before. He became naggy as he supported Sun Qiubai and nagged, "I say, village chief, you're not that big. Why are you so heavy? Alas, I'm so tired." "Alas, village chief, stand firm, stand firm." Su Yin complained and didn't support Sun Qiubai firmly. Su Yin was startled and hurriedly reached out to hug Sun Qiubai's waist. Just as Su Yin was about to hug Sun Qiubai's waist, a cold and soft feeling instantly slid over Su Yan's body. Su Yan's entire body froze. The light that hadn't appeared in a year suddenly bloomed in Su Yan's eyes. That cold and soft feeling. Su Yan was too familiar with it. Spiritual force. Yes, it was the feeling of spiritual force. Spiritual force. Can I feel spiritual force? Su Yin suppressed the impulse in his heart and immediately thought of the key problem. The reason why he could feel spiritual force was that he hugged Sun Qiubai just now. Su Yin thought and hurriedly looked at Sun Qiubai. But when he turned his head, Sun Qiubai's figure was nowhere to be seen. Su Yin couldn't help but frown slightly. He looked down and was shocked. The drunk Sun Qiubai was lying on the ground. Su Yin suddenly felt a wave of self-blame. Just as he was about to help Sun Qiubai up, he saw a faint light emitting from Sun Qiubai's waist. Su Yan's eyes were instantly attracted. "This is..." Su Yin looked at the weak light emitting from Sun Qiubai's waist and frowned slightly. At this moment, Su Yin felt a familiar feeling in his body. Su Yin couldn't help but reach out to grab Sun Qiubai's waist. Bang! Just as Su Yin grabbed the thing emitting light from Sun Qiubai's waist, there was a loud explosion and a surge of power. It shook Su Yan's body. But Su Yan didn't let go of the jade-like stone in his hand. Instead, he held it tightly because he felt the existence of spiritual force from it. How long has it been? Su Yan felt the aura coming from this stone. A bright light slowly gathered in his eyes. There was even a trace of tears in his eyes. More than a year. In this more than a year, although Su Yan had integrated into the life of the mortal village, he had never given up on the pursuit of power in his heart. Su Yan was constantly thinking about how he could once again feel the existence of spiritual energy in his heart. Unfortunately, in this more than a year, Su Yan had tried many methods but they all failed. Even when the villagers weren't paying attention, Su Yan had left the mortal village. He wanted to find a way to recover his spiritual force. Unfortunately, Su Yan returned empty-handed every time. Now that spiritual force had suddenly appeared, although Su Yan didn't know what was going on, Su Yan couldn't let go of his hand. He just held it tightly in his hand. The closer he got, the more he felt the spiritual force coming from the stone. Su Yan greedily absorbed the spiritual force and a ray of light constantly surged from his body. The light radiated in all directions. There was even a trace of coldness that exploded. It swept through the entire mortal village. Although it was the first month of the lunar year, the mortal village was located in a good location. It was like spring all year round, neither cold nor hot. But under this coldness, everyone in the village who was lying on their beds couldn't help but shiver. The drunk man was shivering on the bed. The women who weren't drunk hurriedly covered their husbands with blankets. As for the children, they were curled up in a corner of the bed. Their parents added blankets in time and they didn't wake up. What kind of weather is this? Why is it so cold? The people who weren't drunk complained. But no one went out to check what was going on. Only Sun Xiaobai, who was next to Su Yan, woke up from the cold. He opened his eyes slightly and was about to curse. When he saw Su Yan exuding a cold light, his whole body suddenly trembled and he woke up from his drunkenness. He looked at the stone in Su Yan's hand. His expression changed drastically. Su Yan, you. Sun Xiaobai looked at Su Yan with grief and indignation. His eyes emitted a ray of light, and he couldn't wait to tear Su Yan apart at this moment. However, under this ray of light, he couldn't get close at all. He could only stand aside anxiously and shout in grief and indignation, Su Yan, you've killed our Tide tribe. You've killed our Tide tribe. Su Yan was completely immersed in absorbing the spiritual force and couldn't hear Sun Xiaobai's words at all. At this time, Dahe also rushed over. Dahe didn't have a position in the village. However, its reputation in the village was second only to Sun Xiaobai. Before Su Yan came, Dahe was even the guardian of the entire mortal village. Because Dahe had fought with some demonic beasts countless times and saved the entire mortal village. He suddenly felt cold. The villagers only thought that it was a change in the weather. However, Dahe soon realized that something was wrong and rushed to Sun Xiaobai's house. When he saw Su Yan, who was floating in the air and exuding a cold aura, and the stone in Su Yan's hand, he suddenly felt a jolt. He woke up from his drunken stupor. The wine he drank at night instantly sobered up. He ran to Sun Xiaobai's side and asked, Village chief, what's going on? You've led the wolf into the house. As soon as Sun Xiaobai saw Dahe, he beat his chest and scolded in grief and indignation, Dahe, I really didn't expect that Su Yan had lurked for more than a year just to wait for this moment. The Tide tribe is finished. It's over. Princess Shi, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Dahe looked at Sun Xiaobai and frowned. He frowned slightly and looked at Su Yan. He shook his head and said, No, village chief. Su Yan is not that kind of person. He's not that kind of person. When Sun Xiaobai heard Dahe still explaining for Su Yan, he was furious. Dahe, don't you think this kid has been lurking for so long to get the Tide Spirit Stone? No. Dahe didn't care about Sun Xiaobai's anger. He shook his head and said, Village chief, Su Yan is a good-for-nothing. You and I both know this. How can a good-for-nothing absorb the spiritual power in the Tide Spirit Stone? When Sun Xiaobai heard Dahe's words, he was stunned. He looked at Su Yan and was also surprised. His mind instantly became clear. This Su Yan is a good-for-nothing. This is something that I personally investigated. It can't be wrong. Then how can Su Yan absorb the spiritual power in the Tide Spirit Stone? Could it be? Chapter 380. Sun Xiaobai and Big Black looked at each other with shock written all over their faces. Amidst the shock, there was even more excitement. How many years had it been? How many years had it been? The two of them didn't dare to imagine how long they had been waiting for this day. They hated themselves even more. The fated person of the tidal tribe was right in front of them, but they didn't realize it. Of course, amidst the hatred they couldn't hide the joy in their hearts. They had waited for this moment for too long. Bang! At this moment, Su Yan, who was floating in midair, suddenly emitted a bright light. This light shot up into the sky and lit up the night sky like it was daytime. Seeing this scene, Sun Qiubai and Big Black's eyes couldn't help but shrink. When their gazes landed on Su Yan's expression was ferocious as he let out a low roar of pain. When the two of them saw Su Yan's pained expression, they were stunned. Looking at each other, their eyes were filled with shock. "Elder, what's going on?" Big Black frowned and asked Sun Qiubai. At this moment, Sun Qiubai also frowned and stared at Su Yan. He kept shaking his head and said, "No, how can this happen? Impossible. What's the problem? Could it be that Su Yan isn't the fated person of the tidal tribe? If not, he's just a trash. How can he awaken the spiritual energy in the tidal spirit stone? What's going on?" Sun Qiubai was the village chief of the mortal village, but his real identity was the elder of the tidal tribe. Regarding the matters of the tidal tribe, there was no one else in the world except him. However, facing such a strange phenomenon, he still couldn't explain it. At this moment, Su Yan once again let out a deep roar. Big Black panicked and was at a loss. He looked at Sun Qiubai and asked anxiously, "Elder, what should we do now? What do we do? What do we do?" In his panic, Sun Qiubai calmed down very quickly. His eyes emitted a resplendent light as he bellowed, "Big Black, set up the formation and isolate this place from the mortals' village." "Yes." Hearing Sun Qiubai's words, Dahe immediately took out a few things from its body and quickly spread them out. It was quite miraculous. Sun Qiubai and Dahe were only mortals at the moment, but when Dahe placed several items on the table, a burst of red light suddenly shot up into the sky, and a thick membrane suddenly appeared. What is going on? Although Su Yan was in great pain from the constant influx of spiritual power, he still maintained his rationality. Looking at Sun Qiubai and Dahe's actions, he frowned. He had no idea what was going on. In particular, when Sun Qiubai and Dahe mentioned the tidal tribe, Su Yan was even more surprised. The tidal tribe, Su Yan had yet to reach the ranks of the truly powerful in the 5 counties. However, Su Yan's experience was rather abundant. From the Su family to the sword-hidden tomb, and from the sword-hidden tomb to the monster palace. Su Yan was the most dazzling star wherever he went. When had he not received the best care? And it was precisely because of this care that Su Yan had gained a lot of experience. Although he did not know as much as those powerful figures, he could be considered to have a lot of experience. However, at this moment, no matter how hard Su Yan racked his brains, he could not figure out what was going on with the tidal tribe. The tidal tribe seemed to be something that did not exist at all. What made Su Yan even more surprised was that the mortals' village that he had stayed in for more than a year actually had such a magical thing. When Su Yan first saw Sun Qiubai, Su Yan knew that Sun Qiubai and Dahe were definitely not simple people. However, at that time, Su Yan only thought that the two of them used to be martial artists like him. It was only because they became trash for some reason that they ended up here and established the mortals' village. Su Yan only thought so. Therefore, all this time, Su Yan did not ask about the matter between Sun Qiubai and Dahe. Now that he heard about Sun Qiubai and Dahe's actions, Su Yan was really shocked. He could not imagine that the mortals' village that he had stayed here for more than a year actually hid such a big secret. Just as Su Yan was thinking about these things, a huge pain suddenly came from all over his body. Even with Su Yan's calmness, he could not help but growl. This huge pain was no longer as comfortable as when Su Yan felt the spiritual power just now. Instead, it felt like thousands of ants were biting him. The stone in his hand was burning like a raging fire in Su Yan's palm. Su Yan growled in pain again. He felt the source of this pain and realized that it was the stone in his hand. Su Yan wanted to throw it away. However, he felt the fluctuation of spiritual power on the stone. Su Yan immediately narrowed his eyes. "No, I haven't felt the fluctuation of spiritual power for a long time. I can't give up, absolutely not." Even though Su Yan clearly knew that the source of the pain was the stone in his hand, he still couldn't help it. Su Yan still had no intention of giving up. This was because Su Yan knew very well that he might be his last hope. Over the past year, Su Yan had tried countless methods, but he could not feel the existence of spiritual power. Now that he could finally feel the existence of spiritual power, how could Su Yan give up? Although the pain in his body was getting stronger and stronger, although his body was about to fall apart, Su Yan still persisted bitterly. However, the expression on his face was getting more and more ferocious and ugly. "Elder, what's going on?" Dahe set up the formation and asked Sun Qiubai anxiously. What's going on? I don't know either. I don't know either. Sun Qiubai looked at this strange appearance and shook his head. In his memory, if it was a fated person of the Tide clan, it didn't matter if this person was a mortal or a martial artist. He could awaken the soul stored in the Tide crystal. He could make the princess of the Tide clan reappear and make the Tide clan truly awaken. But now, the princess of the Tide clan did not appear. Only the spiritual power contained in the Tide crystal was constantly dissipating. If they waited until the spiritual power in the Tide crystal completely dissipated, then the doomsday of the Tide clan would truly descend. Sun Qiubai could not understand the phenomenon in front of him, but he was very clear about this matter. Moreover, he could feel that the spiritual power in the Tide crystal was constantly dissipating. The speed at which it dissipated was extremely fast. If this were to continue in less than an hour, the Tide clan would... Suyen, oh Suyen! Are you the fated person of our Tide clan? Or are you the destroyer of our Tide clan? Sun Qiubai looked at Su Yan, who was immersed in pain, and cried out in pity. Su Yan, do you really want me to force out my final secret skill? In this 1 year, Su Yan had become a family member of the entire mortal village. In Sun Qiubai's heart, he had also established a deep relationship with Su Yan. Right now he truly did not know how to choose. When Dahe heard Sun Qiubai's words, his entire body froze. He hurriedly stopped him. Elder, you mustn't. If we were to use that secret skill, not only would you be destroyed, even Su Yan would die because of it. We can't care so much. Sun Qiubai shook his head. Dahe, you and I are both the final guardians of the Tide clan. Our mission is to exist for the sake of the Tide clan. We can't let the Tide clan die in our hands. As Sun Qiubai spoke, he suddenly took out a pill from his bosom. Dahe was shocked by Sun Qiubai's actions. He hurriedly stopped Sun Qiubai. Elder, you mustn't use that final secret skill. Otherwise, both you and Su Yan will definitely die today. Sun Qiubai shook off Dahe's hand. Dahe, if we're not going to use the secret skill, what do you think we should do now? Dahe was stunned by Sun Qiubai's words. He did not know how to reply. This was because the situation in front of them had already exceeded their imagination. However, the moment they looked at Su Yan, their eyes instantly dimmed. He and Sun Qiubai were both guardians of the Tide clan. He naturally knew what Sun Qiubai's secret skill represented. This secret skill represented 1,000 miles of ice. This was the final despair of the Tide clan. At the same time, he could understand the power represented in this final despair. Sun Qiubai swallowed the pill, leaped forward, and shouted to Dahe, Dahe, lead the people of the mortal village away. They're innocent. Elder, I won't. Dahe growled. Dahe, go. This is an order. Sun Qiubai shouted angrily. A majestic aura exuded from his brows. At the same time, there was a faint fluctuation of spiritual power on his body. Su Yan could not help but be stunned. During this 1 year, Yi Zichen had already made a decision. Su Yan knew very well that Sun Qiubai was the same as him. He did not have any spiritual power. But now, spiritual power suddenly appeared from Sun Qiubai's body. What was going on? Yes. Dahe did not suspect what was going on with the spiritual power on Sun Qiubai's body. He resisted the tears that were about to fall from his eyes and followed Sun Qiubai out of the formation. This action had long attracted the attention of all the villagers in the mortal village. All the villagers gathered together and looked at the strange phenomenon in front of them with puzzlement. Seeing Dahe come out of the formation, the villagers immediately became excited and surrounded Dahe. Everyone follow me and leave. Dahe did not wait for the villagers to ask and shouted. That solemn expression that had never appeared on his face caused everyone to be involuntarily startled. Dahe did not care about what the villagers were thinking. He shouted again, go. If you don't want to die, follow me quickly. Everyone had lived here for such a long time. Everyone had some understanding of Dahe's character. Seeing his panicked expression, they knew that something serious must have happened. Although they were all mortals. This was the world of warriors after all. They had more or less heard about warriors. Looking at the strange situation in front of them, the first thing they thought was that warriors had come. Warriors. Chapter 381. All the adults seemed to have understood something, so they didn't ask any more questions. Instead, they protected their children and followed Dahe to leave this place. However, as the saying goes, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Those children were not afraid of this at all. When they saw this situation, some clever children immediately thought of something. They turned around and ran to Dahe, tugging at him and saying, Uncle Dahe, why don't we see the village chief and brother Su Yan? Someone took the lead. Soon someone followed. They didn't think too much about these things just now. As soon as they heard about this matter, everyone checked one after another. Indeed, they didn't see Sun Qiubai and Su Yan. All of a sudden they all asked Dahe, "Dahe, why don't we see the village chief and Su Yan?" Dahe didn't know how to answer the villagers' question for a moment. Dahe might have been a strong master of a generation in the past and looked down on all living beings. However, after staying in the mortal village for such a long time, it truly felt the simplicity of human nature and the warmth of the human world. Now, it could completely understand the affection that everyone had for Su Yan and Sun Qiubai. It really didn't have the courage to tell them that the village chief and Su Yan would disappear from this place after today. "Let's go, they'll catch up with us soon." Dahe lied because of this. However, before it finished speaking, it heard someone pointing at Dahe and shouting, "Uncle Dahe, you're lying." This person was none other than Fat Tiger, who was the first to discover Su Yan when Su Yan came here on the first day. In the past year or so, Fat Tiger often felt complacent about being the first to discover Su Yan and indirectly saving Su Yan. He also bragged a lot about this matter. At the same time, it was also because of his bragging that Su Yan paid more attention to him. Over the past year or so, Fat Tiger and Su Yan had become much closer to each other. Perhaps at that time Fat Tiger didn't know. But the moment she really thought of Su Yan, her emotions immediately showed. She pointed at Dahe and shouted, "Uncle Dahe, you're lying, aren't you? Is brother Su Yan inside?" As Fat Tiger spoke, he pointed righteously at the indistinct formation. Dahe's lie was exposed by a child on the spot, and he couldn't help blushing. However, he soon came to his senses and shouted sternly, "You're just a child. What do you know? Hurry up and leave with me." Dahe said and was about to catch Fat Tiger. But who would have thought that Fat Tiger would leap and directly avoid Dahe's hand? "No, I don't want to leave. I want to save the village chief. I want to save big brother Su Yan." Fat Tiger roared and quickly grabbed at Fat Tiger. It was so fast that even Dahe and no one could react in time. Fat Tiger said and rushed into the boundary. "Fat Tiger, stop right there." Dahe panicked when he saw Fat Tiger running into the boundary. Unfortunately, Fat Tiger didn't pay attention to him at all and ran directly into the boundary. He was so fast that even Dahe, an adult, couldn't catch up with him. Dahe was furious when he saw this. This boundary was set up by him. Even he couldn't go in now, let alone a child like Fat Tiger. And he knew very well. If a mortal wanted to break into this boundary, what would the result be? There was only one result: death. Fat Tiger. Dahe screamed at the top of his lungs, trying to stop Fat Tiger from going forward. Unfortunately, no matter how he shouted, Fat Tiger rushed directly into the boundary as if he was possessed. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud explosion. Dahe even closed his eyes and didn't dare to see what would happen next. Bang! Bang! At this moment, a few more loud explosions rang out. Ah! Suddenly Fat Tiger's scream was heard. At this time the whole ground seemed to tremble. Dahe opened his eyes to see the scene in front of him and was stunned. What the hell is going on? Dahe didn't know how to explain what he saw in front of him. Not only was Fat Tiger not crushed by the boundary, but he was also sucked into it. The boundless power of the barrier continued to pour into Fat Tiger's body. What the hell was going on? Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Not only them, but Dahe was also stunned. He didn't know how to explain the situation in front of him. Looking at the power pouring into Fat Tiger's body, Dahe suddenly turned his eyes and said in surprise, "Could it be that Fat Tiger is the fated one of the Tide clan?" Dahe was the guardian of the Tide clan. He knew all too well what would happen when the fated one of the Tide clan appeared. Originally, Fat Tiger was only a mortal. If he wanted to approach the boundary, he would have to pay the price with his life. However, Fat Tiger didn't do that. Instead, he absorbed the spiritual power of the boundary. This boundary was set up by Dahe. He knew all too well what the hell was going on. This boundary was a secret technique left behind by the Tide clan. The energy contained in the crystal stones would spread out at the crucial moment and then burst out of the boundary. Although that was the case. But it was still the spiritual power of the Tide clan. In order to break this boundary, one had to possess strength that surpassed the boundary and the power of the Tide clan. Fat Tiger was only a mortal. He was able to break through such a powerful attack and absorb the power of the boundary. Then there was only one explanation left. Fat Tiger was the fated one of the Tide clan. When Dahe saw this scene, he didn't know whether to be happy or depressed. This was because the moment he left the barrier, he had already seen Sun Qiubai swallow the last pill. It was a medicinal pill. Although Dahe didn't possess it, he knew what this medicinal pill meant. This was the final secret technique left behind by the Tide clan. It was a godly technique created by the previous clan leader of the Tide clan. It could allow a person who had been crippled to erupt with his strongest strength for a moment. And the price to pay was his life. Therefore, it could be said that it was the final despair of the Tide clan. In order to preserve the last trace of the Tide clan's bloodline, the final despair. Bang! Suddenly at this moment Sun Qiubai, who was inside the boundary, felt a change. At this moment he was slowly recovering his strength. When he saw Fat Tiger's figure above the boundary, he was stunned. The fated one that I've been searching for so long. I didn't expect him to exist in the mortal village. Ridiculous, ridiculous. When Sun Qiubai saw Fat Tiger, who was constantly absorbing the spiritual power above the boundary, he let out a sad smile. He never thought that the person he was looking for would actually be in his mortal village. Facing this moment, he should have rejoiced. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Because he was about to use his final secret technique. Under this secret technique, not only would he die, but Su Yan would also die. Even this fated one would also die. Could this really be the end of the Tide clan? Sun Qiubai roared at the sky. Bang! A powerful spiritual power suddenly erupted from his body. In an instant, the whole world seemed to have suddenly become cold. Everyone quickly leave. Dahe saw this scene and hurriedly shouted to the crowd. Unfortunately, those people were already stunned and didn't dare to move. Whoosh! A wave of coldness swept through the area and instantly froze everyone in the area. Although Su Yan was still immersed in pain, when he saw the villagers gradually being frozen, a burst of anger suddenly surged in his chest. No, Su Yan muttered in his heart. With a loud bang, the spiritual power surging in his body suddenly exploded, and a bright light instantly emitted from his eyes. As the light condensed, it quickly turned into spiritual power and rushed into Su Yan's body. Spiritual power. Su Yan clenched his fist and soon felt the spiritual power that he hadn't felt for a long time. Have I recovered? Su Yan only squinted his eyes and his mind quickly turned. There was no joy in it. Now he was thinking about how to save all the villagers. He saw very clearly that the culprit of all this was Sun Qiubai. Su Yan didn't know why Sun Qiubai did this. However, there was only one thought in Su Yan's mind now, and that was that he had to stop all this. Su Yan immediately patted his storage bag, wanting to take out the spiritual sword. But when he patted his storage bag, Su Yan missed, because there was no spiritual sword at all. What the hell is going on? Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that I haven't recovered? At this time, Sun Qiubai also saw the tidal crystal in Su Yan's hand that was about to lose its light, and his eyes sank. Too late, it's all too late. At this moment, under the power of the boundary, Fat Tiger suddenly let out a low roar. Bang! A powerful force exploded on his body. That force invaded. Suddenly, another loud explosion rang out and a soul surged up. The tidal tribe, the tidal goddess, a pitiful voice reverberated in the air. Princess Shi, Princess Shi. Seeing this scene, Sun Qiubai's eyes suddenly emitted a ray of light, and he excitedly shouted, "The heavens didn't destroy my tidal tribe, the heavens didn't destroy my tidal tribe." Bang! At this moment, with a loud bang, countless snowflakes drifted down. Wherever the snowflakes landed, they instantly condensed and everything was frozen together. Not good. Seeing this scene, Sun Qiubai immediately shouted in fright, looking at Su Yan and shouting, "Su Yan, quickly kill me." What? Su Yan was wondering why he still couldn't take out anything from his storage bag, but when he heard Sun Qiubai's words, he was stunned. When he saw the soul floating in the air, he couldn't help but frown. What the hell is this? Su Yan was puzzled. Seeing Su Yan's reaction, Sun Qiubai shouted again, "Su Yan, I beg you, quickly kill me." Ah ha ha.